invite your ass. Now you barely got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit. No, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now you barely got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get.
Peace, peace. What's up with you, OTK? How you feeling today? I don't know if you can hear me, but I got that Titans shop up. We do have some new shirts. Speaking of black business, if you want to support, this is another way you can support. You know, I appreciate everybody who sends the cash apps in. Appreciate all the super chats. Another way you can support is just simply sharing the live. You know, send it to a friend who you think might be interested. You know, there's a million ways to support, and I appreciate each and every one of you. But we definitely got some new Titans apparel for people who want to wear what Titans believe in. OTK, how that mic coming? Okay, well, we get your mic check. Sounds good. Let me go to an ad for this t-shirts real quick too, and then you got the floor.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
Yes. And as part of some of the members only packages, we do have free t-shirts. Let me see which one it is.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been...
Yes, the Platinum and the Titan membership. The Platinum membership gets you 1 free t-shirt, and the Titan membership gets you 3 free t-shirts every month. That's every month. Yeah, you heard me right, every month.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yes, yes. $3.99 gets you access to up to 4 exhibition debates a month. Go ahead and become a member. Back to you, OTK. Peace. We got Dulcinea in the building. How you feeling today, sis?
Peace, A1. Feeling good. Peace, OTK.
Real quick, OTK, I got to cut them off again. Have you seen your graphics for the preliminary? You can go ahead and give me the okay and tell me if you like it right now. Sound good?
Okay, hold on. You sent it on. Are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This is
Yeah, I like it. Right. That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it. It's good.
Okay. I'll play it again at the end. I'm going to let OTK go ahead and do his thing. And we're going to get scheduled. Oh, he dropped off. I'm sure he'll be right back. He's probably having some technical issues. I'll run that ad again. Starting April, we have a women's tournament coming up. $500 grand prize, $50 for every round they survive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This isn't trash talk. This is logic versus logic. Sources versus sources. Scholarship under the lights. Win a round, win $50 cash. Keep winning and walk out with $500 in the crown. Each competitor represents a brand, an ideology, a team they're ready to go to war on the hill for. Every claim challenged, every source checked, every moment judged. So we ask you, are you not entertained? Enter the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the strongest minds survive. This is Titans Debate League.
Let's get a mic check, OTK.
Man, you need to get Dosey if she like that first.
Say that one more time.
Dosey, what you think, sis?
No, it's dope. I'm excited. That was dope, though. I like it.
I think she should be moving. I'm going to mess around with it a little bit, though. I think there's too much movement on the left for there to be so little movement on the right because she's kind of stationary. So I'm going to work on it.
Yeah. Okay.
But
okay.
You know I'm a perfectionist, so I see stuff people don't see.
I love it, man.
I'm glad she likes it, though. It's going to be the same image. I'm going to test it out with some different movements and see what I can get.
That's what's up. That's nice. That's nice.
See if I can have her shooting that bow and arrow or something. You know?
Yeah, I'm sure Queen Nefertali, Queen Nepal, all of them might join inside that debate. Now I'm trying to tell you now, you know.
Neftali's already Neftali's in it already. She has an opponent. Yeah, we have currently 8 women. I wanted to make it 10 women because it goes with this card game that I'm making to go with every tournament. every tournament I'm going to commemorate it with the card game with all the characters. So
Okay. Yeah,
um,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
as
Yeah.
time goes on, we'll look back and then we'll have all the decks, and then everybody will be able to see themselves, buy a deck for a couple bucks and then or see themselves as they play cards. So yeah.
Facts. But yeah, man. Hey, man. Shout out to A1, man, and the Titans Debate League. Shout out to all my Titanesses, all my Titans out there, man. Especially y'all debaters out there. It ain't easy work debating. Getting your research together, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Keep doing what y'all do. Um, and that's all you can ask for, man, when you look at a channel when people are putting in that work. It's your boy OTK, Open to Knowledge. Y'all already know, man. Straight American Indian from South Carolina. Um, you know what I mean? Shout out to the chat, definitely, because without y'all, it is no us. Shout out to the members. Shout out to the members, man. Without y'all, it's no A1. You know what I mean? For real, for real. You know what I mean? Keep doing what y'all do. Today I got something different for y'all today. So what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start having different guesses up on my show on Tuesdays, but it all ties to American Indian, it all ties to America. Um, but it also ties with just history, period. One thing we are history fanatics. We love history, man. And we know that different people was writing history at different times. Whoever was winning between the English, French, Dutch, uh, British, Spanish, you know what I mean, Portuguese, whoever was winning, that's who was doing the most writing at these times. That's one thing we also got to understand. So yeah, so we just gonna stop breaking down just little aspects and different things. We're gonna open up the panel after we through, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to just let the guests just go through. And if y'all got any questions, write it down. We're gonna let y'all come up. Y'all can ask questions. Just please be respectful, man. Man, that's
Yeah,
all
we
I
can
ask.
have it open if people want to
Yeah.
start coming up, asking questions or anything like that.
Mhm.
That's something we can for sure do.
Okay. So who I got up tonight is my day one sister, Dulcinea. Um, I first met her on Sinetta. They had a show on Sinetta, with woman stuff like that. Her and a bunch of other goddesses and chiefnesses, you know, beautiful thing. After that, they started a show called Unscrambled Minds. I was there with them. I was starting my channel, so we was like brother and sisters. Me and her, me and Sister Freedom, all us stay in contact to this day. You know what I'm saying? So this is one of my sisters right here, man, and I love her research status and the way that she research and goes in depth. She would not say nothing that she hasn't researched about. So with all that being said, let me introduce my sister Dulcinea. How you doing, sis?
Thank you for that introduction. Thank you again, A1, for inviting me. And I think we're going to have a great conversation. Like OTK said, we've been in there, A1, since day one, building up his channel and now subsequently building up mine. I want all of y'all to like and share and subscribe to the Dulce Effect. And also, obviously, if anybody that's over there, make sure you come to Titans Debate League. Make sure you like and subscribe.
And the same thing also on my channel. I'm also screaming on my channel also. So all of y'all on my side, y'all should know Titans Debate League by now. How much I done been over here, and the brother done gave me gratitude over here. Y'all should know where I'm at. So with that being said, A1, when my sister's ready to share the screen, you're gonna have to share the screen. So Dosey, can you tell them like what we're gonna talk about today, sis?
Well, we're Gonna really get into and breaking down the basics of DNA. I know DNA is a hot topic, what it can tell you, what it can't tell you, but a lot of people push back on this American Indian paradigm with saying if you took a DNA test, it's going to tell you you're from Africa. So we're going to really break down why is that? Why is a DNA test going to tell you you're from Africa?
Correct. So is my audio low? I need to.
Yeah, you are kind of low. Go and see on the on your audio and turn it up.
Am I good now? Check. Mic too. I should be good.
It's better now. It's a little better.
Okay. Hey, thank you to the chat. I just told y'all, chat, y'all undefeated. Without y'all, there's no us. You know what I mean? Y'all tell us the simple things that somebody on the panel might not say. But hey, so A1, Dosey, whenever you ready, sis, we can get into it.
Well, we'll start out talking and then I will, share my screen. I have to get to my computer, but we can start now with just how this all came about with this DNA test, because we know that this is very modern, being like ethnicity estimates or saying where people are from based on the DNA. That's a new science that really started coming about in the 70s, but the DNA aspect being telling you where you're from is really taking a hold in the 90s and the 2000s. Did you have any questions you wanted to get into first, OTK?
Yes. So when we talking about the whole aspect of DNA, we have to first talk about the chemical makeup of what makes DNA, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So when we talk about that, that means it can't be one without the other. If you got one and you don't got the other, it's no DNA. So with that being said, we got a thing called the paper trail. And remember now, we hear all of these people now talking about this paper trail, but they didn't hear this until we started bringing it out. Me, you, Round Table Gang, you know what I mean? And shout out to Jay. Jay was another day one, man. Round Table Gang. Shout out to that brother. He was another day one.
Yeah, shout out to Jay.
Even log on. Right. And that brother and me and him got into the DNA. Then we brought Dosey, and then Dosey took it to another level, and then we took it to. It was just that's how the research group and the study group was formed. Yes, we do have a study group and a research group that we research together. All different people from different sides of walk coming together about research that they don't find and talking about it and then putting it all together in a story. That's what we do. But Dosey, so can you tell us about what a paper trail is?
Yeah, so the paper trail, when we're talking about these DNA tests, is that the DNA, as far as origins, have to be based on a paper trail. So they're talking about an individual and taking their DNA, and they want to assign them to a certain region for a reference panel, then they need a paper trail of that person's genealogy to even know what they're looking at. Where is this person from? How can we build panel if they're not from the place that we're trying to build the reference panel for?
Right. So when we're dealing with paper trail, we're dealing with genealogy, and when we're dealing with a reference panel, we're dealing with like pretty much the beginning of classification. Not the beginning, but the classification of DNA. In other words,
hold on, OTK. I don't know if it's my sound, but you just broke up a little bit. I hear you now.
That
Go
might
ahead.
have been mine. All right. So what I'm saying about the reference panel and the paper trail, the paper trail is your genealogy trail, and the reference panel is like a group that they try to lump you in and say, okay, this is where you've been at, and this is where your family been at, and this is where they came from, and all of that. Correct?
Yes. So in a perfect world, if this was being done right, they would take someone that we could go back, I would say 4 to 6 generations from a particular place. Say I want to get the DNA profile for the Bahamas. I'm going to look at the locals genealogy, and I'm going to try to find people that go as far back in the Bahamas as possible.
Okay. So now, are you saying that they're testing DNA to modern people today, and they don't have no old DNA to test peoples of North America too?
Yeah, so when you're talking about the reference panels that they built, those are based on modern people today that they say they have a paper trail for.
Mm. Okay, so you let me know when you get to your computer so I can get into the other question, because I know you want to share your screen when I get into this other question I got. So now, so these people again, modern people today, when we these modern people today, well, we don't know, but they even say that from their own history that they extend with other people. So they're testing them with modern people. So could this be where the European ancestry and some of the African ancestry come from? Because we know it was 1 million Europeans or more enslaved inside of inside Africa during the transatlantic slave trade. So from there, all of them we considered Africans. So
So yeah, if you're
could this
saying
be a
as far as
problem?
the yes, okay, yeah. So if you're saying the convoluted DNA, and I'm sorry, y'all, I have it turned all the way down, but my mic is pretty good. But when you're talking about like the convolutedness of taking these aspects, yes, because now we have this admixture. There's been Europeans coming here by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, for 1,000 years, constantly in this region. Now there's going to be admixture. So now when we're coming about and we're looking at this profile, we don't know if this profile is the indigenous African or coming from the European admixture.
Correct. Because if we talk about the Latinos, we know the Latinos, your Sephardics, the Moriscos, your Huguenots, and all of those. We already know those mixed DNA. So those the ones that got it failed in 1492 when they came over here with those people in the Caribbean, Central America, and in the top part of South America and Peru, the side part, some parts of Brazil, that you know what I mean, at the beginning. Parts of Brazil at the beginning, we know these people are coming from mixed ancestry when they even come. So we know the people in the Iberian Peninsula that they was kicking out already had North African blood and Persian or Saudi Arabian blood, because that's who the Moors was.
But think about it in this light too. What we know, the 1492 expulsion, but when we're talking about the Sephardic Jews, we're talking about another known expulsion in history in 70 AD. So now when you go into the region and you propagate, oh, I'm testing this modern person to represent a Berber from before 1492, or a modern person to represent a Sephardic Jew that would be before the expulsion in 70 AD. How can they do that? How can they say that, oh, this would be match up with
Correct.
the DNA of the person that was kicked out?
Correct. Correct. So now, people, y'all need to study world history. One thing wasn't taught over here was real American history, and I'm going to start teaching more American history You know what I mean? Over here, because it started on the East Coast. So I'm a teach a bunch of that. Not teach, but I'm gonna just put it out there. Not teach, my bad. Because I'm a master student. You know what I mean? I'm not a teacher. I'm a master student. I learn every day, something new every day. So, Dosey, let me know when you get a computer, so you can share
I
your
will.
screen, because I'm about to ask you a question, and I know you want to share your screen. You know what I mean? Hey man, shout out to the chat. You know what I mean? I can't see everybody in the chat because I'm on my phone, or I would have gave all of y'all a shout out, man. But shouts out to y'all on all channels and all that, man. Peace be on to y'all. Hope all is well with y'all and y'all family. You know what I mean? Food, clothing, shelter. Big facts.
So
Hey,
someone
A1,
said you are mixing ethnicity or tribal groups with the idea of race theory all up so that it is ambiguous or misleading. I'm not mixing ethnicity and tribal groups with race theory. They are mixing and
Yeah, what
propagating
Roy Chess,
ethnicity
what
groups
is
with
you
race
talking
theory.
about? Yeah, Roy Chess always is on some other thing, other things, but I respect his, you know, if it's 5 people in the room, and 4 of them think yes, he'd be the one to say no. He'll find a way to say no. He's always trying to explain something. So I respect him for that, because he's around, you know what I mean? That helps you keep balance. Big fact. Shout out to Roy Chess, man. That's another brother in arms. And Roy Chess will open the panel. I'm gonna open the panel as soon as my sister get home, and I'm gonna let her. I'm gonna ask her a question and let her get into a build, and then you know what I mean. We're gonna open the panel up. So if y'all got any questions, you know what I mean. A1. Do you have a good commercial to play me, bro, about interns or something like that, bro?
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher, intellectual sorters.
Yeah, man. Shout out to A1 looking for the interns, man, like me. I'm an intern, you know what I mean? Shout out to Humble. My brother Humble is an intern putting in that work. You know what I mean? They was having a good conversation over there, and I ain't gonna lie, I really didn't want to stop that. But I didn't want to miss 2 weeks in a row of not being here. You understand what I'm saying? So shout out to Humble. Humble got multiple things in play, man. And shout out to that brother putting in that work, you know. And A1 behind it all. You know what I mean? Behind every good rapper, there's a good producer.
I like how you put that, man. I like how you put that. I definitely
Yeah,
throw that record label analogy up. Like, this is my label, you know. And the Titan Debaters are my artists. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
It is a label, bro. It is a label.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I bet. So
Take your time.
A1, you got the $500 thing coming up. You
Mhm.
got
I actually April
go ahead,
25th.
my bad.
We're in the semifinals right now. April 25th. It's a Saturday, 8 p.m. Somebody is going to get $50 and move to the finals.
We are in the semifinals. The pressure is different now. The stakes are real now. $500 on the line and $50 just to survive this round. Two minds, two worldviews. One will advance. In one corner, Pandemus the African atheist. A man of logic, a challenger of belief, coming to dismantle faith piece by piece. In the other corner, Emmanuel, standing on conviction, standing on scripture, ready to defend the existence of God at all costs. And the question that will shake the room, is there evidence that God exists, or is it all faith-based? Evidence or belief? Proof or persuasion? No running, no hiding, no second chances. This is where arguments get exposed and contenders get eliminated. Semifinals, $500 on the line, $50 just to advance. Pull up, tune in, witness the clash, because when it's over, only one moves on to the finals.
That's actually the last free debate, man. Ain't no more free debates after that one. Everything is going to be going members only. You'll have to pay $3.99 to get access to up to 4 exhibition debates a month. You know, I usually do a debate every weekend, so that's 4 exhibitions that you will get for $3.99. We will be doing some pay-per-view events where we sell tickets as well on top of the exhibition debates. And there is a package, I think it's the $15 package where you get a free pay-per-view ticket. So for $15, you'll get a free $20 ticket, access to all of the exhibition debates. I suggest that package. Let me go ahead and show you.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yes. I had some people how do I pause that? I can't pause it, but yeah, I had some people hit that gold membership. Nobody hit that silver though yet. So we gonna see when
That's
somebody
what's
get that
up,
free
though, man.
t-shirt.
Hey,
You know?
you gotta work your way up, bro.
Gotta
Just
work
keep
my way
putting
up.
in the work. You
Oh,
know
yes,
what I
Billy.
mean? You know, if people start just going to the top tier, then bro, you're gonna get comfortable. You might get tired. You might get too comfortable. So
Hey,
that you know what I mean? You gotta work for this, bro. We want to see you grow too,
I'm growing
especially a younger
I'm
brother
growing
like
quicker
me.
I'm growing
You know what
quicker
I
than
mean?
crotch hair. That's what they've been saying, man. So
Yeah. And you hear what I'm saying?
you
Especially
feel
a younger brother like me. You know I want to
I'm glad you're on the
man.
team, man. I'm happy to have you over here, man.
Yeah, man. I'm
Okay,
glad
we're
you
gonna get
had
in a
me,
couple of
man.
things, and then OTK,
Okay.
I'll take a break with my
Sis.
stream because I'll be on the road again. But when I'm back, officially, we'll really break things down. But I wanted to go a little things about what Roy Chess was saying, and then get into what you wanted to ask. So first off, I wanted to point out the American Anthropology's apology to the indigenous community. It says, since its inception, the history of American anthropology has been intertwined with a record of extractive research conducted on indigenous communities. Anthropologists have often assigned themselves the status of expert over the cultural narratives and social histories of the first cultures of the Americas. As experts, many anthropologists have never respected indigenous knowledge systems and community contributions, nor addressed the intended or unintended impacts of the anthropological research on those communities. Some anthropologists now acknowledge the harms that have been caused by the researchers in the discipline, but it remains the case that anthropology must explicitly address the need to change its ways. So a lot of times, yes, mic drop. Sorry, I don't know if y'all saw this. I'll make it bigger. So a lot of times, what people want to propagate against us is the same people that have been apologizing to us as far as saying they got it wrong. They have said themselves to be the experts, even though they are not. So I wanted to get directly into what he was saying as far as me and making this about race and racism when it's them that has made it about race and racism. So again, we have another AABA statement on race and racism, and this is another apology that they're making, and this was in 1996 when they made the apology. So it reads, race does not provide an accurate representation of human biological variation. It was never accurate in the past, and it remains inaccurate when referencing contemporary human populations. So that's what you were getting into before, right? OTK, the modern testing modern humans and then saying that they are these ancient populations. Humans are not divided biologically into distinct continental types or racial genetic clusters. Let me read that again one more time for you, for the people in the back.
We definitely got some people in the back right now, OTK. I know you want to let her get through her presentation before I let her
go. No, they can start coming up. They can start coming up.
You guys just gotta be patient and wait till she's all the way finished, and then.
Oh well, I'll just read this, and then we can get into it. So we can make this a dialogue instead of it being like a full presentation. So I want to get people's opinions too before they start shooting the messenger, like what it says. So let me read that sentence again. Yeah.
He's good.
I know King J. Please salute to
He's
you,
the
King
J.
J.
over there on Scramble Mind. Yep.
And peace to the bat. One-on-one, I think that is. And Roy coming up.
Your mic's a little loud, the bat. If you could turn it down here, I could turn it down. But wait your turn. Just wait till she finishes the bat. Wait till she finishes the sentence.
I just want to read this sentence again, and then we can discuss it, and then I'll read the rest afterwards. But it says humans are not divided biologically into distinct continental types or racial genetic clusters. Instead, the Western concept of race must be understood as a classification system that emerged from and in support of European colonialism, oppression, and discrimination. It thus does not have its roots in biological reality, but in policies of discrimination.
Correct.
I agree with that.
And that is absolutely correct right there, man. Like,
I think finishing that chapter is important.
Can I turn your mic down just a little bit? The back. Turn your mic down.
I turned it down.
Either back up from it, or either he too close to it.
Yeah, I turned it down already.
Yeah.
Mine was allowed like that on my thing too.
Peace, everyone. Can I respond?
King J,
go ahead, Roy Chess. You first.
Was the first up. Hold up. King J was the first up. King J, what do you think about what my sister Dulcie just read?
I agree with what the sister just read. I agree with everything that the sister just said.
Okay.
Well, if we're gonna go in his order, the bat was up here next. So let's go with the bat.
Yeah,
next.
the bat. Yeah, my bad.
I think that last part is very important, where it says, because of that, over the last 5 centuries, race has become a social reality that structures societies and how we experience the world. In this regard, race is real, as is racism, and both have biological consequences.
I love what you're talking about, but you're going to have to fix your audio because I'm not going to be able to listen to that for too long.
And
Yeah,
I do agree with him, the bat, that yeah, that is important
right.
because race is a social reality. So we have to understand when we're talking about race as a social reality or trying to
Uh-huh.
propagate it to say, oh, you're from this continent because of what this DNA said, because of what this
Right,
anthropology says. They say that
right,
they can't even say biologically the distinct continental types.
They can
right.
only go
So
back.
that's what
They can
DNA
only
was
go back
trying to
so
prove.
far.
DNA was trying to prove
Right.
eugenics, bro, and you know what I mean? It was trying to prove that whole theory of evolution, bro.
They can
That's
only go back so
basically
far.
what it's
Just as
saying.
carbon dating can only go back so far. Like people think that everything is carbon dated, but it's not. You can't like.
But hold up, bro. Carbon dating is dealing with rocks in the soil.
That's not the only thing that's carbon dated.
What else can be carbon dating? If they
Um,
find any skeletons within that soil, that's how they date that skeleton.
OTK, you got
yeah,
any
okay.
carbon biological?
You can't accurately
I bet.
use carbon. Hold
Hold
on.
on. Let me go. Hold
But
on, hold
hold
on,
on,
Shabbat.
Debat. I
Before
want you
you
to
go
fix
in.
your audio though, or try to drop
Yeah.
out and
How
come
do I
back
do that?
in.
Tell me how to do that.
I don't
That's
know, but I
something.
can't
Yeah.
let you go 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes with audio like that. Like you can get a quick question until
Yeah.
you get it clear, because you just ruling the quality of my show. Unfortunate.
And let
I
me go
love
to
to
the
have you
next
up here though. You are
person.
always welcome.
Yeah, let
But
Roy
Right.
Chess.
get
Thank
that
you
together
Roy
for
and
being
come
Chess.
back.
patient.
Roy Chess.
Appreciate
I'm gonna kick you from the studio. Just try to come back in and we'll see what happens. All right. Bet.
Peace, everyone.
Roy
Well,
Chess. Go
OTK,
ahead, bro.
I don't come in
Appreciate you.
yeah, I appreciate you too. I don't come to be, just a contrarian. I just give ideas, right? I try to be sincere
I
about
know,
my
man.
ideas.
I just throw that out there.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to be like a jerk or anything, so don't take this the wrong way because it's not meant that way. But the comment to that is that a lot of people always use anthropologists, and I don't know why, because the original classification of race theory came from biology, not anthropology. So yeah, while I can agree that they've taken it to a social level, but originally the concepts of race dealt with the DNA and the attributes we have displayed in our bodies, and that if we did not mix, certain attributes would be found in only one race. That's why race theory is a thing, right? So if you mix
Yeah.
races, you're going to mix attributes and have different attributes with different human
All right.
beings, which is
So
why
Roy Chess,
It's
let
hard
me make
to
sure
hear
I
you
hear
listen
you
to that.
clearly, Roy Chess. Hold on. Let me make sure I hear you clearly,
you
Roy
can't hear
Chess.
me.
You
No,
No, he
saying
sounds clear to
that
me.
yeah,
Oh,
it's just
hold up,
scientific
Roy Chess.
racism.
Yeah, he sound good.
oh, okay. Well,
Hey,
scientific. Yeah,
so
I'm not
Roy Chess.
denying scientific racism.
No, you
I'm
good.
saying that
Roy
the
Chess. Hold
idea
on real quick.
conceptually was just about
Roy Chess.
attributes in those unique races without intermixing.
Yeah, that's because
No,
the anthropologists who were making the discoveries were white people who were making racist claims. That's the whole point. That's
No, that's not.
outdated. Those
Right.
are out, but brother, those are outdated claims, brother. Like if you're talking about phenotype and craniometrics and looking at skull types and saying, hey, this is a negroid skull based off of the metrics
Right.
and the nasal width, then that's
Right.
scientific racism, brother. When we,
That's not.
That's
brother,
scientific racism.
it's only one race, and it's the human race, right? And everything else,
Right.
skin. Hold on, brother. Skin tone, hair color, eye color. Those are human variations. Like it, there are no hard borders
Those
to
are
skin tone. It's
genetic
a gradient. Skin color is a
facts.
gradient. Like, brother, you tripping?
Facts.
And
No.
genetics
The
is a
facts.
variant. So,
That's
Roy Chess, can
genetics.
I say this?
Yeah.
I
That's
agree
genetics.
exactly what you're saying. But the problem is because of this scientific racism, biology and anthropology has been given to us hand in hand. Biology has been propagated to us to support everything that anthropology has given us from the beginning, and the scientific racism, instead of being its own distinct thing. Let me say it like this. if we were going to take a true view what you're saying on a biology stance, we wouldn't group people up together at all until the biology explained each individual person and the genetic variation. Like, we would take the genetic variation from a specific location and then grow. But instead, because they gave us this anthropology, which was the scientific racism, they group all these different groups of people together under a race, and then they created the haplogroups and DNA based on that. Even though the genetic variation is far greater than what they're telling us. Even across Africa, the genetic variation is distinct. When you talk about North Africans to West, to East, to South, and they're lumping them all together like that's one genetic variation. It's not.
It's greater in Africa. I think it's like 27% in Africa, the genetic variation.
You're still talking about the anthropology. Anthropology talks about the locations. Biology doesn't talk about the location. So race theory is not based on location. It is based on
there is no such thing as black in biology.
In race theory, there is.
What's a black genome?
What do you mean black genome? No, it's not a genome. It's
Exactly.
DNA. It's the DNA that brings forth your attributes. So there's not a specific DNA strand that I can.
Wait. That's based off of the mutation and the geographical location.
Based on regular science, there was no racism at that point.
No, I'm talking about, for instance, right, skin tone, right? In certain geographical locations, skin tone would be, some may be lighter, some may be darker. In sub-Saharan regions, right, the skin tone tends to be darker for certain geographical radiation, maybe. That's so. When you're saying that's not, wait. When you're saying now that's those sub-Saharans are black people and distinct from the other populations of a phenotype of a North African, because in the North African, the geographical location, it's a tropical climate, it may produce a different phenotype.
Yeah, when you say phenotype, what do you mean? It's not just skin color.
I know it may be eye color. It may be eye color as well. It may be diet based off of the geographical location. So
by anthropology again. That's not biology. Biology doesn't say that.
Brother, we're not talking about races. You're talking about, you want to keep us talking about scientific racism. We're talking about.
Yeah, let's talk about the biology. Let me ask him a question real quick. Roy Chess, you said in biology, we'd be able to take a person that has little to no mixture, and then we would be able to tell their reference or biological makeup. How would you prove that person has little to no mixture?
Well, because of the attributes. So according to the original theory, I believe, the original theory was that if each race stayed separate, you would not have certain attributes in the other races. For example, blonde hair and blue eyes would not occur in any other race group other than
that's genetics. That's
genetics. Not
that's
true.
not an attribute.
First off, blonde hair and blue eyes is prominent amongst the Australians. First off,
yeah, that's not true.
You're saying it's based on lookership. You're saying you could take looking at someone and attach a scientific theory to them. How?
No. What I'm saying is the attribute that is displayed in the blue eyes and the blonde hair is built into the DNA of that racial group. That is why it's called a race theory.
That racial group or that human group?
Not the racial group.
No, bro.
No, it's not, because Australians
humans are divided by biologists.
No.
What are those?
Hold on, we got 3 people talking, and we got OTK saying no.
Let me ask you real quick, Roy. What is the racial group then of the Australians that have these genetic markers of blonde hair and blue eyes? What is their racial category?
They would be white. Those traits
are
white.
Whoa. So that's looker shit.
That's not looker shit. It's DNA.
What traits are white traits, brother? You tripping, brother?
No, you lying. You lying, bro. You lying.
You can't have those traits Not the
You
DNA
lying,
thing.
bro. You're lying. You're lying,
How am I
bro. You're
lying?
He's
lying
not
with that,
lying.
man.
He's just misunderstood, and he just needs to get his concepts in order. It's okay. Every time somebody's wrong, we don't got to say they lying.
Yeah, we
But
can ask more questions.
my
So,
Because
fault,
it
my
triggers
fault,
a
my
one more
fault,
question,
it
A1.
triggers a
Oh,
response
you
inside of
telling a
somebody
story.
who's
You
not
telling a
lying. Though.
story, bro.
Well,
Right,
hold
my
on,
bad.
Roy.
You telling
People
So,
genuinely
Roy,
believe in what people saying. Yeah.
can you
Yeah,
So
you right,
define
A1.
white for
A1,
us
you
in
right.
your
You right.
the way you're defining white? Because are you talking about white out of the Caucasus Mountains? Because I can prove to you that these Australians are not out of the Caucasus Mountains. So what are you describing as white?
And I suggest he go watch my last debate against Suave Boss. Did white people come from albinos? Because I cover all of this. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not talking about region, so it doesn't matter what region you're talking about. They could be in America, they could have been anywhere. What I'm saying is the attributes that we display in our hair color, eye color, skin texture, bone structure, all that is built
bro.
all that
That's
is
not
built into
attributes, bro. That's characteristics.
That's why it exists. That's based on DNA.
Man, that's characteristics, bro. That's expressed by your genes.
Don't make him fight through to get his sense.
No, it's based on DNA. You don't just acquire.
Man, it's my show, man. It's my show.
Is right,
man.
though.
God damn.
I mean, I know, but I just want to have the quorum
But
for everybody.
again, it is his own theory, guys. He's really not talking about a
that's
science.
his theory,
This is his
bruh.
own theory.
I can't
So
let
I'm
that
He's
intrigued.
definitely making this up.
A1. I got a following too, A1. I can't just
theory.
listen to this.
I'm talking about anthropology.
Buffoonery, bro.
It's
Without
not about.
checking it,
Hold on, real quick. Let me say something real quick. Everybody gets a chance to speak. I don't care whose show it is. If you want to open the panel, they get a chance to speak. You don't get to shut them up just because you feel like they may have misinformation. Let them finish their sentence, then play cleanup, correct their misinformation, or we could close the panel and send them down. But I don't want to get people up here and then have to play the censor because I'm not the censor guy. I wanted to create a space where everyone has a voice because I was the king of being blackballed. I was the king of being muted. So I wanted to create a space where that happens to nobody else because I know what it feels like.
Bro, you're not the only one.
I know. You don't have to defend it. You don't have to defend it because I'm just saying in general. So that way everybody knows where I stand. I'm not attacking anyone. I just want to make a statement so that way everybody knows, so they know how to come at me and what I will do and what I won't do. That's all.
So, I would say too, we need
you, bro. When you got somebody hosting a show, though, the whole thing about the show is the host, depending on the outcome. It's no argument or no nothing like that. But that's what make the show. It's different than how you normally run it because you got a different host tonight.
You
understand
wouldn't
what
let
I'm
him finish
saying?
his. I don't understand. No, I don't understand that my guest of the night gets to cut people off all night. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because that's what just happened, and I just stopped it. That's all.
I'm not your
We're
guest.
trying to cut him off.
I'm your host. My guest is everybody else is just add-ons.
Let's not get caught up in the etymology. What I wanted to say is that he's obviously not talking about race from the European concept that was given to us. So before we can even argue with him, we need to understand his concept of it, because he's just said white doesn't mean out of the Caucasus Mountains. He has another definition for white. So that's why I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I wouldn't even want to go down this hill with the brother because I feel like it's going to be a circular conversation where the brother is not going to yield to anybody making any sense. So I would suggest let's just move on to something where we can actually have a more better conversation. OTK was right when he said in regards to the genes and the and things of that nature in regards to the hair and the eyes and the MC1R and the genes. And it had, so I don't want to argue with somebody who's just going to have the same circular conversation.
It's not an argument. I'm not here trying to convert anybody. We're just having a discussion. That's not.
Yeah, but with science, we should be able to go to science because it's objective and not have so much debate and subjectivity within the conversation. You're saying that, for one, it's a fallacy because black didn't exist during this time period. When we're talking about science and genes, there is no black and white. So to have this conversation with you, brother, to me is just like
Well, you have to get the
fruitless,
right. You're still doing the
huh,
anthropology definitions and not biology.
brother? Okay, go ahead, brother.
You're not dealing with the biology of it. That's what the originator, who was not an
Brother,
anthropologist.
there is no white and black in biology. So I am dealing with biology. You keep wanting to take us to
Roy
wait.
Chess, let him finish.
You keep wanting to take us down this racial, scientific, racist 1900s conversation that we're in 2026. We have DNA now that brother that like I don't want to talk about race because you can't look at a skeleton and tell me the race of this person. You can tell me the geographical location of the skeleton, but you can't look at this and say this is a black person or a white person. And if you are, you're subscribing to scientific racism.
That's anthropology again. Why can't you deal with biology? Why do you
Well,
keep going?
biology wise, I do want to say, when you're talking about assigning, I understand you're talking about something different. But when you're talking about assigning a race to certain genetic variations, we would need to know the total of the genetic variation. So, like how you're using blonde hair, blue eye, King J is right. You're using these concepts that is coming from the anthropology and scientific racism. Because when we get into real phenotypes and real genetic variation, there would be millions of distinct characteristics for different human populations across the world.
No, that's only if they mix. If they don't mix, that's what race theory deals with. The original
No,
race
it doesn't
theory
have
deals
to
with
do with
the-
mix. Oh my
Every
God.
time somebody is born, millions of mutations happen in a birth.
I'm not talking about every gene is mutating. We're talking about the attributes that we can classify things. That's how biologists name species.
Okay, so over time,
humans are
that's-
animals, so biologists classify living animals. So it's not anthropology.
What about genes that are isolated in certain regions?
It doesn't matter what region. Stop
It
telling me.
doesn't matter. Gene
Roy
isolation
Chess,
doesn't
hold
matter.
on. I
Okay.
want to stop that early, Roy Chess. The getting mad, cutting people off, and being aggressive in your tone when you do it was what got me out of character last time. I do apologize for that too. But the behavior still was wrong, even though whatever, it still needed to be checked. And I want to get to it early today before it gets out of hand. Go
Yes,
ahead,
sir.
though.
Yes, sir. No problem. I didn't mean to cut him off, so I don't want you to think it's
Hey, listen,
intentional.
A1,
If I happen
I
to
want to
cut somebody off.
apologize to you too. Hold on, Roy Chess. A1, I want to apologize to you too, because you ain't have to have me and my sister Dosey up here.
Man, y'all
You didn't
always
have to
welcome,
open
man.
your doors for me.
So, always
I
welcome, man. I love
apologize
y'all
to you too.
information. Y'all have taught me a lot in just a few short episodes. So I'm excited to see what I learn in the future.
Well, what I want to, one thing first off, am I clear now? Like, because when I was on my other phone, y'all was complaining about my voice.
You're a little bit better, but it's still a little.
I think it's a lot better. I think you're a
Yeah,
lot better.
better.
It will be able to maintain.
Yeah, it's a lot better. We can hear him a lot better now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear better.
But based off of what was been said in this little bit, because I forgot what I was going to say at first. But I mean, like I said, that's how. Well, I don't call it evolution. I call it selective adaptation, because that's what the original theory was called. And the way selective adaptation works is through those millions of genetic mutations over time. That's how it works.
Right.
So to just discard the millions of mutations that happen in a birth is you would have to discard those phenotypes that come through migration.
And that's crazy.
That's correct. And you would have to propagate, like he's saying, that I can take a person that isn't affected by admixture. You'd have to prove that. Yeah. That doesn't make sense with like you said, with the migrations, with how human populations work, to say that you can take a human population that is unequivocally black or white. You cannot.
He can't do that. And then real quick, because when they're talking about the back migrations, these are migrations that are happening over thousands of years, right? Also, when you're talking about, you say white, I'm immediately thinking, okay, what if I showed you a blonde hair, green eyes, Berber, Amazi, Libyan? Would you like? They would qualify to what you're saying as a white person, but it's like that's why these racial categories don't. These modern racial categories that you keep trying to put on these people, it don't really fit. And I think that this conversation is going to just keep going circular because I I, I
No,
just I just
it's not going to keep going in circle. I'm just trying to get you to understand what I'm saying, and I think
I
you keep.
understand what you're saying.
You don't understand what I'm
bro.
saying. So
We
just because you
understand
have
how you
because you have
understand it,
some of
bro.
those attributes doesn't make you white.
Can I hear him
bro.
say it one more time so that way maybe I could try to correct him? Because I am familiar with this subject. It's not like I don't want to debate though, so I'll give a
No, it's not a
response and
debate.
then he can. I'll give a response after I hear you explain your line of thinking, and then you can go ahead and address the rest of the panel because I don't want
Yeah.
you to address me if you don't agree. Go
No,
ahead, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to say this, right? Without the anthropology and the location stuff, like, take location out of it. The attributes, for example, I'm just giving an example of attributes that we
The
understand.
attributes come from the location, though.
Hey,
You can't.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm
My
trying to
bad.
trying to understand
My
where the
bad.
error in his thinking is, but if I don't give him the floor, I can't figure it out.
So what I'm saying is I'm denying that. I'm denying that the environment gives you those attributes, right? I'll get to that before I close real quick. But what I'm saying, the general concept is that certain attributes belong to certain groups of people, and we just biologists happen to call the word race, just like they did with birds, dogs, cats, and other animals, right? So these attributes are not found in other similar groups. That unless there's admixture, you will never have a black person with blonde hair or blue eyes. So the fact that his example was, if I find a black person or Asian person with blue eyes, that means they're white. No, it doesn't. It means that they have white ancestry.
That's not true.
It doesn't make
them.
It doesn't make them.
Now I see what's going on.
That's not true, Roches.
Let me get at him. We already know it's not true. Everybody's been telling him that for 10 minutes.
Okay, but so what's the
now I was trying to give him the floor so I could see where the error was, so that way I can try to do some correction. Maybe if I can get the floor, you will understand that blonde hair and blue eyes are not white traits. Is that what you called them? And I don't want to misquote you.
Yeah, they are classified as white traits.
Okay.
Without being mixed with white ancestry, you will never have it.
Okay, and you don't have to. Okay, let's just stop right there, though. And I want to stay right there. First, evolutionary biologists don't use the term white. It is not a term that they use. And they will tell you that you're in error for even trying to adjust the subject with that nomenclature. So that's the first thing that you're in error. When you're talking DNA, it's not white, black. That's not how blood goes, bro. And unfortunately, what I want you to understand is that blonde hair and blue eyes are African traits. These originated in Africa, and it wasn't by white people. So that's the first thing. And we can see this example as we see people with vitamin D deficiency, like the different Malaysians that have blonde hair, some with blue eyes. And it's not admixture. It is a mutation on the gene.
Exactly.
And it's not necessarily, one more thing. I don't want to get distracted or he said that it's the environmental. It's not necessarily always the environmental, the external. Sometimes it's internal things like diet, etc., that contribute to the lightening of skin and things of this nature, the genetic mutation that goes on the gene per se. Exactly, for me to be specific. And again, we attribute this to white or European. Blonde hair and blue eyes are African traits. They originated in Africa. They start in Africa. They started with Africans. And you need to, same way that I see you correct people on logic is the same way I'm trying to correct you right now. You just have a few of your concepts out of order. And I did for a long time too, until I just started studying some basic stuff. It's not that you have to agree with what's being taught, but at least know it so that way you can know where to disagree. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Can I just give one last thing?
Hold
Because
on,
the only
Roches.
the only
Can I say something real quick, A1?
Go. Go ahead.
because we've been Roy Chess. So yeah, that's all I was saying. Like, I didn't want to hear it because we done already heard his point and what he was saying. He said that they came from the Europeans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So once he said that right there, I know that he was dealing with his own logic. You understand?
We got to
what I'm
figure
saying?
out a way to
Because
let him land his plane and move on. No, the cutting people off.
Oh,
is
I mean,
like,
but
And then
A1,
you can
if you
share
sat
my
back and
screen
watched,
too,
bro,
babe.
I let him talk. I let him talk most times before. I don't pretty much don't say that. And like,
Well, I don't plan on staying on this all night.
repeat yourself. Oh, see, just stop, bro. Please.
I'm not trying to be on this all night, OTK.
No,
I'm
man,
ready to
chill
get
out,
over.
bro. Chill out. You didn't have.
You're coming in
Go
broken.
ahead. Go ahead, Roy. Go ahead,
But you're
Roy.
coming in broken also, by the way. But I was just gonna land with this. The reason why I deny
This man,
environmental
boy, I'm gonna do the same when you do a show. I'm gonna do the same now. Remember that.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Remember that. Do this.
I'm gonna let you get a little bit of it off too. I'm gonna let you get a little bit of it off.
I don't get bro.
I'm gonna let you get a little bit of it off.
That's on my grandmama.
But I can't hear you, OTK. You're coming in broken though. Seriously, I can't understand everything you said.
We about to let you get the floor and land your plane, and then we are gonna pass it around now.
Yeah. This is it. The only reason why I reject the location thing is that if you're talking about mutations, it should work both directions. That if I reverse the mutation process, if I send Asian people to Africa for thousands and thousands of years, will they turn black? So if you say no, then we have a problem, because mutations can work either direction. You would have to show me that the mutations only work one direction, right? So that's the problem with this theory that anthropologists have and that you guys are using. So I mean, I'll leave there.
Anthropologists or evolutionary biologists?
Yeah,
I didn't reference anthropology or an anthropologist.
It's not evolutionary biology. It's
my bad. I caught myself debating. Let me check myself. You got it, Roy Chess. Whatever you say.
No, it's race theory. It's not evolutionary biology.
It is, man, because he's talking about a race thing. But biology is just the study of life. So now let's throw race in. It is evolutionary biology. You absolutely correct, A1. And I was just waiting.
I know I'm correct, but here's the thing: I can let people be wrong. I don't want him to keep going, so I want to let him land his plane. I'm going to shut up,
let him,
and then I'm going to pass it to you or Dulcinea because I don't have a point. I know what I know, and when he catches up in 2 or 3 months, he'll be like, "Man, you know what? I fucking read this article, man. He was right."
I landed already,
and it'll be okay.
And I do want to say, if you do place Asians in a place that is experiencing a high level of UV rays that they have to protect themselves from, the thousands of years they are going to adapt a darker pigmentation to survive. They have to.
But what about the other traits, not just the skin?
Hold on. Do you know that the original Japanese people are not?
Oh yeah. I know they're already dark. I know they're dark skinned. And
I'm talking to Roy Chess.
Well, it's not just about the skin color. You keep focusing on skin color.
Okay,
what about the eye, the shape of the eyes, the bone structure, not just the skin.
All that. Those people that you see today. Those people that you see today are not the original Japanese people. You know that, right?
They don't even have a distinctive eye shape. Like, if you're going by your race theory, it would be saying yellow people have this one eye shape. They don't. They have. They're like, there's no distinctive thing about it. So that's why I want to read this part to you. And this is from, just to let you know, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists. So they're not throwing away biology to just say we're just anthropology. These people are basing anthropology on biology. So here where they talk about genomic variation. Humans share the vast majority, 99.9% of our DNA. Individuals, nevertheless, exhibit substantial genetic and phenotypic variability, including individuals in the same community. So see, they're saying that this group can be a group that is just dealing with each other and sleeping with each other and having babies with each other, but still the variation of their genetic and phenotypic genomes can be vast, even though it's the same community. No group of people is, in the millions, exactly. No group of people is or ever has been biologically homogeneous or pure. So no group of people have. Furthermore, human populations are not and never have been biologically discrete, isolated, or static. Socially defined racial categories do not map precisely onto genetic patterns of our species. So we go down. I don't know if they talk about the blonde hair, blue eyes, but they start talking about the diversity that is amongst the African people.
Yeah, and that epileptic
shout out
fold
to
that
the
you're talking.
research and the study group, man. Shout out to the research and the study group, man. We really undefeated.
That epidemic fold that the sister's talking about is definitely an African phenotype, but we do see it more familiar with the Asians. So, but I mean more synonymous with them. But the Khoi is a good example of that original epileptic slanted folded eye.
Hold on. Just a statement.
Beginning of the Khoisan? Is the Khoi the beginning of the Khoisan, or the Khoi came out of the Khoisan?
They're two different groups. I'm for sure. I'm not for sure. I think one of them is AOO.
Okay, the name just so close. I'm just asking to see if they had any relation. I was just asking.
Yeah, they do.
To see
They do.
if they had
do.
any relation.
Hear me out,
of course.
Hear me out, bro. To say that all Asians have this kinky eye or whatever the case may be thing, or their eyes or whatever, their face, whatever the case may be, that's totally like ignoring years of history of the Persians, and that's like it. Not only that, but geography, which is India. India is in Asia. Hold on, India is in Asia. The Middle East is in Asia. You feel me? That's like totally just taking a part of Asia and saying this is what Asia is.
So it was like the back. If you look at I think it's the pecan man. Look at that study, and that'll kind of help you out with what you're kind of looking for. The pecan man, and it's like it's the out of Africa theory to where they went homo.
The pecan man is spelled P-E-P-E-P-A-C-A-N.
No, pecan is P-E-K-I-N.
K-I-N. Okay. See, that's why I asked you. See, pecan, we spell it P-E-C-C-A-N.
Yeah, you from down south.
So
I'm from the Midwest, so we speak a little different.
That mean a lot.
Is this what Roy Chess was asking? Do you have to be mixed with white to have blue eyes and blonde hair?
What?
And the short answer is no.
Yeah, that's gonna kill him, man. Like
you do not have to be mixed with white ancestry to have blue eyes or blonde hair. Let's look into this. I already have sources on this and a presentation, but let's get into it. How traits like blue eyes and blonde hair work. These features come from genetics, not race labels. Blue eyes are mainly linked to variations near a gene called OCA2. Blonde hair is influenced by multiple genes affecting melanin production. Both traits happen when the body produces less melanin. Can non-white populations have these traits? Yes, naturally. Some African populations, especially those in Melanesia, which I definitely just referenced when I was trying to explain this to you, though not Africa. Similar genetics. Where it says some African populations have naturally blonde hair due to different gene mutations. It's a gene mutation. It has nothing to do with your race. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you. People who don't have any white ancestry have blonde hair and blue eyes right now on the continent of Africa. This trait can exist in any population if the right genes are present in any population, this can happen.
Right.
So it's
Right.
not something that's just, this is not a European trait.
Yeah, the human trait.
Same
No.
way that we can have blonde hair and blue eyes, you can have albinism, you can have
Yeah,
these mutations affect any race.
yeah,
And
the human.
we try to
It's
attribute them
just
to
a
a
human
race,
trait.
not
It's a
realizing they
human
happen
trait.
to any race.
Yeah,
So
it's
we
a,
try to say anybody with the
Right.
mutation must be this race. No, this mutation happens to anybody of any race.
Right.
You just only happen to see a whole bunch of white folks with them. It just,
Facts.
the more red
Facts.
you are, or the more well traveled you are, this would already be dispelled.
it just goes to show his mind
Fact.
state is all.
I'm not tripping on him because
Facts.
he knows a lot about a lot of stuff. It's just
I'm not
everybody can't
willing to
be
die on
It
this
top
just
hill.
goes to show
scholar
his
on
outlook on,
everything.
on
Yeah,
things.
I'm not
That's
willing
all.
to die on this hill, folks. I
Yeah.
could take
and it's
correction, man.
okay.
I could take correction. I'm not pushing this like my life is
That's
on the
good.
line.
I'm glad that you were able, so we can move on because
That's why I
Yeah,
wanted to slow you
Yeah.
down.
Hey.
So that way,
I
because
never.
if we slow
Right.
it
I'm glad
down, people
for
can
this.
see where they're
I'm
wrong,
glad that
maybe
you
learn
pointed this out.
something. It says,
Right.
So,
so
Right.
why
okay.
are they more common in Europeans? These traits became common in Europeans due to genetic drift and environmental adaptation, like lower sunlight.
Big facts.
I
Big
mean,
facts.
So
So
it
just like I
became more
said
common. Go ahead, I'm
earlier,
sorry.
right. No. I'm
and
agreeing
A1,
with you,
and A1,
A1.
not
So
more
when he
common
was
to
talking about
Europeans.
attributes,
Hold on.
hold
Yeah,
on,
we're
King
gonna go
J.
over that,
Hold on,
King J,
King J.
right next. We're gonna go
Okay,
over that.
okay.
Yeah. Yep. King J, you could go in right after me. So A1, what I was saying earlier, what King J was like, he agreed because he was calling it attributes. I was saying, no, bro, those are genes expressions. They're not attributes. Attributes is something you attribute along down the way of growing up and stuff like that. But when you dealing with genes, bro, your genes can express in different ways. So say science. You know what I mean? Your genes can express in different ways. So once we have that understanding, blonde hair and blue eyes is not an attribute, it's a gene expression. And now that you brought that up, it's showing that can happen all over the world, or what we know as the world during the time of
And
gene
not
expression at
and
that
not
point.
and not only that, OTK. Not only is it a gene expression, it's a survival need. It's a survival
Big
need.
facts.
They,
Big
Exactly. It's
facts.
like it's an
Big facts.
adaptation, like
adaptation.
that
Adaptation.
was saying, but it's an
Right.
adaptation that ends up being in gene expression. But I do want you to
Right.
still
Right.
maintain and be
I
a part
called
of
it
this.
out.
So I do want
Mhm.
to ask you a question because I do like parts of your approach. I do think we should have our own scientists that are separating the anthropology, at least at first, to just study the biology so we can come up with a better map, if you will, of human populations. But my process is that we should they started big. They started with saying there can be 5 races of people for the whole human population. I think we should start small. We should start with small human populations or just communities, build on those genomes as far as to understand biology and then grow bigger. But what is your thought process of that?
Big
Well,
facts.
thank you for bringing this up because some of this I was not familiar with. Like I said, I'm not here to argue and stuff like that. I'm not willing to die on the hill. I could take correction, no problem. Far as the mapping as you're talking about, if this is true, then yeah, it would take a long time to do that. But I guess that's what you need databases for. I mean, this could be put into a database, and I'm sure they probably might be doing that already if they're not already. But I think you would need some kind of quantum computing to do it because it's so big. But I like that idea. I think that if you start with small and then you go on, but it would take a long time though.
And let me read this slide to you. This is from my debate presentation because
Shout out to Roy Chess, man. Shout out to Roy Chess, man.
And
That's
this
my
is what
brother,
happens
man.
when I be trying to stop people from like cutting people off and shutting them down, is because I'm thinking I know what happened spiritually on the inside because he wasn't lying. He genuinely believed what he was saying. So to not explain it to somebody who's confused is like, I don't know. It's like a beast trapped inside of a motherfucker. I'm not about to shut up. Like, I see why he be going off sometimes because it's like, well,
Facts.
explain it
Facts.
to me. Can you
Facts.
make it make sense to me? I'm here to learn. Like, and you're just like,
Facts.
no, nigga, we done listening to you. Like that, it doesn't work like
Right.
that.
Facts.
Spiritually,
Facts.
he's going to keep
Facts.
wanting to rebel and keep wanting to freaking nut up. So
Right.
I'd rather just slow it down and explain it to him. The
I
fallacy happens
appreciate you for that,
because
man.
the fallacy happens because people confuse appearance with ancestry, which is what Roy Chess was just doing. He keeps confusing white skin or blonde hair and blue eyes with white. And that's a scientific fallacy. I was debating Suave. I said what I want Suave in the audience to know is albino often appear in extreme. Okay, well, this is just totally different, but that's the fallacy that he's committing. And King J said something about, you wanted to comment on genetic drift? Because I'm gonna go to the slide on that if you wanted to touch on.
No, because it's really overkill at this point. You know what I'm saying? We
teaching them though. We teaching them.
So for sure. Yeah, I was gonna talk up a little bit about the vitamin D and folate, and how melanin. The further you move it away from the equator, melatonin may be a liability to you.
This is the slide for that.
Okay, for
Facts.
sure.
Nature. So nature played a major impact on everything. And that's what we all about. When we say we spiritual on a nature aspect. When we say we American Indians, it's because we don't need people to really explain what's going on. We know how to predict weather and know what's going on.
This slide right here says ancestral dark skin evolved in high UV environments, so closer to the equator. Early humans living near the equator had dark, high melanated skin. The dark skin protected folate, a vitamin sensitive to UV damage. Okay. It's funny because Suave tried to say, when I said that the people who are lighter develop this skin so that way they can better adapt to where they were, he tried to say, so you say they're superior? I'm like, superior is subjective and it depends on where you are, because dark skin is superior near the equator. So why are you just trying to flip it to one side?
There is no such thing as an advantageous gene.
Exactly. That's not how natural selection even works. So dark skin is superior near the equator. It is not superior in environments where there's low sunlight.
Right. In the cold region.
Yeah, these people adapted so that way they can better survive. This is the second red one, reads, as humans moved to low UV environments, when people migrated to higher latitudes with less UV radiation, the intense UV protection offered by dark skin became disadvantageous for vitamin D synthesis. So that dark skin was blocking the sun and they wasn't getting a lot of it. So natural selection naturally lighten them. I can't go one winter without getting light. I'll be dark as OTK. I'm gonna be dark as OTK by August. I promise you.
Big facts. And I'm next to the equator. I'm in the tropics in South Carolina.
Yeah, but right now I ain't Chris Brown, but I'm light right now. Like I'm not.
I'm gonna get darker than this, bro. So you will never catch me because I work outside.
So if that happens in one season, imagine what happens over 10,000 years.
It's big facts. And every year, dog, you don't get all your lightness back when it colding up or whatever like that. You get a shade of it back, but you don't never go back to your original lightness.
If you don't hit back by the equator for a whole season, you're not getting it back. You're just gonna stay a light person. I'm just gonna continue to get lighter.
Big facts. Big facts.
I'm not gonna get darker unless I go where it's hot for the summer.
Big facts.
But this is what we were trying to explain. I don't know how this tied in.
Go
like
to
you said, it was
number
kind of
three, bro.
overkill because it was, it's another sub point to his main point that he was pushing.
I just want
It should
to
better help him understand why things are where they are and why a lot of you see these traits in a lot of people. It's not,
and then real quick.
Hold on, real quick. Let me say something real quick.
I got you the back. I got you.
that he didn't know. So I don't want y'all to look at it as because he didn't know. He wasn't privy to this information that you brought up. So right now, bro, don't look at it as an overkill, like you say. Look at it at like an enlightenment moment. You know what I mean? For real, bro. Look at it that way. Don't look at it as like an overkill, man, because Roy Chester's a good brother. He wasn't privy to what we privy to, and that just goes to show you that in 2026, not everybody is privy to what we are privy to, or certain people are privy to, bro. That's just how we got to look at it, and we got to accept it.
Bring a presentation on. That's crazy.
Right?
I'm not supposed to be up here doing
That's
this.
weird. That's weird. You brought a presentation.
I'm not supposed to be doing this.
Right. And I
No,
want
it's
you to
helpful.
finish with number 3,
It's helpful.
number 4. You know what I mean? And then give Roy a chance to respond to this, man.
He's breaking up again.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Going robotic.
Yeah.
All that you got to include all of that. And
all,
then
I
once
was,
again,
all I was saying is like like to try to say that this is a European trait is to ignore the years, the history of selective adaptation and migration and the mutations, phenotypical and all that, like, and like, I mean, it would be like, you know, I mean, I'm going back to I'm gonna go to religion because this is a good example. It'd be like saying the white man invented and God. You feel me? You're giving that would be ignoring the Islamic golden age. That would be ignoring like, you know what I mean? The history of everybody that came from the Levant. Like, really, you feel me?
Yeah. I don't want you to take this religion, bro, because if
No, I just wanted to use that real quick.
I know, bro, but I don't want you to take this show to religious talk because if you dig into the religious talk, bro, the religious is the reason why North America is the way it is today. So I don't want to get into that. I dig into that a little later, bro. You know what I mean?
DJ, can I say something to him about something he brought up?
Go ahead, Dosey.
Brought up the pecan man.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say to it of like, I definitely, part of me wants to dig into the anthropology, and I love it how it was showing like this skull from 1.5 million years ago and give it that different aspect of, wait, now we have to question the out of Africa. But what I don't like is how they propagate our ideas of human evolution on it. So they always make this human-like skull, because it's always a human-like skull, and then they attach like an ape-looking person to it because they're trying to convince that they're primates. And I don't accept that. I don't accept that that's what was really going on. I think humans existed way longer than what they are telling us, obviously.
I agree with that. But real quick, because we haven't, hold on, okay, real quick.
We trying to tell y'all that y'all ain't come from apes. We think y'all always was humans and y'all always was man and woman. Dog, we don't think y'all come from apes. Now we over here in North America. Now we in America. But we telling y'all over there in Africa with y'all evolution theory that came from over there. We don't believe that story. So if y'all believe that story, that's up to y'all. But we don't believe that.
But real quick, I just want to touch on it real quick. We haven't had a chance to mention it. We talked about the migration.
Only you next, Oli.
And geography, but we didn't get a chance to talk about like actual diet, right? And even something that's just as simple as coming from into the Neolithic period, as far as like domestication, transitioning from hunter gatherers to domestication. I would assume that hunter gatherers would be more probably taller than a domesticated person. We can even see that in the Boss Taurus, right? Even in the domestication of that, with domestication we see smaller animals, right? So I would say hunter gatherers, we were taller, probably thicker. As we domesticated, switching our diet from less protein to more wheat, we probably would become shorter.
About the Americas or over there, King
Well, just
J?
diet period. Just diet period.
He's saying
Even
everywhere.
yeah, even looking at
Everywhere. Okay.
looking at the polar bear for an example, we would look at
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
like
yeah. You good, bro.
why
You
does the
good, bro.
polar bear have the black skin? Well, because it has a high diet of vitamin D, right? It eats a lot of fish. You know what I'm saying? So even though it's in a colder environment, because it eats a lot of fish, it kind of counteracts, and it still has a black skin, right? Once you shave that polar bear skin, it's still black. But
I'm gonna have to fact check that later. I ain't gonna mess with
yeah,
you.
fact check
He has
Listen,
a point
one
because
thing I
we
know
can
about King
the
J,
time where there was
King
way
J
more
ain't gonna
giants.
say something that he ain't done study. One thing I know
Yeah,
about King
yeah,
J,
diet
he's not
is a
gonna
big
say
part.
nothing he ain't done study.
Don't give that boy too much credit, man.
Yeah, diet is.
I want to say
I
this.
respect that.
This might not.
Yeah, diet is a big part of it. So you want to it kind of balances with migration. So
All right, so let me
I want
ask
to say
you
this
this,
real
King
quick.
J.
I want to
Let
just
me
say
ask
this
you
one
this,
thing real
King
quick.
J. King J, let me ask you this though. So when you talking about dieting, was when I know you familiar with American history. You know what I mean? I know you are, man. You well rounded. Now, when you dealing with American history, was we already agricultural over here?
I would say you were in a hunter gatherer period. It depends on where you're talking about, because you seem to be in the plains to be more hunter gatherer. I would say
Listen, I don't doubt that, because even though you got a society that high over,
yeah, it
you
depends on
still
the
need
study.
people out there killing the meat and bringing it in. Yeah. So I'm not talking about that.
The
I'm just saying
Mississippian
though,
culture would be.
Mississippian culture is like more like mound building,
Mound builders, yeah, Cahokian.
too. Yeah. You know, well, you're dealing with the Cahokians, you dealing with, that's when they've been going up north to Illinois,
Right, for
up
sure.
in that area from the Mississippi region.
When
So
they
you're
come down
talking
to
about a
Mississippi.
travel session right there. Yeah. That's when you see that culture going other places. There
Yep.
you go. You seeing that culture going other places. So on the southeast over here, we had a different type of culture also too. We was building the Santee Mounds, that's like 30 minutes away from me. I even got a short on a mound that I saw because these construction workers couldn't destroy it. And when I found out, they say it wasn't no dump or none of that, because you got to check some mounds because they might make it a dump and then it start growing grass. But no, they couldn't build no business over that. So that's what I did a show on. Like, oh, I might have found a Somerville Indian Etowah mound. You understand what I'm saying? So these people are some of the people that came from out of South Carolina and started going other places, what we call Somerville and Bones Corner today. You know what I mean? After they came into Goose Creek. So what you know what I mean? What I'm saying is that we already had a high agriculture system here and dealing with nature.
So what do you think of that diet would have been? It would have probably been consisted of a lot of maize, right? A lot of corn, a lot of beans.
It would have been a mixture of things during the time of the season. You know what I mean? You eat certain
a lot of
days
maize
during the
for
time
sure.
of the season. Yeah, just like now. But see, corn don't grow year round.
Of course not.
You feel me? So you don't
Right.
eat maize year round.
Mm-hmm,
You
mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
So we
And then
can
the
say
other
that
thing
diet
is
was
that you
high in
turn the
fiber.
other things. Yeah, you got yes,
Mm-hmm.
man. We did have meat, but you know what I mean. We had a balanced diet over here, man. Like you understand what I'm saying? I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying nobody else didn't have no balanced diet either, but I'm just telling you over here we had a balanced diet also.
Mm-hmm.
And
Since
improving.
you brought up diet, I just want to say this real quick thing. A lot of people.
Yeah, it's
What?
on Oli, man. Hold on, go Oli. Go ahead, Oli.
Go ahead. My bad, Oli.
You just gotta jump in, Oli. You don't gotta. Go ahead, Oli. It's on you. I keep calling him Oli. I'm calling you Quantum from now on. Go ahead, Quantum.
Shout out to that brother. That's
Maybe
my
his
other
mic
brother.
must be messed up. So you muted, Quantum.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
My bad. Dang, I'm peace to the panel, man. OTK, thanks for bringing your sis through. Y'all dropped some good knowledge. What's up with it? A1 the boss. You know how you do, the hardest working man. King J, Roy Chess, skeptic. But what's up, Debate? I want to say, man, you know what I'm saying? It's your boy Oli, man, the only logical explanation for existence. If I seem like I was interrupting a little bit too much, I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying? You can blame that on my bloodline. You know, my mama, she from North America line, you know, she from the Great Horned Eagle and mixed with Harpy Eagle. So that's why my eyes look like this. Roy Chess, you know, eyes can mix like that. And then my daddy, he on the peacock side. So that's why my feathers kind of, you know what I'm saying? No, but all jokes aside though, man, for real. When we talking about the things that we talking about, you know, I did.
You got water running in the background.
Oh, it's raining outside. My bad.
I know you close. Go ahead.
Okay, my bad. When I deal in stuff, I deal in patterns and coherence and what survives scrutiny. So when I hear people talking about things like identity and race and anthropology and who belongs to what land, I listen for two things: what's being repeated and what seems to be hidden. And what she read matters to me because it shows kind of what I found in my studies, that the modern race categories, they ain't like some type of eternal biological truth. They late labels that came with systems, with late classification and reclassification of, to me, what seems to be prisoners of war over here, with our identity stripped and put in a system that knocks us off. If they bring some Nigerians over here when they first come and mix them with the communities, and then they take some of us over there and they mix them, then they can say we all have the same bloodline and mixes. And that's what kind of what she was talking about, I believe, on the classification. And that fits the way I already look at things, because in my view, people existed, moved, mixed, fought, built, suffered, and survived long before modern categories got stamped onto us. So when I talk about North America, I'm talking about stories that I've heard from right here in the middle of the map in Oklahoma, why the land run came, why they stopped slavery right there and then took the rest of it like they did. We got stories about the Mongolians and the people that call themselves Native American Indians, and we got the stories of how the Europeans turned their back on all of them, enslaved them all, and took over the land, like we know. Now, these are stories that's within a population that's been hidden. So when she was saying that those associations was claiming that or telling the truth about what they was doing, and that they was using some type of authoritarian view to say that they experts just to wash out stories that we've been told. And OTK a few weeks back got into a discussion and a dispute with somebody about how people's grandmas, Indians and stuff, and people, how you gonna believe your grandma and stuff like that? Because these stories are what they tell us, because this is really what they lived. And even though it's been cut off and we get stories and systems taught in school, this is the way that you should suppose that it's gonna be if a people I ain't gonna say enslave people. If they take those people as prisoners of war and enforce everything from government to religion upon these people, culture and everything, this is what you're gonna see. And so we have to look at those and understand that those markers that they see in those biological things, they're telling it right there that they're not all that is mapped out to be. So peace to the what y'all call American Black Indians, or what y'all call, I call us golden brown Americans. So peace to my golden brown Americans who've been here before the slavery and here after we endured like Job endured, man. We here.
Yeah. And listen,
Yeah,
hey, yo,
peace to
I
you
only,
too.
man, and you already know, man, I told people, I don't come here trying to tell people who they are. All I'm telling you is, no, how can you go over somebody telling you a book story over what your grandmama telling you, knowing damn well you're not going to go to your grandma and be like, yo, grandmama, you lying. You're not going to do that, bro.
Incoherent.
You understand what I'm saying? So if you might not find it, but you know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. You do your own genealogy and your own research. Not everybody is the same. So we're not saying that everybody is of this, but find yourself in the story. So if you is from Africa, bro, find yourself in the story. Believe it or not, when you do your genealogy, you will trace exactly what ship, if they came on a ship, or what port they came through. You'll be able to trace that, because one thing about South Carolina, it was heavily documented.
And I just wanted to say something really quick to
Go ahead,
Oli.
Dulcie.
Shout out to you as far as coming up here and what you had said. I wanted to compare, because I feel like we're talking about DNA tonight, but I feel like this is the entire education system that we really need to take a hard look at and really break the facts away from the fiction and come up with different things. Because one thing that they said, like you were saying, they tell us that people didn't travel until modern times, that people would have to deal with the classicism, not that they just wanted to see what's over there on the island or anything, that human nature didn't exist in the past. And I think all those things of this subjective thought that they place on what they find, like, oh, they had to leave abruptly, or they find a children's cemetery and say, oh, that's because they were sacrificing the children to the gods. I think all that we really need to really question, okay, how did they come up with that conclusion? Because a lot of the times they just add their conclusion based on their preconceived notions. It has to be this way, because it can't be that they're more advanced than we thought that they were.
And big facts. And let me also
What I wanted to say,
also put this out there too. If anybody know who David Atlas is, he's one of the co-authors of the Slave Voyages, where everybody in the transatlantic slave trade get their slave narrative from. My sister right here interviewed him. All right. So I'm just telling you, this sister right here really does her homework, her research, and all of that. And if she don't know, she'll tell you, yo, I will look into that. And that's one thing about us, dog. If we don't know, we gonna tell you, bro, we'll look into that. I haven't came across that yet. We don't believe in just speaking in absolutes unless we got absolute information about it that can really substantiate our claim. So shout out to my sister Dulcinea. You know what I'm talking about, for real. A real fight out here.
So back in the colonial times, they considered this is how they justified colonialism, was that any country that was not under their form of Christianity was considered terra nullius, no man's land. That's why they come up with this godless people. They're doing all this
What you
because
talking about? What area are you talking about, bro? And what time frame are you talking about?
I
One thing
said
when we
during
dealing with
colonial time.
America, no. One thing when we deal about America, bro, and you're gonna have to understand when you dealing with us, you got to give us a time period because we don't convolute history when you're dealing
Colonial
with
time.
America, bro. Colonial times, what of colonial time? Because not all times was colonial, bro.
1400s, 1500s.
All right, you only
Yeah.
so how many colonies did you have in 1400s in America? Go ahead. In North America.
No, I was talking about and all the colonial things that they did back then, not just to America, also to the Philippines, to India, to who else? China.
See, that's the thing, man. See, one thing we don't do, we don't convolute history. We don't convolute it, bro. We don't talk history on top of history.
I'm not convoluting history.
We dealing with
this is a fact, and you can research it if you want to.
We're not talking about nobody else but America's right now, bro.
Well, we gonna always.
It doesn't change the fact.
We're gonna have a problem with him because of the 1500s, the dark ages, and that's the only place he can start after that to have any intelligible history.
Exactly, bro. The Dark Ages actually started like the early 1400s. You know what I'm saying, with the plague and all of that in Europe.
Yes, the Dark
Ages. We know
Ages.
these things. You absolutely correct, Oli.
The Dark Ages.
You know what I mean?
The Dark Ages is actually the Islamic Golden Age.
They don't know nothing about America at this time, bro.
Right.
All right, then. So we are talking about America right now.
Okay.
Nobody else.
But still, that doesn't change the fact that America was considered terra nullius. No man's land, because they didn't have.
What does terra nullius mean, bro?
Terra nullius means no man's land. I just told it. I said it like 15 times.
All that
You're not getting that?
No,
all that means
terra nullius mean no man's land.
All that means is that the people who made the
land. It means
new land.
It's like a new
right. Nova is new. Terra is land.
I said nullis, terra nullis, not nova.
Come on,
nullis.
Nah,
well, let me make an assumption. Let me make an assumption real quick. Hold on, let me make an assumption.
¿Tú la hablas la español, mi hermano? ¿Tú hablas la español o tú la French, tú la Dutch, tú la hablas any todo la Latino la lengua? ¿Tú?
Yo hablo español. But what does that have? What point are you trying to make?
So therefore, how can he translate?
I don't know what the fuck you just said, so I'm keeping.
He asked you, do you speak French? Do you speak Spanish? Do you speak? That's what I was asking. Like, where you going?
I speak a little bit of French, not too good. I don't even know what I was taught up to a young age when my grandmother was alive.
Hey, listen, man. The church doors is always open. Come on to the altar.
How many languages you speak? OTK?
I think it is a lot of. I was just gonna say, I think there's a lot of propaganda about what they knew, what they didn't know, what they said. So I think you might be getting that from a 20th to 21st century source. I wouldn't stand by that, brother. I don't even say that they only found out about us after the 1500s. I think there was a point that the world knew about each other, period. But we know. And that ancient culture, society, technology shows that it was far, far more advanced than what they're trying to say that it was, because they're trying to say that they're the most advanced people to come and everything like that. So we know a lot of this is propaganda to prove their point. But what I would say is that we need to look into that, especially find a primary that says that, because a lot of the times they give us a lot of propaganda, and I don't know of a place. How could this be no man's land when the Columbian Exchange was all about taking food from here and putting it around the world? If there was food here, there's agriculture here. If there's agriculture, there's people.
Big fact.
Okay,
Hey,
so
sis,
it's not.
We know, and
sis,
we know
and
that
when you
So
talk
hear me out.
about
Hear
food,
me out. No
sis, and
man's
when you
land
talk
does not.
about food, sis, hold on. And when you talk about food, sis, how many is recorded from what they're saying now? How many actual foods did we take over there?
we took the whole Milpa planting system over there.
Right, Ollie.
I want to say I
Those
don't even
names.
know the number it is. I think it's over 40,000, right? They said or over
Oh,
60,000.
damn. You know what, Dosey? I don't even want to go that high because that might scare them because they research not that vast. So let me just stick with the basics that they might find and deal with like 600
Okay, yeah.
other foods.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the main
I'm gonna take.
things. When you give pizza to the Italians, you gotta talk about how tomatoes are indigenous to the Americas. When they
Right,
give
right,
the corn maize that is making their salsa and different firm textures that they're eating in Africa, you gotta give
right.
corn to the Americas.
Corn, maize, and
So
squash.
yeah,
Yeah.
and even
And
the
not only
cassava,
that,
which
man,
fruit
you
food,
gotta
you
give the
gotta give that to the
coca, you gotta
Americas.
get a cocaine to America too, because they found
Oh
that
yeah,
in the
definitely.
pharaohs
Okay.
Please,
So
definitely.
and the mummies, man. Shout out to the cocaine, man.
all right.
You
Can
know
I,
what
So
I
hear
can I
me
mean?
say
out. Hear
Hey,
something?
me out,
man.
bro.
Can I say something real quick before you go again, Tibet? Just something real quick, something to think about. If you think about the people who drew that map and they got something that's called no man's land, that just means that no man that they know has been to that land. We know that it was already people here. We know that there's the Silk Road going on. We know that America was the indigenous Americans over here, the real ones, that was trading horses with China. This is how China and the modern horse was breeding that right over there. We was breeding the horses over there, was trading with the Silk Road, got hold and got wind of the land of milk and honey, which is what we had over here. We was taking the Milpa plant system over there. If you look at some of them artifacts that they have over there, they have I think it's supposed to be one of the Anunnaki gods picking a pine cone off of a pine cone. That's not what it is. It ain't a pine cone. That's actually a maize plant. It shows the Milpa planting system that we took over there to make Kemet. Kemet is actually dark soil that is made, and the reason the soil is dark over there is because of the Milpa plant system that we took over there. Now that's in my whole system. I ain't gonna even go that deep right now, but that's just something to think about.
Ali, a lot of my peoples say that same thing. You feel me? But you know what I do, bro? I leave that field of research for them and I let them teach me that field of research. You feel me? Because my strength is on another level. You feel me? So we
That's how
learn from
mine.
each other like that. Like that's your strength with that, bro. Because Dosa will tell you, man, we got a lot of people that say that, man, and they even got a book out that showed that how we going over there and colonize them.
They took out a lot of the history. A bunch of it is this. It's something that happened in the 1500s in Nuremberg, Germany. You look up the event that happened in Nuremberg, Germany, and then you'll find out where technologies came from, what they trying to hide. It's a whole bunch of stuff but we were definitely here. If you look at and this just
Nuremberg, Germany, 1500s. That would be a meeting with your
1500s
Ashkenazi Jews, like
Nuremberg,
from Russia area. That would be your Ashkenazi Jews meeting
what do
up
it say
with
happened in the sky? Look, what do it say happened in the sky? It was an
Okay.
event that happened in the sky.
Okay.
See
I'm
Nuremberg,
gonna look
Germany.
that up.
What
I'm gonna look that up.
maybe it was 1516 or something like that, but I know it was the 1500s for sure.
And that's when they seen that northern shit with the highlights in the ground. I got you. I'm a dig deeper into that, bro. Appreciate that.
Look, they knocked off some history for a reason, and once they had to be here on this place, they had to take over a planet. It takes a long time to take over a planet. Even if you come with technology from the place, you don't have the right materials to make that technology, so you just gonna be using that technology until you got enough, until you find the materials to bring that technology back into existence. The people of these systems that are imposed upon people are the same people that'll be running those systems. When you talk about words like, well, no, we ain't gonna even go there. We talking about the something else. But back to what I was saying. The histories have been labels have been placed on people's relabeling and relabeling again, then classification from relabeling from the classification, like, and this was made strictly to wipe the identity of a certain people so they can take ownership of that land. And we know this is what we see.
So Oli, when I'm gonna bring out in future shows, I'm gonna show you the actual documents and the actual things that was put into play to where they're saying these actual things. You know what I mean? Like they changing these people race identity. We got to understand race wasn't a major thing until North America, bro. Into the Americas, period. Race was not a thing. Like it wasn't no white or no black before America. So we got to understand this is a race theory and this concept that was taken from Charles Darwin, and people took it to another level. We got to understand now, Charles Darwin got into some shit against his own peoples, and because he was like, no, I'm not saying these things that they say. They was like, yes, we are. Yes, you is. And, you know, somehow he became off. And now that's when we see stuff like the IQ test. But we got to understand where these things started from. These things that turned into eugenics started from them testing their own peoples that was coming over here from different places. So it wasn't with us into Tuskegee. Now, the Tuskegee experiment is when you start seeing people with melanated skin start getting involved with this, and it's because they was offered money, and then you had these black nurses who looked like them who was telling them like, yo, it's all right. So shout out to the UNIA, which is the Garveyites, because they was the main nurses that were in Tuskegee. You know what I mean? I get deep into this shit, and I'm telling you, I'm going to show y'all a bunch of history, a bunch of stuff of how we got finger effed up, and we in this predicament we is now, bro. Like our whole identity got wiped out. Like for real. Them people talk about they came on a slave ship and their identity got wiped out and their language and their culture got wiped out. Well, if their language and their culture got wiped out, how can y'all say the people in the Caribbean them got African culture if their culture got wiped out? How can y'all say people in South Carolina, that's Geechee Gullah, that they call Geechee Gullah, mixing these two people together? Anyway, how can you say that they African descent? You can't say that when they lost all their culture and their language. The math ain't mathing. And then when we do the number with slave voyages, what my sister Dosey is real good at too, we see these math really ain't mathing. And then when we talk to the co-writer of slave voyages, he steady talk about the Portuguese. So we know where the Portuguese was taking their peoples them at. The Portuguese never had a colony in North America, y'all. So if the Portuguese was the main export of these so-called African slaves, then they wasn't coming to North America, y'all. They was coming to Brazil, in that area, parts of New Guinea, what they call New Guinea, and stuff like that. They was coming down. They was coming on that side. So that's what history tells us. So if anybody got any pushback against that, I will be happy to oblige with that.
No, I don't doubt that, because Romanus Pontificus or something like that. Isn't that right? Yeah, he granted Portugal the right to seize non-Christian, non-Christian lands in Africa and enslave pagans and stuff like that. That's what I was trying to tell you. Like the people who didn't fit that that Christian that they had set up, the Christian sect that they had set up, they were saying that they were pagans. They were like so they didn't have the rights of regular humans. So like
we also gotta understand too, bro, not everybody was coming on a Christian or a Catholicism level. We gotta understand that too.
But the justification was the same across Europe.
No. No. The reason why we can't say the justification is the same is because you got to understand there's really a power struggle that's going on over there. That's why they're trying to go to other lands to get more import and to be vast so they can get stronger so they can go against the opposing faction that's bigger. That's bigger than them. That's what the whole thing is about.
That was the Roman Catholic Church.
It's about war.
Even when was it Christopher Columbus in 1493 is Pope Alexander. I can't remember everything. Like
that's the year he came back with the dumb diverses. He didn't have the dumb diverses at first, but he came back with it in 1493. Yes, correct. Go ahead. From the Pope.
That was his justification though.
That was his justification of converting people though. But guess what though? See, people don't know that when Christopher got back, the Ladinos and the people that was excuse me, let out of jail that came with him on the first voyage in 1492. See, he went back because he had to report back. He left people. The people that he left when he came back, he said that, God damn, them boy been done pillaged the land and damn near done killed all the men. See, it was only women and kids left.
Right.
So he kind of had a problem with his own peoples to where when he went back, he got locked up because his own people flipped on him. See, people don't know these stories because they don't do history. People don't know Christopher got locked up and was in jail back over there because his people flipped on him. Because they was following the word of the Pope, but he was trying to follow the word of Isabella and Ferdinand, like convert them. If you can convert them, convert them. But them other people, dog, they was following the Papa's bull and the dumb diverses. Dog, if they ain't gonna convert, we ain't got no time to play with them. Let's kill them all.
Right.
And that's what he saw when he got back.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just saying that terra nullius just meant that basically it meant that we can go over there, pillage your land because you don't believe what we believe. We can pillage your land and there's nothing wrong with it because y'all don't believe what I believe.
It's new land though. New land. No, even a novice in a study, if you doing a study and you got to start off as a novice, you a student, you at the bottom of the level.
No, nullius.
So you do.
Terra nullius. It means land belonging to no one. It literally means that.
No.
Look it up.
Is that Greek? Is that Greek terminology?
Yeah, but even if they wrote that down, I wouldn't say OTK to deny that they wrote that down or anything, but I would want to know who wrote it, when they wrote it, and why. Right. Exactly. And I think that's the important part, not for us to take these words and be like it's automatically true. Even from these conquistadors or anyone, we have to verify and cross-reference and see what's best. But if y'all don't mind,
I'm not saying that the land literally belonged to no one. What I'm saying is this was what they used to justify what they did. It was
No, but
everybody
they
who
didn't use that, bro. They didn't use that, bro. Christopher told them boys like these people are peaceful and humble. With 50 people with guns, we can take over these people. That was the original message. And once he bring that intel back, that's when you see the English, the British, the French, everybody trying to get involved now with going down there, bro. He started like a what they want to call it, a jamboree. He started a jamboree, a free for all. That's what he did, bro. So it wasn't that they saying that this a new land, bro. It was that he knew that these people was peaceful because
what I'm
he took some of them back. You know that as slaves, right? That's actually the
right.
beginning of the transatlantic slave
Right.
trade. Is when he
So-
took some of those what they would call Arawaks and Tainos
Right.
today, or Caribs. He took them back over there. And Isabella say freedom, long as they convert to Christianity and Catholicism, man, they are under my protection. But the Pope them had another agenda.
Okay. And that's not
Because
I'm not
Isabella
disagreeing with that.
Back and forth.
I am saying that it was not saying it's not
my bad.
saying that it's not saying that nobody lives there. They are saying that these people are like we have the right to the land because we believe in Christianity.
No, bro. That's bullshit. That came way
Like
later.
basically
Go
that
ahead, though.
it doesn't belong to anybody. It's up for grabs if they don't believe
that
in our
came
form of
way later,
Christianity.
bro. It wasn't no lands that they touch over here that no people was at.
I'm not okay. I don't think you understand what
big
I'm
fact.
saying.
Go ahead,
I don't
though.
think you understand what I'm saying. Somebody break it down.
The thought process of the dumb diverses, but we would really have to break down the dumb diverses because we kind of always go to that part, but I don't think people even understand the full as a whole. And I think it's Pope Nicholas V that put that out. But I wanted to say
I think
peace
it's
because
fourth,
Gideon
but
had come.
Big
It might be
facts.
the fourth. It's either the fourth or the fifth.
Yeah,
That Gideon had
that's
come
the
up here,
fourth.
and I wanted to ask him: are you the Gideon from New Orleans? Or are you a different Gideon? I
Yeah,
know there's
that's
a lot
how
of Hebrew
Gideon,
people.
brother Dosey. Yeah, that's how Gideon, brother
Gideon,
Dosey.
it's good to see you. I haven't heard from you in so long. Hebrew New Orleans Indian, what's up?
Yeah, nah, this definitely Gideon from New Orleans. Definitely. All praise to the
That's how
How
brother
you been? How
Gideon.
you been, Gideon?
Yeah,
I'm good.
Gideon.
I'm kind of away from my phone. Who is this right now that I'm speaking to?
It's Dulcinea speaking to you.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely familiar with Dulcinea. What's up, my sister? How you doing?
Shout out to Gideon, man, my good
Yeah,
brother.
nah,
He's another A1 day one too that used to come through too. Yeah, Gideon been there too.
And for
Nah,
everybody
Yeah.
who isn't familiar with Gideon, you can get familiar with him this Thursday, 8 p.m. in the members only section.
Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's the queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Yisrael, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes. And that for that debate, you're gonna have to be a member. So get to the member section, sign up for only $3.99, and that'll get you access to 4 exhibition members only debates.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
To you all.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Hey man,
No.
peace and
But,
respect to A1. A1, I appreciate you for letting me do a show on this side. You know what I mean, and let me open the door for more American Indians to come through and come and kick it with you. You know what I mean, even when I ain't around. That's what you did, bro. You know what I mean. You's a real dude. In the case nobody don't know, this brother opened his arms for anybody. No matter what your belief or your knowing is, he opened the door for anybody. For real, man. So shout out to you, A1, and the Titans.
no doubt.
Go ahead,
Yeah, that's a
Gideon.
fact, man. Nah, that's a fact, man.
And that's a dope debate coming up. Gideon, I gotta be honest with you. You taking a hard premise, taking a very hard premise on that.
Oh, no doubt,
Yeah,
man. You know,
Shout out to It's the
and
Queen,
one
man.
man.
Shout out to It's the Queen.
Yeah, no doubt, one man. You know, I was saying, no doubt, man. But no doubt, one man. I mean, it's definitely a hard debate, but you know, as Yahshua, you know, he definitely was one of the first two. He was actually, you know, one of the first black men to be, you know, face police discrimination and, you know, murder by the hands of the government. That's one of the first black men to actually do that, and actually the only one to do it in total righteousness. So, you know, I'm used to, you know, being around insurmountable odds. So, you know, I mean, you know, like I say, the conscious community, you know, the ones that deny the truth, they rely on a lot of gaslighting. And unfortunately, our sister is a queen for the moment. You know, she got burned by the alcohol, you know, so, you know, we just gonna try to work it
Man,
out.
hold
You know,
up, man. She not here. It's a Queen. I know you out there. Hit the link, man. Come
Well,
up here.
I
I
mean, I
can't
know
let
you
him do
have
that to
Deborah,
you.
but after Deborah may be married, but you're gonna be a little hard pressed. I mean, well, that's all I will
Yeah,
say. But
definitely.
someone in the
Definitely.
chat is asking about you, Gideon. So I gotta put this out there. Sorry, bad saying. Gideon is Hebrew, but as you can see from his skin tone, he's super red, and he's from New Orleans.
right?
So he
So yeah,
American Indian? So
nah,
Gideon. So are you
and that's
American Indian, Gideon? But you
nah,
Hebrew by your faith?
right. And see, that's the perfect segue into what I'm saying, because you know, OTK, you my man. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's always spectrums and it's always polar opposites. So you might catch a lot of shrapnel for those who, you know, like those Lane, Calloway, and all of those ones out there with these narratives. So what I'm gonna do, bro, in the name of our camaraderie, I'm just gonna speak like I don't know nobody on this panel, and I'm just gonna say what the history tells us about this, right? So my name is Gideon Young Garden Yisrael. Yarden is Jordan, son of the Queen Lion, right?
Mm-hmm.
I take lineage from the Cushitic woman as far as my maternal side. And that Cushitic woman is what we would call or what the conscious community call the Mongolian Indian, because the Cushitic African is actually consists of several tribes, but the two dominant ones were the Khoi and the San people. And once they were isolated in North America, South America, in that genetic bottleneck, reproducing amongst themselves after thousands of years, they became what we call the Native American. That is not who we come from. If you look like me, or if you look like A1, or if you look like Ngolo or Humble or Ashake, you don't come from that Mongolian stock. We come from that migration. We come from that slave trade, that Ma'afa. But my mother, she's Indian. Like she's from the Tunica people. Like, matter of fact, if you look up the history
The
of
Turners. You talk about the Turners?
nah, that's on my
Oh,
that's
you
on
don't
one of my
even know
aunts.
your family. Oh,
No,
you don't even know your
wait,
Tunica family
wait,
history.
hold
Your
on, hold
Tunica
on,
family history
hold
turned
on,
into the Turners, bro.
hold on. Listen what I'm about
In
to tell
case
you,
you
because it's
didn't
crazy.
know.
No, listen what I'm about to tell you, OTK, because you know what you're talking about, right? The Turners is not my mother's side. The
Mm-hmm.
Turners is like my auntie, her husband. He's a
Mm.
Turner from Biloxi, Mississippi, right? That's how I know you on point with this.
Yeah, that's the
And
Tunica.
listen, look, what's crazy, I don't know if they're the Tunica, but they're the Turners in Biloxi, and
I'm
their
telling you they
phenotype.
are.
Hold on, listen what I'm about to tell you. Their phenotype is the Dravidian, like the Dravidian. The Dravidian isn't black. The Dravidian is more like
I don't even
Aboriginal
know
from
what a
Australia.
Dravidian look like, bro. I don't even know what a
Bruh,
Dravidian look like, bro.
ask, look, if you know Mighty Hebrew know what's
No,
up with the Dravidian. He'll
I
tell
don't
you the
know nothing
Dravidian,
about know how a
the Dra-
Dravidian
listen,
look like, bro.
listen what I'm about to tell
Mighty
you.
Hebrew deals with antediluvian times too, so
I'm about to tell you.
he deal with
The,
times when man wouldn't even walk in the earth. So
the
I'm familiar with
Dravidian,
Mighty Hebrew, bro. I've been out here a
right,
long time. Gideon, come on, bro. I've been
right.
out
No,
here just
listen
as
what I'm
long.
telling you.
You
The
know, come on,
Dravidian,
bro.
Herodotus called the Dravidians the East Africans. He said they were black with pretty much straight hair. Dravidians are like those Indian people that we see with like they look like black people, but they have white phenotype, like with the aquiline nose. They're like
So
white
East
black people.
Africa would be what? What East
No,
Africa would be what?
East
Kemet,
Africa is the
Egypt,
East,
Sudan,
right.
on down to
Those,
Zimbabwe,
And
South
are you
America,
saying that
South
your
Africa.
people are
those,
mixed with the Dravidians?
those are
Word.
the West
That's what I'm
Africans.
trying to
The
find
people you
out,
talking
sis.
about, OTK. The East Africans are the West Ethiopians, if that makes sense to you. Because
No, that
Herodotus,
don't.
all right, let me explain it to you. Herodotus split the Ethiopians into two hemispheres. You had the West Ethiopians and the Eastern Ethiopians. The Eastern Ethiopians are the forefathers of the Indians. Those are the
I,
Dravidians.
hold up.
Who
Are
We
these
separated?
come
people
we
Who
come
mixed
separated
up
we
by the
come
Ethiopia?
from the
time of
West.
Herodotus? By the time Herodotus so-called write this, are these people mixed up at this time? Because Herodotus is a
Well,
Greek
Herodotus.
theologian
No,
or
when
philosopher.
was Herodotus writing?
Yeah,
And
I
there's
mean,
megalithic structures already
right.
all over the Americas
No, no, I'm
before there's
saying
any
no. He was speaking of
Before
Herodotus.
Herodotus. So then
Herodotus,
American
man.
Indian, that being said, American Indians can't come from the Dravidian people because they already had metallithic structures in Americas. But I have a
Big
question. You said
facts.
your
Right.
mother's
No,
Kushite.
I'm
Are
saying
you
I'm
claiming
saying
that
one
your
of
mother is Kushite? Or did she say the Tunica people are Kushite?
no. So this is what I'm saying. My mother's line, right? It's different. Keep up. Well, walk with me. My mother's line is different than my mother's sister's husband line. You see what I'm saying? That's two different
That's
lines.
facts.
Yeah, I got that. I
That's
was
facts.
getting to the point you called her a Cushite woman. Is that coming
Okay,
from her, or is that coming from your
right.
interpretation of her?
So which line do you want me to explain? My mother's or my mother's sister's husband?
I want your mother that you're calling a Cushite. Does she call herself a Cushite?
Okay. No. So my mother's line, like I said, is Tunica / Natchez. When you look up the Natchez people, you see that they are what we would phenotypically call Mongolian people. We would call them the
That's a lie.
Siberian.
That's not true. That's not
Right.
true.
That's
So
what
you
me and
saying
you
your
disagree.
people, you
Okay.
saying your mama,
Those are the
In
original.
modern times,
that's not true.
there's by records, the Natchez people are Negroid type people. Once we
No,
look into the
no,
records, now you're
Big
no,
saying
facts.
it's based
Dulcinea.
on
No,
the
Big
modern
Dulcinea.
facts.
times of the Natchez,
Yeah,
but we know
bro.
that modern times
All
and
right.
what the actual history says about them is totally different.
Okay.
Right, bro.
Now,
Right,
Dulcinea.
bro.
Okay,
So
hold
when
on.
you dealing with
Hold
the
on.
Natchez,
Hold
dog,
on.
you dealing with
Okay,
the
hold on. Hold on.
Mississippian
Okay.
culture, bro. The
Right.
mound
Right.
builders.
Okay. Now let me see how much you know about the Natchez, right? And how much
So is
I'm
that's your
connected to.
American Indian line, right? Your
Right.
mama
Hold
is your
on. Hold on.
American Indian line,
Hold on. Right.
correct?
Right. So what
Okay.
we gonna
All
do,
right.
OTK? I'm gonna let you talk. When you done, just finish. Because
No,
I
no,
need to
bro.
say what I'm
I
gonna say.
just want to be
So
clear
go
because you
ahead. Go
saying a
ahead. When
bunch
you
of stuff.
finish, when you finish, I'm gonna explain it to you. You ain't
All
gonna
right.
never
So
understand if you keep interrupting.
your
So
mama is
I
the
want you to go. Go
American
ahead.
Indian,
Don't
correct?
ask me no
Your
question.
mama is
Don't ask,
your mama
look,
is the Natchez Mississippian.
okay, you don't obviously you don't know what I'm saying, right? So instead of you asking questions, I'm gonna let you finish what you're saying. Don't ask me no questions, and I'm gonna explain it to you, right? So go ahead.
My bad, bro. Thousand pardon. I was going off of what you said. I thought you said your mama's line is a Natchez Mississippian culture from Mississippi area. So all I was asking you is your mama lineage from the American Indian? And then Dosey asked you, was your mama lineage the Cushite lineage that you said? So those was the only questions we had, bro. That's it. Because you're convoluting your history. So you know what I mean, we don't know how to separate it.
But we know the answer's no now, but we can let him finish what he's going to say.
I
Now that he said the
bet.
Natchez, we know it's not the Cushite.
I bet. But that's all we was asking, bro. My bad. Yeah.
So there was a brother on here about 2 3 days ago. I can't remember who it was, and he pulled up the slides showing how the out of Africa theory is actually correct. I agree with that slide, how he was showing it, but the only place where I differ is that the African that populated the Americas, North and South America, they were all on the same landmass. The European scholars and the evolutionists, you know, they term it as Pangea, but the scriptures teaches us that everybody lived on this land together before it was separated. With that being the case,
It was no humans ever recorded that was on Pangea, bro. Not even with your own science, with evolution.
so you
So that
interrupted
kills
me.
that narrative. So that kills that narrative that we all just walk across from one place to the next when it was all
Right,
connected. That kills that
right.
narrative right there. They have no proof that everything was connected. They using that off of tectonic activity and tectonic plates.
Right.
They using that. That's a
So,
theory too. So
right,
we can't say that's facts, bro.
right. So what I'm gonna say is, and this is all rhetorical, right? So he's questioning Pangea, but not only is he questioning Pangea, I'm going strictly by what the Bible says. A person asks me, where do I get that man lived on earth when the earth was still one piece? I'm going to say you can go to the Bible. You go to Genesis chapter 10, verse 9, and it's going to show
Bro,
you.
you can't bring the Bible
Hold on.
involved when dealing with
I'm about,
genealogy,
hold on.
bro.
But listen, but
Genealogy is
whereas in the
bloodline.
case,
The Bible is
whereas
spiritual.
case of OTK, he would say something whereas like the slave trade never happened, but he can't go to where I would go to the Bible and show it. He can go to no type of evidence to show you that the slave trade never happened. Matter of
I
fact,
never
all the
say that.
evidence was
That
shown
was never
that it
my claim.
right.
That was never my
So,
claim.
Yeah,
but
you
I'm
said
going
you were
by the
gonna
biblical
bring
text,
up other people, and we have to stick with us and what we say, Gideon. You can't bring up what you've
right?
heard
And
before.
OTK
You
is
have to
it,
go by us. But at the end of the
and
Right.
day,
OTK.
You
he
going
just
to the
proved that they didn't
Bible.
come from Africa, because the major slave trader in Africa was the Portuguese that never stepped foot on North America. So when we're talking
Right.
about a slave trade, we got to talk about who this slave trade was
Who
done
was
to
doing
in
it?
the Americas, because there is a slave trade that's happening all over the world, even the white people with the barbarian slave
Big
trades.
facts. Big facts. Big facts.
So,
So that's all
Chanel,
I'm
do you
saying.
and
Gideon,
OTK,
you can't go
y'all
to
do
the
believe in the
Bible.
Ma'afa?
You can't
So
bring
y'all do believe in
religious
the Ma'afa?
into history. Hold on. For one,
No,
Gideon,
I'm saying so
you
y'all do
can't bring
believe in
the
the Ma'afa,
Bible
right?
into
No,
new
I
That's a
don't believe
fact,
modern
in the
right?
Bible.
history, bro. That's what you're
No,
doing.
the Ma'afa. I said the Ma'afa. Y'all believe in the Ma'afa, right?
Nah, what is that, bro?
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I don't know what you mean.
That's
Yeah.
a transatlantic slave trade. Y'all do believe that happened, right?
Hold up.
Yeah,
You
well,
got a
there's
new
a
name for it
transatlantic
now?
slave
Hold
trade
on.
Hold
that's
Hey,
on, one
bro.
at
going
a
on.
time. One at a
How you
time.
spell
One at a
that?
time.
Yeah, how you
One
spell
at a
that?
time.
Because Josie, we got a
However
new
you want to
name for
spell
the
it.
transatlantic slave trade now. How you spell
Yeah,
that, bro?
Let's
The
just
Ma'alpha?
stick
How
with
you spell that?
let's just stick with the transatlantic
No,
slave.
bro. You can't throw no name out there
I'm
and
a
we
mute out
asking you
until
for
y'all answer that. I'm a mute out.
bro, you can't throw no name out there and don't tell us how to spell it so
that's
we can research it ourselves.
well. Let's
That's
just
how
talk
that's
about
not
what
how
we can just
building
talk about
goes,
the
bro.
transatlantic slave trade and what's true and what's not. So yes, there's a transatlantic slave trade because there's people being taken from the mainland and being taken into the islands in South America and all vice versa. So there's
Big
an
facts.
intra-American slave trade that's happening on the
Big
Atlantic
facts
Ocean at this time. Facts.
that people don't even know about. Big facts. Big
And it's
facts.
all they have evidence for. It's all they have shipping records for. It's all they have evidence for in totality when it comes to the American slave trade.
Right. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. Hey, listen, hey Gideon, we not gonna come up here, bro, and say nothing that we can't bring out research for to say, hey, well, take a look at our research. This is why we saying these
I'm
things.
still waiting, y'all. I'm still waiting for y'all to stand on something and be yes or no, what.
No,
But go
I
bro,
just
we
ahead.
not
answered
we
you. You
not
didn't
using
hear
no
me? Hold
Bible
on,
right now.
OTK.
You
Hold
can't
on,
use no
OTK. Let him
Bible.
use the Bible. It's fine. Let me
I
talk to
heard
him.
you say
Gideon, you didn't
yes
hear
is
what I
one
just said?
syllable. You said a lot of words. I'm asking,
Yeah,
did the transatlantic slave trade happen?
I already answered that. I said yes.
Okay.
And I say
OTK,
yes, bro.
okay,
And I say
well, all
yes,
right.
bro. I never said
All
it
right.
didn't happen, bro. You must
All
ain't
right.
been listening
Well,
to
you
me.
know, it's a
But
lot of
this tells
apple.
me that
It's a
you're
lot
not
of
listening. Hold on, no. You're not going to disrespect
Americans.
Aboriginals because of the fact that you're not listening. We answered yes, and then we explained to you how the Atlantic trade went down. It's an intra-American slave trade in which all they have the evidence for ships leaving out of Jamaica, ships leaving out of Barbados, ships leaving out of the ports to go into Jamaica, Barbados, the Bahamas.
Right.
So we're not
Right.
denying that happened. What you're trying to do is propagate another story onto us based on your Bible. And what you're going to need to
Right.
do is prove the
What is
history
another?
matches your
What is
Bible.
another
We don't
story?
care about, hold on, Gideon. I'm talking right now. And you know I'm not going to let you overtalk me. So prove through history that whatever scripture you're bringing up is a fact.
What? Like, to me, what you just say, that last sentence, not everything, but prove to you that the scripture makes sense. Like that's I'm gonna say at the very least that's too vague. Like, what you mean by that?
I can prove it.
I'm saying when
History.
you take a biblical scripture to tell us an event happened, show us the history where we can see this event.
I can prove
You do
it.
know you do know the Bible verified several people in history that were doubted until they made the archaeological finds, right? You know the Bible spoke
Oh
of
my
those.
No, I
God, man!
don't.
Not in
No, I don't. And that's
America.
not history.
That's not
Archaeology is not
America,
history.
history.
OTK, everything didn't happen in America, my brother.
No, I'm not saying that. The Bible didn't happen in America, period.
Exactly.
Right.
So why would you say that?
All right, so why is you bringing the Bible up when we're
I
talking about
said
America?
no, we're not. Dawson Nail said what makes me think that. See, like, did you press mute on the phone?
No,
Like, you
listen,
didn't hear what she said?
Gideon.
Like,
What I said is, you cannot use
somebody said something
scripture
that they wanted to
hold on,
interject, so
hold
I will
on.
let them go
Yeah,
and
I
I'll
get
go
it.
after that.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
But I want to make it clear what I said because you keep saying I'm saying something I didn't say. I said if you're going to bring up a scripture, you have to prove through the history that scripture that you're trying to bring up to tell us something happened,
But
prove the
what
history
scripture?
that it
What
happened.
scripture am I bringing up?
Anthropology
Because
is
I can
not
bring up a song. I could
anthropology is not
I could bring up a
history.
song that's told. Listen, I could bring up a song that's in the Bible that's totally
Dog,
philosophical.
David wasn't
How can
talking
I prove
about
that
nothing
except
about America, dog.
Philosophy is
David,
not
So that's
history.
why
yeah,
that's
You're
why I'm
bringing
saying
up
what you're
all
saying
these
is not
other
making sense.
educational things, and I'm
that is
asking you about history.
crazy.
That's why I'm saying be
Anthropology is
specific.
not history.
Be
I'm saying
specific.
be specific with history.
I
Prove
can do
that
Exactly.
it.
So
event
what are you
happened
saying?
through history.
I can do
I
it.
yield. I yield.
I can do it.
Okay, let's go. Scripture.
Yeah, we waiting. Go
The
ahead. Give
Exodus.
us a scripture.
The
Yes.
Exodus. The
Moses
water
What is that?
became blood.
Exodus. Okay,
What
can you
happened?
show us in history the Exodus?
The pool papyrus.
Yes.
The
What
pool
happened? No,
papyrus
no.
literally
What year is
says
that?
the
Wait, what
river.
year is that?
The pool papyrus.
Yeah.
History has
Let
a
me
date.
check.
That's what makes it
check.
history. It has a date that it
Yeah.
occurred. We would also
Big
have an
fact.
empire in which it occurred under. Possibly the
Right.
emperor, or at least the kingdom.
Right.
It's
That's
Egypt.
And
history.
It
what's
happened in
crazy?
Egypt. This is the Pool papyrus, also known as
Huh?
the Admonitions of Apua, and it literally says that the river is now blood. That's the
Hold
words
on.
inside.
Hold on. Was that before the Bible was created? All right, then. Stop it.
Hold on. Are you asking was it
Stop it.
discovered before the Bible was created, or was you?
No,
Are
of
you
course it
asking?
wasn't discovered. Man, stop it, man. We not talking
Hold
about
on.
discovery.
Because
What?
hold on.
Yeah.
Listen.
What's the
If
date
it was,
of that you're talking about?
the river is now blood. That happened.
No.
That
What
happened
date
years.
is that
That
you're
happened.
talking about? What date
The
did
Bible
that
wasn't
come out
even
that you're talking
no.
about?
The Bible wasn't written at all by that time.
All right then.
Right,
So
so
the
what date
Bible
are you
couldn't be
talking
talking. Hold
about?
on.
Because you have it written down.
Hold on.
Okay.
It couldn't be talking about the same thing.
No, but so the Bible would be relating to something that they already seen then, correct?
Hey, one, if you
Yes.
listening, bro, once they
Yes.
finish,
All right
let
then.
me
Thank you.
let me and
But
OTK
that's
get a one-on-one.
but
He's trying to overtalk the conversation.
okay. Hold on, Gideon. Gideon, hold on. Let me get this in.
Yeah.
Let's get this in.
Salaki,
Because
go ahead. Go
whether
ahead.
or not it was something that they seen or not, it shows that the Bible is a historical document.
No, it's not.
If it was an
It's not.
historical
The
document, you
river
would
is
have
now blood.
dates along
Tell
with
me how
it.
many
No, bro,
times
they don't got
the
no
Nile
date.
River
Date
turns
with
to
it.
blood
Hold
on a
on,
normal
OTK.
basis.
Hold on, OTK.
All right, go
History
ahead,
has a
sis.
date, meaning a time and a place. That's what makes it historical. That's when we can take it out of philosophy. We can take it out of a fanciful story because we have now a real person. We have a date in which they lived. So, and where they're coming from. So you said that this, I'll give it you that it's a primary, says that the sea turned red or we saw the sea as red. What year is that
It didn't say
primary?
red. It said blood. It literally
Oh, we saw blood, literally blood.
specifies that the
And what
river
year
is
is
now
this
blood.
primary written?
Tell me, hold on,
What year is the
hold on.
primary
Stop cutting
written?
me off. Stop cutting me
No,
off.
I was asking you. You cut me
Let
off
me
to
finish.
say it's not red and be like it's blood, and I told you I'm sorry I misspoke. Now,
Oh,
if
no,
you
no,
could
no,
tie
no
this
problem.
to
No, no.
history and give the date in which this occurred.
Yes,
I,
please.
there's no I don't know what kind of calendar they were using back then. I don't know exact dates. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So
They
I'm about to
weren't
go
then
even
to a, I'm
you
about to
gotta
go to a
remember
word from
all the
our
way back then,
sponsors,
they
and
weren't
when I
even
come
using
back,
the same calendar. For me to say that it had been September 13th,
Hey, go ahead, A1, man.
50,000
We need a
BC,
yeah,
or whatever
commercial
the case may
break,
be,
man.
would be ridiculous.
I'm going to a word from our sponsors. When I come back, we're going to bring this timer out. And if you haven't hit ColiseumOfArguments.com
I
up
mean, you're not
and
making
got
sense.
some Titans apparel, really,
You're not making sense for me to.
the back, I'm gonna drop you down for a second. I just want you to think about that. Now I'm gonna let you back up. I'm not even gonna say
My
nothing.
text.
Are you done?
It doesn't make sense to me. If it makes sense to you, go ahead. My bad, A1. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I'm going to a commercial break. When I come back, we're going to use the timer.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
And we also have a women's tournament starting this April. Be on the lookout for that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This isn't trash talk, this is logic versus logic, sources versus sources, scholarship under the lights. Win a round, win $50 cash. Keep winning and walk out with $500 in the crown. Each competitor represents a brand, an ideology, a team they're ready to go to war on the hill for. Every claim challenged, every source checked, every moment judged. So we ask you, are you not entertained? Enter the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the strongest minds survive. This is Titans Debate League.
All right, well, let's start with ladies first. Did you want to go first, Dulcinea, or did you want to let Gideon start?
Well, it's Gideon that I just had the question as far as is when when you guys are giving us this information, and you're saying it's historical, are you saying we just should believe it's historical, or are you going to tie it to actual events in history like a historian would do? But you can go ahead first, Gideon,
Okay.
with that.
Go. I was going to say.
Hold on, before you go, Gideon, I want to let me establish the rules so everybody's clear. We're gonna pass the time. We're gonna pass it around, the mic around, and everybody will get 2 minutes. If you yield your time, that's cool. You can also tag somebody in on your time as well. So if Dulcinea wants to tag in OTK, or if OTK wants to tag in Dulcinea on their 2 minutes, they can also do that. No, that's not skipping. So don't jump in and cut off. If you interrupt somebody during their 2 minutes, I'm going to give them an extra 30 seconds. So you can make it take as long as you want if you guys don't want to have decorum. Let's get to go ahead, Gideon. You got the floor.
No doubt, man. I appreciate it, man. That's why, man. It's top notch right here, man. Because instead of just letting the argument just continue to get loud and a competition of who can overtalk each other, a true moderator will settle it all down and and separate the fighters and then establish a type of decorum. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that with my brother OTK, but as with most of these abos, that's like their first defense because it's showing ain't no scholarship. So what I was trying to say, OTK, my brother, was that the overall message of ending, however you want to label them, just the same way that we deal with the camp rhetoric, the camp doctrine that's false. That's something that y'all like to say. That's something that y'all like to perpetrate, that that the slave trade didn't happen, or it didn't happen like they said. No, it did happen. And yes, it did happen exactly like it said. Those people that y'all like to call Siberians and Mongolians, those are the aboriginals to North America, most definitely. And, I was trying to give you some type of credit because you do know, some of the names that are associated with some aboriginal peoples that are here, which with the Dravidians, you would see are one of those people. But I mean, to be quite frank, niggers are not Dravidians. They're black people, the Dravidians, but they're not Negroes. They've been here. We come on them boats and them ships. So if you're claiming any type of Indian or Aboriginal or Native American ancestry, you're claiming it from who y'all call Siberians. So let's cut through the chat. You be trying to operate in friendly spaces on the fringes of Aboriginal doctrine and whatever type of doctrine. Okay. But the fact remains, if you was to put up your picture, you are a Negro. Period. But yeah, go ahead.
Anybody from the opposite side want to respond? Who's first? Dulcinea?
Let OTK respond.
Okay. Let me reset the timer, OTK, before you go. Time is set, and it is on you. I think you're muted, OTK, I think. Yeah, you're muted.
OTK, are you there? You're muted.
He might have took a bathroom break. I guess I'll pass it around. I wonder if he even heard you. The bat is, or did you want to respond, Dulcinea?
Yeah, I can respond real quick to what he was saying.
Take your time.
Right. Yeah, no problem. You can start whenever.
I'll start when you start.
Yeah, it won't take long because he didn't give any information. He just propagated this thing to us that I'm asking, is it that we should believe you because you're a man, or what is it that you feel like you can just tell us these things are true without actually proving anything? The facts of the matter is that these metallithic structures existed before they even said that any Siberians got over here, anyone. So even if they were Dravidian, That wouldn't stop that all the pyramids, all the different mounds existed before they got here. So to propagate that they're the same people as these Dravidians, giving you the benefit of the doubt that they came over here is just impossible. There's no way that they could have built up these structures, went back, and then came back to settle. That just didn't happen. So what you're going to need to do is prove what you're saying, not just say it. And I
And
yield
you
my
have
time.
1 minute left. Did OTK, are you back? Okay, she yields her time with 54 seconds left. Gideon, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, let me. I was speaking to my beautiful queen, and she was making sure I was okay and well. But yeah, nah. To respond to what Dawson was saying, I'm still waiting for OTK to come on. But what would you deem as history or historical evidence or something that's valid? When you look at who we call the Siberian, we see evidence that that those people come from one of the oldest stocks of Africans. And like I said, the brother who was presenting slides about 2 or 3 days ago, he showed like he had different timelines and different graphs. I actually wanted to hit him up and ask him what type of program he used, because I'm kind of, my presentation be like black exploitation, but yeah, but his graph was showing how the original African populated North and South America. Where I differ from is that the scriptures tell us that they all dwelt on one piece of landmass. So we all know that the Khoi and the San people, they occupy areas of South and West Africa. So once that landmass separated, I posit that the Khoi and the San people were also on that land separation, and due to that land separation, it created a genetic bottleneck where they're continuously interbred with each other. Then we see successive waves of later Africans, which would be the Dravidian, coming to the coastlines, which is why we see the Tunica being in Biloxi, which is a coastal city. Now, my people, which I was trying to explain to OTK, but like I say, one of their tactics is to overtalk and to just guess gallop and bombard you with different questions. What I was trying to explain to him that
That's
not
fine.
only is go ahead.
You gotta
Go
learn
ahead.
to be concise. You gotta learn to be concise. That's why
Yeah.
this 2-minute timer is good practice.
Yeah, no doubt.
Dulcinea or
Hey,
OTK is back. We have OTK back.
Are you
Did you
back,
hear?
OTK?
yeah, I'm back, but Gideon didn't get to me though, see. So I'm gonna wait
He,
and let Gideon go back up so he can get to me, because he
okay.
said I was just galloping. I want to know about that
No,
first.
no. Well, he did get to you, but go ahead. Reiterate it for him, Gideon, so that way he can respond to you.
Yeah, what I was
I'm putting
telling
you
the
on a timer
OTK,
again.
yeah, what I was trying to tell you was he was asleep. But anyway, what I was trying to tell you, bro, because one thing I noticed that a lot of y'all Aboriginals and Native Americans and Indians or whatever y'all like to overtalk and just bombard the conversation with a lot of questions. So that's why I'm saying, like, I can appreciate A1 and his platform, because once he senses it, he can kind of stop it, isolate it, and kind of get it concentrated. So what I wanted to tell you and what I was saying to Dulcinea is, y'all try to change that narrative of the transatlantic slave trade some type of way. And I was trying to explain to you that you was right on certain points about the Dravidian. But what I was trying to explain to you also was, I know the history of not only the Natchez and the Tunica people, both of those tribes, because my family on my mother's side come from those people. And you continue to try to overtalk, but I was trying to explain it to you. So when you're saying that those people were what we call black people, that's not true. They were yellow. yellow to copper, and they had hair like horses. You know, they weren't what we call Negroid people. And like I said, you know, that right. In the conscious community, unfortunately, that's a hell of a rebuttal. But you know that's not good enough, my brother. So this is what I'm saying to you, bro. Listen, hold on. Wait till my time. Hold on. Again, hold on, bro. Stop.
Land your plane. You got 10 seconds.
Yeah, bro. Come on. So I'm gonna end with this, bro. Like I said, bro, my people is the Natchez and the Toowoomba. My grandmother, her namesake, is named after the second fort that the French and the Natchez Indians built there. So, like I said, bro, I'm not speaking from like not knowing this stuff, bro.
I don't get what you lost me there. Because I swear you had questions for him and stuff, and then on the first time, and then you didn't hit him with the same stuff.
Can I take 15 seconds of your time, OTK, and then I'll give it right
like,
to you
to
finish him off after that?
Go ahead.
2 minutes, man. You forget 15 seconds. You got 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, no,
yeah, I kind of got lost, man. My queen was calling me, asking me questions.
The difference of what you can see is when he could tie himself to America, he had actual dates, he had places, he had times, but he keeps trying to give this Dravidian narrative, and he doesn't have dates, times, or any history. And that's the difference between belief and genealogy. Go ahead, OTK.
Yeah, I wasn't commenting on the presentation.
Hold on, Gideon. She's tagging OTK in. Go ahead,
I don't
OTK.
even got nothing else more to say, Dosey. You just wrap that up. Genealogy over everything, man. I'm just listening. Hey, remember, Dosey, all you got to do is let somebody talk, and they will contradict themselves when they come down to it. And the truth is going to come out. For real. And that's what Gideon just did.
Okay, you said you had nothing to say. So
use the Israelite by belief, bro. We respect that. We don't care nothing about that, bro. Leave that shit at the door when they come down to that American Indian bloodline, bro. Leave that at the door. But if that help you get right, bro.
You say you had nothing to say. You just like repeating the same stuff. I'm just waiting. Because I'm about to totally forget what I'm saying.
Bro,
that's another
Hold on, Gideon, hold on.
Flag on the plate, shamanism.
You went 2 minutes twice, Gideon. Hold on.
Gideon, I gave you 2 minutes, and then we gave you an extra 2 minutes, bro. Like, come on now. You know what I mean? Like, on some real stuff, dog. We respect you. We're not trying to
I just say that because you saying you have nothing to say. That's why I said that. I'm sorry.
Hey, now you see, A1, I'm really the trigger.
Capping when he say that. He always
I'm the trigger. I'm the trigger. I'm really the trigger, man. I trigger people by what I say, bro. I respect it. I just gotta just start just muting up and letting them go in. You know what I mean? Once I trigger them. But Gideon, you trigger, bro.
Your second 2 minutes. Go ahead. Get another 2 minutes, man, so it's fair.
Nah, I ain't even need 2 minutes. Hey, yo, Gideon, I respect you, bro. You know what I mean? And my sister Dulcinea respect you. But, you know, when it come down to this real information stuff, bro, you got to be good. You got to be real good, bro. For real. That's all we saying, bro.
Some of these vets. That's what's up,
That's
man.
all we saying, bro. You got to be real good, bro. Word. You got to be real good.
I perfected my jab.
I see.
That's funny.
And she knocked people out with just jabs. She ain't even throwing no hooks or no uppercuts yet. That's just jabs.
You on the lookout for Dulcinea in the women's tournament coming this April. It's a few weeks away, y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This isn't trash talk. This is logic versus logic. Sources versus sources. Scholarship under the lights. When a round, win $50 cash. Keep winning and walk out with $500 in the crown. Each competitor represents a brand, an ideology, a team they're ready to go to war on the hill for. Every claim challenged, every source checked, every moment judged. So we ask you, are you not entertained? Enter the Coliseum of arguments. Only the strongest minds survive. This is Titans Debate League.
And you better get to that members only section if you want to get a bite of that. For only $3.99, you get up to 4 exhibitions a month. That's one debate every week.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Back to you all.
And shout out to the chat, man. Make sure y'all please like, share, and subscribe, man. You know what I mean? It's free. Please like, share, and subscribe. And for real, OTK show might be one of the only free shows that y'all might see. You know.
Nah, we about to keep a lot of all the open panels and stuff gonna be free. The after show gonna
Nah,
be
man,
free.
hey, A1, let me rock. A1, let me rock.
My bad. Humble got a debate show coming up. We got a debate game show actually coming up. It starts April 23rd. That's this month.
In the arena of ideas, intellect is the ultimate weapon. Welcome to Titans Debate League. This is Majority Rules, hosted by Humble Mystic. 5 panelists enter, only one survives. This is a free-for-all where your downfall is only one mistake away. Do you have the engagement, the energy? Are your sources bulletproof? Is your conduct elite? If you slip, you fall. Every 30 minutes, the topic changes. The heat rises, then the host calls the vote. The audience is the judge, and the majority is final. Comment by comment, the weak are dropped. One by one, the ranks stand until only a single Titan remains standing in the fire. The winner takes it all. Here on Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes. And this will be open panel style, and it will be open to the public. So anybody could come on the channel and they can hop on that game show and they can leave here a winner and get a prize.
All right.
So we're giving away merch from the Titans gift shop.
I got a question, A1.
Yep.
Because I got kicked off of Cash App. So like, how would I like? You got anything other?
You could PayPal me too.
Okay.
Or you could just go to I got the gift shop, so you can go to my gift shop on the YouTube and buy a T-shirt or something. You don't got to necessarily donate, buy something.
Okay.
Spend some money. I ain't just asking for it. I ain't always got my hand out. Shoot, I hustle. Let's get it.
Get Venmo.
But I want to give some dates since she asked for some dates.
Dates.
Okay. All right. We got some dates.
Dates. I'm lost.
I mean, she doesn't I can't give you exact dates because, like I said, back then they didn't. I'm just saying, we didn't even use the same calendar. So, like,
okay, hold on, bro.
Are you not talking about the Cash App anymore?
Oh no,
I'm confused. Okay, yeah, you can PayPal me too at TitansDebateLeague@gmail. That's my email. So TitansDebateLeague@gmail on PayPal.
So the first thing I want to say is the Employed Papyrus is dated at 1250 BC. That's what it said. And so that's
Before Christ. So that's before Christ, correct?
right.
Oh, so what would that be? Hebrew? Was Hebrews out or Israelites out during that time? Or the Hyksos?
Why would you
Israel,
ask that question?
the Israelites were already in Egypt because the Brooklyn Papyrus mentions them, and it was
It
around.
mentioned, hold up. It mentioned the Hebrew it mentioned the Hebrew Israelites.
It mentions some Semitic names that match names in the Bible. Actually,
No. Did it mention the Israelites or the Hebrews?
it names
See,
name.
the
It has
reason why I say
names.
the Hyksos is because that's the only people that the Egyptians really mentioned that came from another place besides the Persians, the Babylonians, and the Ottomans. But they named them. They didn't name no Hebrew Israelite. So are you talking about the Hyksos?
What I'm saying is that the names are like, for example, Shifra, Asher, Menahem. Those names that are biblical names were in. I'm just saying they're in the Brooklyn Papyrus, and then the Merneptah Stele mentions that the people of Israel were in Canaan, and that's later on. So this is a progression of historical facts.
These are not books. These are not books.
Those are facts.
This is a tablet. This is a tablet.
Yeah,
What are you talking
tablet.
about? The Merneptah Stele is a tablet that. Why would? Okay.
Right.
In the
So it's
50th?
written in stone, correct? It's written in stone.
Right. What?
All right.
Because
So it's
they
not
didn't
a
have
book,
books back
correct?
then.
Yeah, of
And
course.
what about the
Well, no,
papyrus?
some people did have so-called books back then. The Hebrew Israelites, or who you calling the Hebrew Israelites, didn't have no books.
What about? No, I'm talking about the Egyptians right now. The Brooklyn Papyrus is not by the Hebrew Israelites at all, and neither is the
Then
Merneptah Stele.
why you even bring that up then?
Because
why would you make
it
that
is
statement?
extra. No, I'm
No,
trying to
why you
point
even
out
bring
that it
that
is.
up?
No, I'm trying to point out that the Bible is a historical document because these extra biblical accounts are confirming what
No,
happened in the Bible.
no,
They aren't.
no. You're talking
They
about
aren't.
the
So you're
Apocrypha.
telling me?
You're talking
Hold
about the
on.
Apocrypha,
Because
the
of
Book of Adam and Eve 1 and 2, the
hold
Jubilees,
on.
and all of these. You're talking
Okay.
about these esoteric books or these apocryphal books, bro. These
I'm not talking about an
non-canonized books.
apocrypha.
These
I'm
are
not talking
not
about
part
an
of the
apocrypha.
Bible,
I'm talking
bro.
about the
They are
book of.
not
I'm talking about the
canonized, bro.
Exodus. I'm
Yeah,
talking about
they are
the
not
Exodus.
canonized.
You're telling me that the
Exodus.
Exodus isn't canonized? That's ridiculous.
Hold up. You just said it was. Hold up, bro. Let me.
Yeah,
Did
OTK,
you
you
just?
all over. Real talk.
No, I just want to make sure this brother just said what I thought he said. Did you just say that these books was coming from, or these sources was coming from outside of the Bible or per se?
And they
Yes or
confirmed
no?
the Exodus. That's all I'm saying.
Hold up.
Yes, they are
So
extra
what
biblical.
book? Hold on, bro. What books are you talking about that confirm the Bible? Since you trying to play me,
These aren't books. This is the papyrus. These are papyrus that are written. These documents are written by the Egyptians.
that's a lie.
That's how I know
That's not a
OTK
lie.
not listening. The brother did not
That's a
mention no
lie.
type of biblical text. He went to a true archaeological artifact.
that
And he
is a
mentioned the
long
Bible,
faced
bro.
lie,
You
bro.
stated it.
That is a long
So you're
faced
telling me
lie,
that the
man.
Brooklyn Papyrus does
The
not mention
only
his name?
Hebrew or the only person mentioned an Egyptian writings that you could call the Hebrews will be the Israelites that they try to correlate themselves with is the Hyksos. Stop it.
That's not true. That's not true.
So
In the
are the
5th year of
Persians and the
the Pharaoh
Babylonians? Hold
Meneptah.
on. So are the Persians and the Babylonians and the Phoenicians, are them Israelites? Is that what you're
Nope.
trying to say?
I didn't
All
say
right
that.
then. So name any Israelite that was written in Egyptian history, bro. It didn't say Hebrew Israelite. Quit lying to people. See, this is our
The
problem.
Meneptah Stele
This is why I don't
specifically
like to
talks
deal
about
with
the
biblical
Israel,
people.
people called
Listen, this
Israel.
is why I don't like to
Hold
deal
on.
with
No,
biblical
because
people
it's my
who
time,
deal
ain't
in
it?
religion.
Ain't it my
Dog,
time?
listen. Dog, listen. I don't like to deal with people who deal with religion and they deal with belief and they can't get out of their belief to say, yeah, you're right or you're wrong, and it's a belief system. And then they try to just say, oh, what I'm saying is right, and this is, but
That's not what I'm
that's
doing.
not true, bro. And it
That is
caused
not
me
what
to
I'm
say
doing.
that you was a lie, which I take that back. I didn't mean to say that you're a lie, bro. I apologize for that.
That
Another
is,
man shouldn't tell
that
another
is not what
man
I'm
that you're a
doing
lie.
though. I am taking
No, but
extra biblical history that has been dug up through archaeology,
no,
and
bro,
it confirms
no.
the Exodus.
No, was that written before the Bible?
Yes.
All right, then. So could the Bible be relating a story that they already seen?
Why would this is saying that
No,
it's
no.
Hold on.
Answer the question.
Listen
Yes
to
or no,
yourself.
bro?
Listen to
Hold on.
yourself.
Yes or no,
If
bro?
I write
That would be called
hold on, hear me
folklore.
out. Hold on, hear me out. Hear me out. If I write a biography of myself, if I write an autobiography of myself, it is because of things that I have seen. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
bro, stop it. That is the wrong goddamn correlation. An
Why is it?
autobiography of yourself is only your words. No extra sources can say nothing about you that you ain't say. So if some
Okay,
extra sources say something that you didn't say, hold on, bro, chill out. So if some extra sources say something that you didn't say in your autobiography, you can go against that and be like, that's a lie, even though it might be the truth. So chill out. That's
So
the
if a
wrong
source
correlation.
outside,
Hold
if a
on,
source
stop,
outside of
bro.
my biography
Hey, bro,
confirms what I said in my biography,
bro, can you stop real quick? Can you stop? You're running your mouth a little bit too
go
much. Hold on.
ahead. I'm gonna give you a chance to
You got two
run your
ears and
mouth.
one mouth, so you can listen more than you talk. So what I'm
But that's
telling
what you're
you is
doing.
that, dog, if that was written, if that was said before any Bible was created, could the Bible take that from that? So now, if the Bible took that from that was already written, that means that would be like a correlation or like a folklore or a passed down oral tradition, correct?
No.
You're talking like the Hebrew Israelites did it first.
No, I'm not saying that. I never said that.
Well, how are you trying to prove something that's
I'm not
older than
even.
the Bible to
Hold on.
prove that
You're
the
not
Bible is
listening to what
real?
I'm saying.
So,
That's
hold
why
up.
you
So the
have two
Bible,
ears and one
Bible is
mouth, so you
speaking.
can listen.
Hold on. So the Bible is speaking in past tense? Yes or no?
Yes. It's a historical document, no doubt.
So the Bible is speaking in past tense. So who was the one writing about this past tense?
Moses. At least the Torah, yeah, Moses. Well, it was a Moses, yeah, Moses.
So Moses writing a Hebrew Israelite, but the own book tell you that he was illiterate and Aaron had to be his translator. Come on, man. Y'all be killing yourself with this, dog.
Hold on. So
this is why I say, listen, bro, I don't want to kill y'all belief system. I really don't.
Hold on.
Keep y'all belief system.
He had a speech impediment. It didn't say he was illiterate.
Yeah, it did
It
say
said he had a
was illiterate.
speech impediment.
Bro, all right. So if he had a speech impediment, hold on. Did Moses know Hebrew or Israelite language, whatever language you want to call it? Did Moses know it? Yes or no?
He was not as fluent as his brother was.
All right, then. Well, stop, bro. Stop. He was not as fluent. Fluent means you speak more than one language sometimes, and that you're very gifted at that language.
I
Like
know
you
what
can
fluent
speak
is.
it.
My mother spoke 11
Yeah.
languages, bruh.
All right, bro. So quit playing with me then if you already know
I'm
what
not
I'm
playing with
saying.
you. You're not
I know
listening to
you
what I'm
can't play with me,
saying.
man. Hey, you're
You're
playing with
not
yourself right
listening.
now,
You
bro.
you are you are
No,
you are stuck in a box.
no, bro.
You aren't
Listen,
listening.
listen.
I
What
am
I'm
not
telling you is,
saying,
all
I
right. Well,
am
let me
not
tell you like this,
saying,
bro. I really don't care about your beliefs.
okay, you don't have
Keep
to.
your
But
beliefs.
I am
Hold on, bro. Stop. Stop. Keep your belief system, bro. Keep that intact. I respect it. All right. We don't need to go back and forth no more and argue about this, bro. Keep your belief system intact. I respect it, my dog. You know what I mean? I respect it. For real, bro. But that's not our spirituality over here. And
and
a lot of
it
that
doesn't
stuff is convoluted. Hold on. A lot of that stuff is convoluted over there. So I really don't even care about their stuff over there, to tell you the truth.
I just all I was doing was the question was asked, show some evidence. I
You still
I
ain't
just
show
showed the
no, you
evidence.
still ain't show no dates, bro. So stop it.
I,
So
I
you
gave
still
you
ain't show
dates.
no evidence. So
I gave
just
you
chill out,
dates.
bro.
I gave you
Listen,
dates. I
hey,
gave you
bro, listen.
documents. You don't want
Nobody,
to look it up
nobody want to
yourself?
argue with you. Listen, bro, you coming up
Go
here to
ahead.
start an
All right.
argument.
No,
Nobody want to
go ahead.
argue
Go ahead.
with you.
I'm done.
All
I'm
right.
done because
Your
you
dates
don't
is
listen. You
bullshit.
telling me to
Yo,
listen, but you don't want to listen. So this is over. I'm done.
all right. Well, all right. Well, I tell you what. When you have a show over
I
here,
don't have
dog, I'm
nothing to
gonna come
say.
and do the
No,
same
you just
thing.
said you was
Just
done. If you're
everybody
gonna be
that do
done,
that.
be done. Don't say I'm done and
Word.
then cut them off for the next 5 sentences every sentence. That's what niggas be doing. I'll be paying attention to the toxic ass traits you niggas got. You about to
All
start
right.
calling this shit out. My dad a master's degree licensed therapist. I'm tired of this shit, man. I gotta fucking y'all making me work tonight. Hit that cash app up, man. Let me go to a word from our sponsors.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This isn't trash talk. This is logic versus logic, sources versus sources, scholarship under the lights. Win a round, win $50 cash. Keep winning and walk out with $500 in the crown. Each competitor represents a brand, an ideology, a team they're ready to go to war on the hill for. Every claim challenged, every source checked, every moment judged. So we ask you, are you not entertained? Enter the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the strongest minds survive. This is Titans Debate League.
And back to you, ladies and gentlemen. You got the floor. It was on OTK. Go ahead.
Sister Dulcinea, you still on there or she done gone? She drop off or she still up here? No, she done drop off. Yeah, man. So, like I said earlier, man, I respect y'all beliefs, man. I put that on everything I love. And once I see you start getting into a belief topic, man, I got to fall back. And you know, if you want to call it bow down or whatever like that, bro, I accept that. I bow down to people's beliefs because what made you good, bro, what made you the person you is today, I got to respect that. But all we asking in return is respect our knowing, not a belief system, but a truth knowing because we deal with genealogy. We deal with bloodlines. So this ain't no guesswork. You understand what I'm saying? Spirituality and genealogy over everything. And we understand what spirituality really is because that's really nature. That got the name of spirituality. We dealt with nature. We still in tune with nature. Over here, you don't see no other culture and no other history that stayed in tune with nature, that knew the seasons like the way the American Indians over here did. When you really start learning about the cultures that was over here. And that's still being on today. Remember, ain't none of these can be nobody else culture unless it's brought here newly and then got taught to the people that inhabit this land. But as far as the transatlantic slave trade, all cultures were supposedly wiped out on the trip. So for them to come here and bring any culture over here, we know that's a fib. And my sister Dosey just came back up. So I want to put this back on Dosey. Dosey, I don't know how much
What's a
time you
fib?
got.
What's a fib?
Say that again now.
You said something was a fib, a lie. What's a fib?
What you mean what's a fib? What I was saying that was a lie?
Right.
Because if y'all saying that the culture still came over here and that American language, I mean that African language is over here today, then that mean the transatlantic slave trade narrative will be a fib. Because in that narrative, they lost all their
No,
culture.
not what you're saying. Not what you're saying now. What you just said. And what you just said, you wasn't questioning if something was a fib. You explicitly said something is a fib. So I'm trying to see what is that something. I think it's quite simple
Oh,
when
when
I'm
I
asking.
told no, I think that's when I was apologizing to the brother when I told him I shouldn't be calling him a liar. I should have just said he fibbed
No,
rather
not
than
that part. Not
calling
that
him a
part.
liar.
Not
Yeah,
that part.
I
You
think
speaking
that's
of
when I said the
transatlantic.
fib part, bro. Yeah, I think
No,
that's when
you
I
speaking
said
of
the
the
fib part, Gideon.
You speaking of the transatlantic slave trade, and then you said some
What
stuff
did I
about
say that
culture.
was a fib?
Here we go
You know what?
again.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm
See?
gonna leave it alone.
Yeah. All right. So Dosey, I don't know how much time you got, sis, but I wanted to ask you a
And
question
I'm gonna leave it
because
alone too.
I want to get into this stuff because this will kill all of this talk because I don't even know. I don't even want to talk about over there because over there in the transatlantic slave trade, as far as these Israelites, if they saying that they came over here, uh, stop it. I mean, stop it. Let's be for real. Dosey, let me ask you about this. Dosey, you here with me, sis?
Bro, you got me confused from what you saying. 'Cause it's
Hold on,
contradicting.
Gideon. I ain't
So I
calling
know
nobody
how it is
name, bro.
inside your head.
Gideon, y'all stop being so triggered, bro. Y'all calm down, bro. Stop being so triggered. Damn.
I'm just trying to get a word in edgewise, but that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. Dosey, you still here?
Yes, I am.
All right, so Dosey, uh, can you just give me a quick synopsis, or maybe if you want to go deeper into it, can we talk about Albert Perry just for a second, real quick? Because when we talk about Albert Perry, that changes the whole game. That kills this 13 tribe chart. That kills a lot of the DNA theories, and
It kills
all
the
of that.
concept of
So
A00. Yeah.
right. So can you go in on Albert Perry? I know if you want to show some
I did
slides, I'm
want
sure
to.
A1 will pull it
Yeah.
up. But if you want
Okay.
to, but go ahead.
Okay, I did want to respond back to that boy to 101. He did give a date, and I'm sorry I had to drop the 1250 BC. What I'm saying though, and thank you for having a date. That way we can analyze this in chronological order. So you're saying an event happened in the Egypt region 1250 BC. I think it's very weird that like a pyramids there, Pyramid of Dozier existed there. At that time, it would have been 2,400 more years. So when white people come in the 1800s and the early 1900s and start telling us how we should interpret this or that, I always just think it's weird that they never reference any megalithic structures that would have existed, or why these people that built these megalithic structures didn't make it absolutely clear, like, I'm the Hebrews, this is Yahweh's land. Stuff that normal people would do as far as if the Bible is attached to them. But as
Okay,
far
I
as
want to say, I want to ask you a question on this.
No,
You may not know this.
Hold on, bro. You done been talking for long enough. Let her finish,
She asked a
please.
question. She asked a
Nah,
question, and
man,
I'm
let her
answering
finish.
it.
It's me and her
Go ahead.
show, though.
yeah,
Let
I
her
didn't
finish.
necessarily ask a question either,
Oh,
Daddy
Yeah.
Boy.
my bad. My
I
bad.
just
I thought you.
spoke out as far as to be like when we're talking about these things and
Damn, y'all some triggered ass niggas.
when they introduce certain things to us. But I do want him to respond before I get to A00, just so we can stay on. But I'll say as far as like they say they discovered a rock with Hebrew writing or something like that. It doesn't make sense to the ancient cultures that are using megalithic structures to show even who they are, to show that they have braids, to show that they were a Negroid people. So they showed everything except this Bible. Just doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, I'm about to go to the
Okay.
refrigerator. I'll be back in 2 minutes, man.
I'll
No
let
fighting
And
while I'm gone.
shout out to
I'll
my
let you know
brother
one thing. 'Cause she
Cosmon
asked,
and the
she said
Creator
she wanted me to
Gang, man.
respond.
Shout out to the Cloud Kicker and my brother Cosmon and the Creator Gang. Just pull up in here too. You know what I mean?
Salute.
What's up, Cosmo?
What up, dog?
Shalom.
So, what I was going to say was that a lot of people don't know this, but Christianity was in Africa before it was in Europe. People don't know that. It was in
That's a fact.
Ethiopia.
A lot of people know that, bro. A lot of people know that.
Well, the fact that you are
What are you
trying to
talking
act
What
like
about,
does that have
bro?
anything to do with what I said? When we're
Yeah,
talking about
Come on,
2,650
man.
Why y'all bombarding the brother? Let the brother finish his sentence, man.
Yeah, but
No,
I
he said
just
he
wanted
said
to
he
make
made his
clear.
statement.
I
He
do
made a
know
no,
statement.
I wasn't finished.
But I do want to say the 200 and 650 BCE, which would be the Pyramid of Dozier, is way before there's any Europe. Go ahead.
Big facts.
All this stuff, yes, the Pyramid of Dozier was definitely before Europe came over here. But a lot of people, like I said, Christianity was over here was over in Africa before it was in Europe. And people act like the white man created God and this concept of Christianity and all this other stuff. But
who said that?
Why,
who said that?
I've talked to a lot of people. They think that the
What's
white
up
man
here on the
created
panel
God.
ain't say that? Don't
Okay.
address everybody else.
Where is your
Address the
concept
people
that?
on the panel,
Hold on. Where is your
Damn.
concept that you're saying that the white man came over to Africa and said this is how you're supposed to believe? Because they
No,
didn't
he
create
didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
No.
I said
Oh,
as
then I
far
must have
as
misunderstood.
Yeah, you misunderstood. So if people are portraying themselves through megalithic structures, now what I mean by megalithic structures are structures that we don't even understand how they were able to build them or build them to this
Big
day.
facts.
And they were able to express who they were through their hairstyles, through their depiction, through words that they wrote. When someone
Big
comes
facts.
back, when a white person comes back in the 1800s and says this rock is all we need to know, ignore that megalithic structure that says nothing about the Hebrews and give us a rock, I don't believe that rock. You can keep that Stela or whatever else you want to give me, because there's megalithic structures that I can go to that I know they built in that time period to understand what their culture was.
That's like the
Hey,
Kabbalah
you are
stone, right?
okay.
This
So
shit is
this is the,
crazy
so
work, man.
you're telling me that the Merneptah Stela means nothing. You're saying that the Brooklyn Papyrus
It don't
means
say
nothing.
Hebrews, bro.
The names are Semitic and they match names in the Bible. What are you talking
No,
about?
did it say
And
Hebrew, bro?
it doesn't. No, not in
All
the
right,
Brooklyn
then stop,
Papyrus. Hold
stop.
on,
Well,
hold
then
on, hold
stop,
on,
bro.
hold on,
Stop,
hold on, hold on, hold
stop,
on. Not
stop,
in the Brooklyn
stop.
Papyrus, but it mentions Israel in the Merneptah Stele.
It say Israel?
Yes, it talks about the people of. It says a people called
Yeah,
Israel in Canaan.
it does say Israel, right? But it contradicts what the Bible says, right? It's a contradiction for you because it says in Merneptah Stela, it says that Israel is laid waste, its seed is no more. So first of all, they not even it contradicts that they could be overthrowing
Right,
a
I know what it
city
says.
state or anything like that because
That got to
they
be later.
they don't exist yet. You got to remember
Right,
this is time of the judges. This is pre-David, pre-Saul, pre any of that. So
right.
trying to say that they are laid to waste, and yet Saul is about to come up and make a whole kingdom.
Right.
Make a whole
The real
kingdom. Now,
Israel kingdom.
mind
Right.
you, at this same exact time, Egypt is getting swallowed by the sea people. And
Swallowed up.
by 1177,
Wow, I think
Yeah, now I'm
only
lost.
some 20 years later, right?
I think of
They in
TD Jakes when
full
you said
rebellion
that.
while Israel is making a kingdom. So you can't. So how is the kingdom laid to waste and the seed is no more? So they're obviously talking about the people. That means they would have been annihilated or eradicated. When we see Saul and them, David and Solomon set up a whole kingship.
Big facts.
So what the brothers just admitted to is that the biblical story backdates its narrative.
Thank
It
you.
backdates the narrative and writes it in as if it's real. We got to remember, they didn't stole from the
Right.
Hasis. They stole from the lost books of Anki. They stole from
Right.
the Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm talking about
Gilgamesh.
directly.
The
They
epic
didn't
of
stole.
Gilgamesh.
Listen, they stole the whole story about Jesus so-called dying in the middle of two thieves on a cross. That is Zarathustra, 100%, word for word. And even
Big facts.
the so-called being betrayed by a person named Judas. They got that from Zarathustra. He gets portrayed by a person named Judas.
Uh-huh.
So what the brother just
Hey,
admitted to
Cosmon, is that your progenitors of like Hinduism per se?
no, they would have Zarathustra would have been
And
way before them.
Zoroastrianism and shit like
Yeah,
that.
he would have
And
shit.
yeah. Go
Listen,
ahead.
Zarathustra is still Zarathustra, the real Zarathustra, the first monotheist. He's 3,000 years before Buddhism, Brahmanism, Hinduism. He 3,000 years before that. He's 6,500 years before the time
Before
Zoroaster and Zoroastrianism. They're not the same person.
Right. Okay. I
Right.
got you.
Yeah,
I know.
but what the brother just admitted, and Dulcie is pointing out, and OTK is pointing out, is this is a subjective belief system. You right? This is if you choose to believe it. Now, mind you, we already know for a fact the Egyptians' God failed. They were false. Babylonian gods, false.
Okay.
Israelite God, false. All of them have already failed. And then I would double this down. I'm going to go on and say this. I'm going to say an Israelite and a Jew ain't even the same thing. The people that y'all claiming that y'all are in that book, those people in the book are not Israelites.
I
Not,
never
as
even
a matter of
claimed to
fact,
be
they are the
Israelite.
exact
Oh, shit.
antithesis of what a real Israelite is. I'm
Oh,
saying that they
shit.
are Jews. Everybody in
Oh,
that book
shit.
is a Jew,
Oh,
not an
shit.
Israelite.
Cosmon.
That's wrong.
Coming through.
I can say
Cosmon be coming through with the
Well, I'll
guillotine.
beat you up
So
with this
I can
one.
tell you that's not true because
You can't
Jews,
prove it.
because Israelites, Jews are a branch of Israelites.
Prove it.
Huh?
Prove it.
Okay, so Israel.
bro, the Israelites are descendants of Jews. What is you talking about?
No, they
No,
not.
Jews
I'm
are the
saying
descendants
no, they
of
not. I'm
Israel.
saying the Jew and the Israelite are two different people, and we can tell by their nature,
Oh,
their character, and their deed.
Oh, hold on. Are you talking
hold on,
about
Cos. So are you talking
the
about the
Jews that are?
Israelite of today, Cosmon, or are you talking
No,
about
I'm talking
the
about the true
Israelite of the
ancient Israelite.
Bible?
Listen,
What thing? Go ahead.
it
Go
wouldn't
ahead.
have
Go
mattered,
ahead.
OTK. It wouldn't have mattered if it was an Israelite of 5,000 years ago or an Israelite of today. I'm saying they are two different people doing doing a whole different thing than what the Jews have always historically done. I'm talking about them 12 tribe niggas. I'm talking about these black Hebrew
Yeah.
Israelites. Everybody
Yeah.
else today and real Israelites are two different people.
You're mixing up a lot of.
You know what?
And
You know what,
I do want to
Cos?
say to Cosmon,
You know what, Cos?
one thing
I
that he
agree
brought
with
up.
that. I agree with that because when we know the separation between when Abraham was dying and he was given his blessing, Jacob stole the birthright. So that started the Israelite line, and that separated from the Judaism line.
I'm saying
So
that whole
okay,
story with
okay,
Jacob. I'm saying the
uh-huh,
whole story with Jacob and all that is
uh-huh.
how the Jews usurp real Israelite history
Separate.
and insert themselves into it with an
I
astrological
got you.
12 tribes chart. Them niggas
you.
took real Israelite history. Remember, these are people with no history.
I
Remember,
got you.
real
I got
Israelite, real
So,
Israelite
Yeah, I got
never
you.
Well,
needed
let
no
me say this
Bible.
to Cosmon real
Go ahead,
quick.
bro.
I just wanted to say, as far as when he brought up the Epic of Gilgamesh, is that like that's my point as well, because now we have the people of Gilgamesh that, yes, they found this epic on tablets, but also there was destruction of the wall of Uruk, which was a wall in the Gilgamesh kingdom, in which had this story as well. So it's not just this one rock that is giving us this. It's
Facts.
that
Right.
And then
the whole kingdom is showing you that this is a real story, because we can cross-reference the structures to the tablets, to the whatever else. But when every time we get to this story, that's always presented to us, first off, when this is what I said, Dat Boy, it's being presented to us by white people in a certain time, and it's presented to us on a rock.
Right. So this is what I want to say, and specifically the OTK. So my brother, right? So I'm dealing with three people that has, in my opinion, contradictory claims to the Bible, right? So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna take care of Cosmon real fast. I beat the sleeves off whatever this dude believe in our debate. So what I'm gonna do is
He
tell the
lost
listening
bad, y'all.
audience,
Just to be for
you
real,
know,
he up here lying. He
if
lost
if
bad.
y'all can, here we go. Here we go with the interrupting. Here we go with the interrupting. So what I would do, I would tell the audience, man, y'all become a member and y'all check that debate out. Because when y'all check it out, y'all can understand when I say I'm going to appeal to authority, and you know that would be me between me and this guy, and everything he's saying. Just trust me, it's not credible. This guy's going by a white guy that's by the name of Marlboro. You don't know whether to smoke this guy or like just put him in an insane asylum. So this is where his fountainhead of knowledge coming from. So that's one of the two detractors. But go ahead, OTK.
Okay, look, just to you notice he said, I want you to believe me. Just believe me. That's what he said. What y'all need to do is don't believe nobody. Go on the debate and watch it yourself and watch me stomp a mud hole in his God. His God is a demon, right? He got up there off topic the whole time. He tried to talk about OWASP instead of showing the benefits in his book. All he did was show that we got nothing but benefits in ours, right? And then I just doubled down more. One of us went in our book and showed benefits. One of us couldn't. One of us has a demonic entity that wants child sacrifice, right? And the other one of our books tells us to treat your brother like you wanted to be treated and to do good works and do it for somebody else, right? So I stumped him and his God out, and that's why he up here crying, delusional, stuck in cognitive dissonance, trying to bring up some old stuff that was recorded. Anybody can go see me massacre this man, punch all on his God. His God got a black eye and needs some peas. As a matter of fact, since his God was sitting on the chair, I snatched his whole ass up out the chair and stumped him out. Right? Punched
Hey,
his
bro,
God
you're not gonna respect my God. At
Now
least
he
respect the
mad.
channel, bro.
Now
That's
he
cursing.
mad. Now he mad because I beat his God up. But look, his forefather Jacob beat his God up. Why can't I?
Like I said, man, whatever you say, we all know, and not only me, but countless debates before show that your fountainhead is even worse than W. Wallace Buzz. This was the Dennis from Dakota giving you freestyle scripture. Like, I mean, how crazy does it get?
Hey, listen,
but go ahead.
Do you know I've beat all your big homies?
Hey, man, but it's not the top.
Listen,
I was just using the source to credit, like to invalidate everything he was saying. We don't have to dwell on it.
Hold on.
You made 4 or 5 videos about the debate, bro. We've heard enough, bro. I was just going to a source, bro. You don't have to ruminate over the defeat, bro. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, like I was saying, I stomped your big homies out too. Go get your teacher. Go get Tazaria. Go get what's the little zesty dude? Zion Lex. Go get him. Go get Yara. Go get any one of your big homies. I done stomped them out already. I'm 2020 and oh.
But
I've been stomping your guy. Listen. If everything I'm saying is just this Dr. Seuss book, I'm making it up. Why can't your God defeat me?
Hey, bro.
Defeat you.
Hey, bro.
My nigga, you bro, I was about to take, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, look,
you work 40 hours a week. What do you mean? How
all I did was pick one dude in his labia and both of them start crying. I kicked one person in his labia.
Hold on,
Cosmo. Listen to what labia, and both of y'all start crying.
Right, listen to what you just
hit me out.
Listen to what you just asked me, bro. You asked.
I'm gonna put this in the
comments. I just gonna say this. You said how
you would kill your child
you
if your
just
God
said,
asked you to.
You just said you're defeating my God, right? And I'm just trying to figure out and surmise how does a ninja with a 40-hour work week defeat the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Please show me that in any type of metric.
Easy. Hold on. Not only can a nigga with a 40-hour week, your God can't even defeat people who got iron wheels on their chariots. He been a weak nigga.
Look, and that's coming from somebody.
Hold on. Let's look at the losses of your God. Your God lost to Merneptah and them and the Moabites. Your God lost to the Assyrians, he lost to the Persians, he lost to the Medes, he lost to the Greeks, he lost to the Romans.
And now he lost to Cosmine Cal, right?
And then guess what? And then, hey, listen, your God been getting punched on for millennia. I'm just
well, that's not necessarily true either.
But these guys,
that's not necessarily true, because let me point out something. Let me point out something.
True. Your God lost to the Persian God.
Okay. All right, hear me out. First off, I want to say I'm not going to deny that there are other people who have similar stories than what's in the Bible. I've studied.
Man, I don't even want to hear none of that shit till y'all niggas tell me who Moses
was.
Why
you gotta interrupt?
Shut all that shit up. Show me who Moses was.
I ain't
don't believe your Merneptah Stella. You don't believe none of that shit.
Stop. I know you look at it.
Show me who Moses was in Egypt, and then I'll take anything that
y'all
got to say.
I know.
If y'all show
I know Cosmine. Hold on, but no, you hold on, because you interrupted the brother while he was talking. I know you look at us as I know you look at us. Hold on. I know. OTK, hold on. Stop with the apple. Stop with the apple. Hold on. No, but ain't no Gideon. No. Stop.
I don't even know what happened. What kind of laws? But dang. I was just gonna say that.
I forget my train of thought and everything too, bro.
Yeah, Gideon, everything good. Gideon, everything good. We was having a back and forth, bro. Ain't it? Dog, trust me, when somebody want to talk, bro, the next person is gonna be quiet and let them talk, bro.
Oh, I'm muted
the
whole
time.
I'm over here. I was muted the whole time. I'm over here thinking I'm talking. But I was saying, man, it's cutting people off and being rude and disrespectful to each other has got to stop in front of me. Every time somebody cuts somebody off, I cringe because I feel like it's happening to me. I don't like that shit. Come back up. Gideon didn't cut nobody off. It was really Cosmine. I cringed when you cut him off like that. Because what? What are we doing? Like, if he wrong, he wrong. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. We got to change the way we communicate with each other, man. We got to do better by each other. I'm not expecting nobody to agree with nobody information. I disagree with a lot of y'all, but I've never spoken to any of y'all like that until I see y'all bullying other people. The only time y'all hear me speaking up is when I see people getting bullied. Go ahead, man. And try not to bully each other.
You gotta check yourself with that Cosmine. I need the brother finish, man.
Man, we don't need all that adding on, man.
And the brother just said he forgot
what he had to say, bro.
Right, bro.
I'm over here playing the world's smallest violin for him right now.
All right, like I was saying, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that there are other I've studied Zoroastrianism. I haven't practiced, but I studied multiple religions that have similar stories in them. I'm not denying any of the stories, but in my religion, which I am not Israelite, but I can, I'm Muslim. So we believe that God sent prophets throughout the world. And also, you're saying that God lost to these people. You're not looking at both lineages. It mentioned that these things would happen to the lineage of Isaac. In the prophecy, but nobody ever took over nobody ever conquered the people of Ishmael. It never happened.
What prophecy they say this will happen, bro?
It said that they would be strangers in a land not their own.
Whoa. All right, hold on. So
Wrong
that's the
people.
same Israelite story. So
Yeah,
now
that's
you
wrong.
being Muslim, you coming from the Ishmaelites, you know what I mean? From Ishmael, Abraham firstborn. So are you
Right.
saying y'all got that same story too?
No, the 12 princes was that he would give them 12 princes. He said that their hand would be against everybody else hand against their his. So it says he would be a wild man, a donkey of a man, or whatever. He was going to be like the Arabs never got conquered at all.
Hey, but real quick though, you dig what I'm talking about? Just to stop all this silly stuff, because what you don't understand is that Judaism, Islam, Christianity, and all the Abrahamic faiths have a tie directly through Zoroastrianism. So we can just
Big
stop
fact.
all the beating around the bush and mealy mouthing, you know what I mean, and just get to the
I don't
point.
deny that.
What we
I don't
saying
deny
is
that.
what we saying is what we saying is that's cap in fact.
Right.
Factually is
Because
cap.
it's taken away from something older, but it's writing it like
Okay.
it's happening now and like it's new. So
Well,
that's why the whole thing
let's get back
started.
to this.
So let me explain that.
To this
But
AOO
hold
blood
on,
though. This is
hold
what
on,
time
bro.
though.
Hold on. I didn't even want to get into this religious talk during my show, man, but I entertain it. Okay, Sister Dosey, you back now? I'ma let bruh finish real quick, Dosey, and then you come in right after him. Go ahead, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, bro. With the Zoroastrianism, you say you agree with that Zoroastrianism. You're not trying to say that, but what are you
I'll
trying
be
to
right
say?
back, fellas.
Put it back when it the bot. You on mute, bro? You might got your mic on mute.
You talking about me?
Oh
Oh, I
yeah.
missed
Oh, that
what you
was
said. I ain't even gonna lie. I missed what you said.
yeah. I didn't know. I was saying I didn't mean to cut you off in the middle of you talking because Dosey was back. But I was telling Dosey that we gonna get into this. I was trying to let you finish because I cut you off. I was saying my apologies.
And I'm like I said, I don't disagree that some of the stuff, but like I'm just saying, like, first off, the Zoroastrian the dates for the Persian prophet Zoroaster aren't even it's an often debated date. You don't even have a real like date for Zoroastrian. It's often debated in the but you have a clear time for the Abrahamic faith that date. What is it? If I'm not mistaken, Zoroaster was around 600 BC, and the Abrahamic faith date way before that. That's just about the Zoroastrianism thing. The other thing was you mentioned what was the other thing that I was talking about? Oh yeah, the defeat of God or whatever the case may be. And like I told you, I'm a Muslim, and I believe that um, we believe that God sent many prophets that weren't even named in the Bible or the Quran around the world. So the fact that they have a story that confirms or whatever, you mentioned the Epic of Gilgamesh. I read that, but they mentioned the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it confirms something that happened in the Bible. I don't understand how your first reaction is the Bible isn't real instead of these two stories
No,
can
bro. The
coexist.
Bible confirmed the story of Gilgamesh, bro. You got that wrong. The story of Gilgamesh didn't confirm the Bible. The Bible confirmed the story of Gilgamesh.
Either
And it
okay,
still wasn't the
we're gonna
same
put it that way.
story.
Yeah,
We're gonna
come
put it
on.
that
It
way.
still wasn't the same
We're gonna put it
story,
that way.
bro.
Not in the Bible
Okay,
Come
and
on,
it's
not
still
man.
the
You're
in the
talking.
same
Bible.
That's
story.
why.
That's what I'm
Hold on. See,
saying.
you getting
So it's
triggered,
not
bro.
the same
See, you
story.
getting triggered
It's not
now,
the same
bro.
story
You
at
getting
all.
triggered, bro. It's
Because
not the
Inky
same
and
story
Alil
neither.
not in the Bible at all. So what people do to try to attach it to it is to say that they're gods that came before them. And when we're talking about the Elohim and multiple gods, that Inky and Alil is a part of that Elohim. Now you can make that up, but at the end of the day,
Right.
the story of the Epic of Gilgamesh is not from the Bible. But let's go
And
ahead.
we can talk about the book of Enoch and the what did they call them? The sons of God. Yeah. We can talk about all that stuff that's not in the Bible that you were I believe that might
You
be the
can't
only
make
Bible you
the
know
sons of
about.
God Inky and Enlil if they didn't say the sons of God are Inky and Enlil. So
I'm saying, hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. There is, like I mentioned, there is a text that predates the Bible that the Europeans use. I mentioned that, if I'm not mistaken. The Ethiopic text in the Tawahedo Church.
Man, the Ethiopian text is the Coptic text. That is the Bible. That is one of the oldest Bibles.
Okay.
That was written.
If you know about it,
that
if you
has
know about
all.
it, then what?
But that's still
But
after,
the
bro.
geese,
But the thing
the
is, that's
geese
still
and the
after. Right.
Talmud, that isn't the same stories as the Bible. So again, it's just
Right.
a
The
lot of
Talmud. Big
projection to
facts.
make it all the same story, even when it's not. So
Right. The
let's go ahead.
Septuagint, the Vulgate,
I'm saying
Lagate,
those
the
characters
goddamn. They were
in the
just
Bible,
different.
we would need those characters to be the same in the Epic of Gilgamesh. If they're not the same, it's not the same story. But we're going to move on because I don't have all night to stay here, and we weren't here for the Bible. We were here for American history. So I'm going to finish
Right.
this up.
Yeah.
Big facts.
Okay, I got a question about that too. Because that's what the real question that I came up here for.
Ask your
Is to
question when she
ask.
gets finished.
Okay. My
Did you
bad.
hear
My
what
bad.
she
My bad.
just said? Like
Yeah.
do y'all be
No.
aware?
My bad. I
What the
apologize.
So
She
this is
just
from
said
a
I'm about to,
debate. Yeah.
oh my God, man.
Yeah, it's
I'm
okay.
sorry,
It's
Dulcinea.
okay. I know it's okay. So this is from a debate that I just recently had, and it's going over A00. So I'm just gonna pull out some key points. But one thing I was telling everybody, when it comes to the scientific method and the way they say we should go through it, they actually say we should end on results. But science says that their conclusion is the end. But no, normally how they ended it was with what the results is. Did the results match or not match their hypothesis? So let's go into first. I'm going to start off when it was discovered. So let me pull that up on the big screen. Let's see here. So y'all can see it big. I don't want to make it too small. So as you can see, the discovery of Albert Perry's A00, it was Thomas Cron was the first scientist to test and identify Perry's unusual DNA. So this is in 2011. He noticed that it did not match any known haplogroup. So then he sends it over to Dr. Michael Hammer from the University of Arizona, who was able to perform a deeper sequencing and verification. And that's when Hammer's team confirmed that this was an unknown Y chromosome branch and named it A00. And then we have the publication that everybody knows about it in 2013. Well, why this is a big benefit, let me go back and exit out of sharing, like why that matters. Let me go down.
Can everybody mute up too? Oli, I think your mic's still hot too.
Oh, it's probably me. Hold on.
No, you talking, sis. You good. So you saying that AOO from Albert Perry was first discovered by one person, and then he couldn't find no match to it till he sent it to somebody else's?
Correct. So he sent it to someone else, and
Okay.
then that person was able to confirm that it was unknown, like that they never had seen it before. I'm just trying to get to the point. Hold on, the second
Dosey, real
slide
quick.
of why this matters. What's up?
Dosey, real quick. Can I ask you a question? Right?
Yeah, yeah.
If AOO is one of the oldest known haplogroups, and through the out of Africa theory, right? Through the out of Africa theory, it says that all men come from Africa. So AOO would have, per their theory, been coming from Africa. But when they find it in the American brother Albert Perry, the panels which had already been done in Africa, they never found any AOO over there, did they?
Yep, that's exactly
No.
what I'm trying to pull up now. So let's
Correct.
see. Here we go.
Right.
Correct.
So till they found Albert Perry's DNA,
That's
Mhm.
there
the
was
latest one that
nobody
they
in Africa to claim that they had a AOO lineage older than his. And can you please explain, out of the ones, the 11 different steps that they found, or 11 different versions of AOO, they are all mutated step downs.
Big facts.
You dig what
Yeah.
I'm talking
Big
about?
facts.
So the original strain has been and is proven as one of the oldest clades in the world, comes from a man in America. So I
South
was just,
Carolina.
yeah, and South Carolina to be exact. And I just wanted to make sure that you dig what I'm talking about. The people is understanding that when they did the AOO, there was supposed to already be somewhere found AOO in Africa. They never found it.
Well, yeah, so this is what I'm getting into now, and thank you for being the
Big
precursor.
facts.
So I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys can truly see it, but again, how I said as far as that it's discovered in 2011, they write the publication that we all know about Albert Perry in 2013. Well, in 2011, they already put out the publication called A Revised Route for the Human Y Chromosomal Phylogenetic Tree, the origin of patrilineal diversity in Africa. So they talk about how they have major clades of A, B, C, and CT. They talk about the Khoisan, how clade A, what it represents as far as it, where we get this A1B. So why is this important? That means they already had this African DNA when Dr. Hammer did this deep analysis of Albert Perry's DNA, and he wasn't able to find any like matches to it. So all the African DNA was already in the same database in which they tested Albert Perry against, and they said that it was still unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
So
God.
also we're gonna get to this Cameroonian. So we keep hearing, oh, it's coming out of Cameroon, it's coming out of
Right.
Cameroon.
It's coming out of
In this
Cameroon. Coming out
publication,
of
they sequenced about 200 kilobytes of the male specific region of the human Y chromosome. Okay, so keep that in mind. 200 kilobases. Let's go back. And let's go to the 2013 publication in which they introduced Albert Perry's DNA to us. That's going to be the this one as far as an African American paternal lineage that adds an extremely ancient root to the human Y chromosome phylogenetic tree. So they say we sequence multiple regions totaling a little bit over 200 kilobases, 240 to be exact, and subset regions. They say this is belonging to the previous known Basal lineage A1B, which we rename here A0. So why are they changing A1B to A0 when they already said A1B doesn't match up to Albert Perry's A00? They didn't find anything like it. So now we see they're taking the African DNA and they're wiping it and making it A0 when it's not.
Right.
So is that also like saying that if the A00 is older than the AO or the A1B, can the AO or the A1B really come from the AOO?
No, not at all. I mean, it could be a variation that comes
after,
so
right?
it could be that Albert
That's what I'm
Perry's
saying, like a
DNA
descendant
is
of the
secret, but it cannot be
AOO.
before. Exactly.
No, not before,
So it
but
would
I'm
be
saying they
it
can
would
be a
be Albert
descendant of the
Perry's
AOO.
descendant, not his predecessor.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead, sis. You cooking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry,
So
let me go
now
back.
you already done showed that they had to change the once they found the AOO, it got sent to two people who already knew about the African so-called genomes or the haplogroups or whatever like that, and they couldn't find no matches. So they had to turn around and add in a new group or convert an older group into the AOO and call them AO because they didn't have no group. And they also basically, like what I really speak about the most, and I just go to the root of it, this racial eugenics and this scientific racism and this evolution theory. This is to back their theory up, correct?
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So let's go to this one because this one is in more recent time. So they're like, okay, well, maybe too many people were seeing the discrepancies, so they were like, let's find another group where we can find this A00. So this one's called the Ancient West African. Sorry, it's loading. The ancient West African foragers in the context of African population history. Now they take some DNA from a Sri Lanka admixture that they found at a Sri Lanka site, and then they're saying that now through this forest that's near Cameroon in West Central Africa, just as they supposed, they found out that A00 is coming out of West Africa. This is from 2025. Well, why this matters is you would think they found the DNA in 2025. Nope. This site is something they found in 2001. Again, when did they find Albert Perry's DNA? It was 2011. What did they say about Albert Perry's DNA in 2011? That it matched no DNA in their databases. So how are they going back in time and saying now all of a sudden it matches when he did his deep dive originally to try to match it with all the DNA that was available to them at the time?
Gotcha.
And this DNA was found 10 years before Albert Perry. It was found in 2001, you say, sis?
2001, yeah, 10 years before
And Albert Perry,
They had
10
this
years
DNA.
before Albert Perry, and they didn't have an
And it took them to
AOO yet.
2025 to make it A00.
See, when you research, you really research. And
We
shout
call
out,
that
shout out
pencil
to my
whipping.
sister Dozy.
The
Yeah,
bat, you
yeah,
can ask
yeah,
questions, the
right.
bat. I just don't want you to steer the conversation somewhere else. And you were about to get to asking her a bunch of questions before she even set the topic. That's why I stopped you. So if you want to jump
But
in and it's going to be conducive to what she's teaching right now, feel free.
Yeah, if
yeah,
y'all, I think Gideon said he had a question about this as well. Feel free, y'all can ask y'all questions now.
yeah, go ahead. About anything that y'all heard so
And
far,
someone asked
or
in the chat,
anything to
so in
go
broad
against that.
strokes, is Dulcie saying DNA can or cannot tell you who you are? So I do want to answer that. So DNA can tell us who we are by finding out who our living relatives are and us building our genealogical tree with them to figure out who we are. That's what DNA can tell you. Who you share DNA with and makes your family relations. But when they're propagating that DNA can tell us what region you most likely came from, that's a lie. They can't show that. And when they're finding DNA that does not match their narrative, we see how they're reconstructing the information so it does.
Big fact. Hey, and Dosey, these DNA tests is that they per se given, don't they only go back like 200 years?
Yes, so with accuracy, the best accuracy is about 200 years, 4 generations, or 200 years, or about 4 to 6 generations in the grand scale.
Yeah,
By
So
the time
so
it gets
that would
into the
be
age, by the time it gets to age, it gets
1865,
tested.
correct? So that would
no.
be 1865, 1866, right?
Right. With
So
accuracy.
I
Now,
mean, like,
sometimes they can
yeah, a
find
little
some
bit before
people,
that,
but
but
it's less likely. It could be that y'all are related, could be that it doesn't. So it's harder to detect. How they're able to find the older generations is the more of your family that participate in the DNA test. Then they're able to go back further because they have your family to compare, not random
correct.
people that they're seeing that they can match your
Right.
markers with.
Hey, Dulcie, can I ask you a
Big
question?
facts.
Yes.
I read the white papers on DNA companies, right? Is it true, right, that when they say a DNA company cannot find a person's heritage, their nationality, their ethnicity, or their culture? Is that true?
That's absolutely true. It can't, because DNA is not going to tell you that. All DNA can
Big
tell you
facts.
is your relatives. So what a lot of what I was reading in the beginning, Cosmin, this apology that these biologists gave us, the AABA, talking about that fact that they used a lot of racism to construct this science. But a lot of this stuff can't say or can't tell you what they're telling you that it can say, because one thing is people migrate, there's migrations. So now it may be tying you back to a great great grandfather from Nigeria, but is that great great grandfather really from Nigeria? Is their DNA Nigerian?
Right.
Yeah, so like that's what they
And
would
how
just be
would
like,
you
oh, yeah.
and then how would you know he was not a Nigerian when he would Nigeria isn't even older than my grandfather?
Exactly. So basically, what they were saying in the white papers as well is they try to that this is only as true as a person's genealogy. So
Big
in a perfect
facts.
world, in the white papers, they would be able to go back at least 4 generations of a person in the reference panel in that particular region. But they said they
Big
couldn't. They didn't
facts.
have even enough people to participate in that way. So sometimes they would take people that only their parents are from that region, or only
Ask
a
you a question.
grandparent is from that region. Mhm.
Ask you another
Right.
question about, because we hear a lot about the panels, right? They talk about these panels that they use. You dig what I'm talking about, to purportedly align you against, to try to, You know what I mean? Say you from a place or you kin to some people.
A
Exactly.
category
Hmm.
group. Yeah.
W- what person, right, is used for an Aboriginal American? What panel is used for every American that they test you against? Do you know who the panel is?
Zero. They did an update. I wish I would have had it before to record it, but shout out to
Big
Cherie. She
facts.
gave me the video, so I'm gonna play the video. But I think they saw this video because they end up doing an update to Ancestry where you can't find the actual people groups that they tested. But
Facts.
before in Ancestry, they showed the people groups that they tested. So I'm gonna show y'all this. Hold on.
Big facts. Big facts. Cosmon, that's a great question. And what y'all referencing to, like Dosey said, they couldn't be true with these reference panel because they didn't have a genealogical track, which is the paper trail. You can't have one without the other. Your genealogical research supposed to put you in your own separate reference panel. But instead, they grouping you and lumping you in with the reference panel, and they testing you against modern people who all mixed up, which that is bad,
Yeah,
real
who
bad because
migrated from other regions, from other
right,
places,
right,
and then
right.
they had a brother that was named James, who was a half African, half.
All of those
Go ahead.
430
Go ahead.
regions.
Okay, wait, those.
No, I was trying to pause it. Sorry. Go ahead, Cosmo.
No. Go ahead. I think he about to get into it anyway. I didn't see this. I was at work. I seen Therese was live earlier. You know what I mean? I seen she was live. Salute my baby sister Therese too. She be dropping it.
Yes, she does. Shout out
Yeah,
to
you
Cherie.
already know. That's my other sis. I told her to come up, but I don't know if
She
she
probably
saw it, man.
busy and
Shout
stuff.
out to
I
my
know she
twin.
has stuff going on. But yeah, so
Yeah, I
this
already
is
know.
called
Shout out to my
Your
twin.
African DNA is
test. I thought it was very interesting.
So I noticed a few people who tweaked out about the new Ancestry DNA update, saying that they are now showing indigenous DNA for some, and they're basically basing it out of Mexico and areas like that, South America. And they're ignoring what people know to be true as their indigenous North American ancestry out of the East Coast or Southeast, pardon me. And I explained this about, I don't know, maybe like 2 years ago. And a lot of people some people didn't catch it. Some people are newer to the community, but I feel like, hell, we might as well just go ahead and recover it, because even though they've had this update, they're still doing the same antics. So if you go to your Ancestry account and locate regions tested, it should bring you here, and you'll be able to find view all places tested. That'll bring you here. Africa and America are the very first two on their list. Africa claiming to have 449 regions and communities. America, 406. Okay. Let's click on Africa. Once we click on Africa, you'll see the breakdown for their regions tested. We're going to need you to scroll all the way to the bottom to find the 430 communities that they added into that other number that they claimed.
So y'all remember that there was 446 communities that they claimed that they tested for the African DNA. So he's showing that out of the 446, 430 communities tested were all supposed African American. You know, all came out of all came out of America, but they're calling them African American. So that would leave 16 communities that are tested that are actually coming out of Africa, and 430 communities tested that are coming out of America under the African DNA, African testing.
And that is going to be covering African Americans and African Caribbean communities. Once you click on that, it'll bring you here. It's going to name a whole bunch of areas that we all come from, and it's going to show you a map of the areas that they're specifically speaking about. These are your indigenous Americans from the Southeast. Yes, under Africans, that's just where it's placed. And I can prove it. Because when you come to the Americas, this is what the map looks like. Now you see this big, full pink area? That's North America. And the people who should be in that big pink area, not this pink, because that's Bolivia and Peru. Not that one. There's another one. If you scroll down, it'll show you North America indigenous people. This one, Indigenous Americas North, with no regions tested.
So now you see that 430 communities that are supposed African Americans tested are under the African DNA, yet there is zero communities that are being tested of the indigenous Americas of North America.
They're not even testing these people against Albert Perry.
Oh, they tested them and putting them under Africa.
Out of the
So they're saying, so where are the Asians? Where
Yeah,
the
where are them?
Siberians?
Yeah, where are them?
Mm-hmm. They're under Siberian where they're from. They're under Asia
Yeah,
where
like
they're from.
see, it's simple things like this that just sparks your curiosity. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. You don't need somebody to literally explain it to you or try to beat it in your head. This right here is information that you can go look up, research yourself. Don't believe what we say. Please don't. Go and look it up yourself and do your own due diligence and do your own work. I advise a lot of y'all to do that. Quit just letting somebody teach y'all or bring stuff to y'all and y'all don't go research it. Please go research it so you could come back and tell that person like, yo, I go in and research what you said and what you said has some validity, but I got a little fault in it. Man, that'll make a person respect you even more. Because at least you took the due diligence to go look it up. Word.
So Gideon, did you have any questions? Guess he stepped away. But yeah, so Cosmin, did that answer the question about like how it's working in their testing?
That's interesting. So basically, uncritically, they're applying American people with African statuses, even though the people in Africa that they're claiming that they are, they've never tested.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts. Because everybody in Africa, all those tribes in Africa don't agree with DNA testing.
Wow. Yeah,
Am
I
I
wouldn't
not
trust
lying,
Americans with
sis?
my DNA.
The only
If I
ones
was
that
them,
the
I
only
wouldn't
ones
trust.
that's really testing, the only Africans that's really testing is the one that end up going to London for schooling and stuff like that.
The
Those are the ones that's being
Nigerians,
tested.
yeah,
Right. But not
the
the
West
local
Coast.
tribes. The local chieftains like fuck that. We know who our tribe is. We know who he is.
Wow.
Hey, I don't want you to feel no type of way because I asked you for research or something like that, like to further my research. But I mean,
For me?
no, because I heard you say no. I was talking about because I don't know if he was referring to what I asked him in the comments. I mean, well, the side chat or whatever.
No, bro, I didn't even mention you. I wasn't thinking about that or nothing. I answered you in the chat, and I'll just, since you brought it out, I'll just answer you straight to your face. Like I said, if you want some of my research or some of my links or something, go sub to my channel, bro. I got
Yeah,
everything
everybody
up there.
sub
I don't
to
say nothing
everybody.
if I can't source it.
Right. Everybody sub to everybody, man. For
Yeah,
real. This
everybody
how
go
we
sub to
grow.
everybody, man. Show some
Word.
love. Stop,
Yeah, man.
participate.
For
Don't
real.
participate. You dig what I'm talking about?
You can't be arguing with somebody who you don't understand where they coming from. I mean, let's start there.
Right.
That's why I got that
Yeah, and
motto,
I get it. I
Cosmon.
get
That's
we're
why we got that motto,
seen
Cosmon. Kick
as
your shoe
punching
off at the
bags.
door.
We're seen as punching bags, so y'all can't get in front of the Dane Callaways, and we understand that or whatever. First off, thinking that we're punching bags is gonna get y'all knocked out. But on
Big
top of
fact.
that, you have to talk to us individually to know like what we say. So don't ever come up here and think like we're a representation of someone else that you can start
No.
going off on what someone else said on us. Like we say,
Yeah, definitely.
I
We
mean, I
stand
want
on
you to
our
come.
own.
It is. I'm punch you out every time.
Yeah, we stand on our own for real. And we came in there standing on our own. Like, for real, I can honestly say, me, Dosey, and even my brother Cosmon, we don't got no master teachers. We learn off of everybody and off of everything, our surroundings. We the master. Well, I'm a master student. And that's all we
Master
do,
student
bro.
is called a scholar.
Right. And that's all we do. We learn off of everybody, dog. Ain't nobody just sat back and just taught us and we regurgitating. No, anything that we regurgitate that you already heard somebody before us came and say, it's because we doing something the right way and we finding out some of the same research. So it's good to regurgitate it. That's how you got indoctrinated from the jump. So in indoctrination is one of the hardest things to do. To indoctrinate y'all and indoctrinate people so where they start looking at information from a non-biased lens. And y'all got to accept all information. In American Indian history, you can't talk about American history without the American Indian. Point blank.
Period.
So.
And that's absolute fact. So I hope y'all learned some things about DNA tonight and just everything that DNA can tell us, everything that DNA can't tell us. And when people are coming at us and being like, hey, your DNA is not American. Where's the American on your DNA test? You can tell them they didn't even test any American. They didn't even test anybody from North America.
I apologize.
Big
My
fact.
phone was acting up, so I missed
You're
a
all
lot
good.
of the stuff you said. My apologies. But yeah, I just was asking for research because I don't mind furthering. I'm OTK. I'm open to knowledge, so I don't mind learning new things. But
Hey, that's how I'm a missionary, bro. I convert people as slowly but surely. That's
but
what I
that does
do,
not
bro.
mean
I'm a
I'm not saying
missionary.
I'm not saying that all I'm not saying that I'm turning over to what you say. I just am open to the knowledge, and that's why I asked for
Yeah,
the
not
links and
yet.
stuff like that.
Not yet. Everything good. I'm just gonna bring you back to your own original bloodline. I don't have to convert you. Your own genealogy gonna convert you. Not me. Your own genealogy gonna convert you, bro. It's not me. I'm just helping put your genealogy on your mind rather than a book.
Well, my people supposedly, never mind. I ain't even gonna talk about my people in Nigeria.
Here we go.
Like,
Here we
really.
go. Testimony. Hey, Cosmon, the church doors are always open. Here we go. We
No,
about to get
we're
a
not gonna talk
testimony.
about.
Come
We're
to
not
the
gonna talk
Lord.
about the tribe of Israel or nothing like that.
Come to the
We're not
Lord.
gonna
About to
talk
get
about my Yoruba people.
we about to get American Indian testimony. Here we go.
Hold on.
I'm not an American Indian, but I do
You
have a
are.
question
All
about
right.
that American Indian thing. I've been
Yeah.
like, you know,
Where
I
are you? Where
met
you from, brother?
I met A1 on the on TikTok and all that, but as I've
Where
been
you
ever
from, bro?
since then, I've been coming
You
across these
sound like a
people.
first gen African, though. You do
Where you
sound a
from,
first
bro?
gen
I'm actually
African or
second
Caribbean.
generation American.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But the fact of the matter is that I've been like I met this league, almost everybody that's on here on TikTok, and since I've
Okay.
seen,
Okay.
and I'm saying like I've been getting these coming across these people. What do y'all think about this FBA thing?
Yeah,
Shout out to the
those are
FBA.
first cousins. Shout out to FBA. Those are first cousins, and we leave it like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
no, wait,
to
wait, wait.
you,
Stop.
you
Hold
say
on, wait a
you
minute. What you
second
think about
American
FBA?
Indian? Oh,
It's
my
just
bad. Go ahead.
I just come across many people.
Cosmo, the
who
real
think-
hood nigga, man. I can tell by how you said that.
I swear, man, Cosmo always turn
I don't
TTG, man.
have a real feeling about these people because I've gotten different you know, responses of what a FBA person is, and I'm not really sure about it. Like, are they? Some people say they were here 2 million years ago. Some people saying, "Oh, we're just delineating ourselves from Africans." Some people are saying, "Oh, like," and I'm like, which one of y'all telling the truth for real?
No,
Yeah,
okay.
so
Let me
everybody is going on their beliefs when it comes to that. But one major thing about FBA, shout out to Big Chief Topcast that laid this game on them, is that he kept pushing that if they want reparations, they're gonna have to get into their genealogy. So that's one thing that you'll hear them saying, "Oh, we can tie it back to 1865." Well, that's not early enough. You got to keep going, but at least they started so they can start getting these answers. What will happen is when they go into their genealogy, they're going to learn more of the history, what actually happened here without all the other noise that is coming to tell us what happened here that doesn't match our families. But what I will say is, as far as to your point of like FBA and like how we feel about it, there's been a new name that has been placed on our community every 15 to 20 years.
Right.
That should tell us that something's going on, something's fishy about this.
My thing is, since you already understand that you are not the descent of these FBA people, and you don't align with with who they are, because FBA is a lineage.
Okay, that's all I
Right,
wanted to know.
but my thing is, hold on, wait a minute, let me get it out. Since you understand that you know you not these people, right? Why is it that you feel you get a vote in what they do, or why do you feel what you think about them matters?
I asked, what do you think about them? Because I figured that somebody on here would know what it is because you're talking about American history. And if they are part of American history, then maybe you might know. That's all
Yeah,
I
I
was
know
saying.
what I know exactly up there. I know, but you know what they are too.
I've gotten different answers. That's what I'm telling you.
You're trying to act like you don't, but you know they're delineating whatever you're doing. You know they're delineating from people like you. right?
Okay, that's all cool with
My
me.
thing is,
My
my
people is
thing is, brother.
my grandmother's from
Can
Haiti.
you
I
answer
know.
a question for me? And can you
Go
answer a
ahead.
question instead of just talking? Can you answer a question?
Go ahead. I answer any question you got.
Okay. Do you think that your opinion matters, right, to FBAs, right? And why do you feel that immigrant people and the descendants of them have a say in what goes on in American indigenous culture? Why do you feel you have a say, and do you believe that what you say matters?
My question was, what is it? Because people are saying different things.
It's a bloodline.
For example,
lineage.
somebody said that they could be Pan-African and FBA. And
You
I know
can't.
about the Pan-African movement because
I mean,
my father.
listen, you can listen. Pan-African is a belief. You can be a Pan-African and have FBA or indigenous lineage.
You can be indigenous. So you're saying you can be indigenous to America and
have
Pan-African belief. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
It
Because
does.
if that's the case,
Hold
hold on. Let me throw this
saying,
back on you. Let me throw this back. Hold on. Hear me out. If that's the case, then what makes a FBA, somebody who is indigenous to America, have the right to say anything about what goes on in Africa and our African people?
The same way that you niggas choose to be, you are African, but yet you choose to be Christian, or you are an American Indian, right? But you choose to be Buddhist or Brahmin or Baptist or whatever. The ideology, any person can choose an ideology irregardless of your lineage. What you don't understand is your lineage you can't choose, your ideology you can.
And you have to understand.
Do you understand? Pan-Africanism is an
that
ideology. Anybody
I
can
think he
practice
missed
that.
that ideology.
It's just an ideology.
Yeah, it's just a religion. It's just another religion.
It's a belief. It's a religion.
It's not a religion.
Yeah, it's a belief. It's a belief, bro.
Pan-Africanism
That's
is
all.
a religion. It's not any tied to any bloodline or anything like that. It's a religion that
None
they
of
have.
that.
It's not a religion.
Yes, it's a belief. It's a belief, bro.
When it's a belief, it's a
But
religion.
I hear him about to tie himself in a Cosmon. He was about to get happy
that's
for
what
a
I was
second
gonna get.
because
Wait, I was gonna get into
go ahead,
that
Dustin.
about him tying
I
himself.
just asked the simple question because
hold up, let
Because I'm
Dusty finish real
guessing.
quick, bro.
I'm guessing
Let
that
Dusty finish.
you coming at me real heated for no
101.
reason.
No,
Ask the
no.
question.
Yeah, I'm not heated at you. Listen.
No, not you. I'm talking about Cosmon. I don't know. Maybe
saying
it's,
you asked a disingenuous question and I answered your
what
question.
you mean? It was genuous. That
No,
because
it
I
wasn't
told you why it was
genuous.
genuous.
You
I've
already knew who
gotten many
FBAs
different
were.
answers on what
You already knew who FBAs were.
No,
How did you
mean,
know they were delineating?
I told you the different answers that I got.
What would make you
That
take
was
our
one
word,
answer that I
even if
got.
we did
Why
tell
would you-
you
why
what
do
it
you-
was?
why does it
What
matter
made
to you
our
so much?
word so supreme from all the other definitions you heard? What would make our word supreme? Because you heard it from us today. If you already know what it is because you done heard multiple definitions, you just said that. What would have made it supreme if Cosmon, me, or Dulcinea would have told you what FBA was? Would that made it supreme in your thoughts, in your mind? Would that made it legitimate to you?
Well, this was about American history, so I figured this would be the place to ask. That's all.
Yeah,
Okay,
so let me
you
go
said,
further
all right,
into
okay.
hold on.
Okay, so
Let me go
Cosmon, he
into
kind of
the
looking up to
FBA
you,
thing.
bro.
Yeah,
He
let
kind
me
of
go
looking
into
up to you,
it
Cosmon. He
real
wanted
quick,
your
okay.
answer on.
Yeah. So
I gave him his
that
answer.
boy 101, right? So yes, Cosmon is correct that this is a belief system that anyone can have. But I'm guessing that you're so-called black, right? You're black.
Yes, I am.
here in America,
Yes.
right? But yet your story is different from us. So that's one of the main things is that all these people, you're like, why can they do it? Because maybe some of their lineage does tie back to Africa. We're not a monolith. We don't all have the same story. But that's why this is important for us to
Oh,
know our own story and not attach ourselves to a story that we make up in our heads.
You're right.
okay. So
Genealogy, bro.
yeah,
Find
I mean,
yourself in the story, bro.
some
Yeah,
people,
other than that, you just making it up and regurgitating what a white man told you.
and I'm
Pretty
not
much,
telling you what a
bro.
white man told me. I'm telling you what
Pretty
these
much.
FBA people are telling me.
Well, I
Okay.
thought you didn't know
Alright.
what they
Well,
were. I
These
thought you
people are
didn't even
saying
know
that the
who they were.
FBA, but they're giving me multiple answers. And
No, they didn't. They didn't give you. FBA is one thing, brother.
and which one is telling me the truth? Because they're giving me
What
multiple
did they
answers.
tell you it was?
I just told you. One of them was talking about delineation. One of them was saying they were here way before the white man was here. And
Okay. So what does that have to do with what an FBA is? All those are things that they said about FBA is true. So now what's your gripe?
I don't have a gripe. I just wanted to understand.
Since you're so confused, right? And you don't understand, you can't understand simple shit.
Calm
break it
down.
real
Calm
simple
down. We having a conversation.
brother. Well, then don't be so sensitive. Stop worrying
No,
about how
I'm
I say
saying.
what I'm saying and just listen to what I'm saying. Right? So, anyways, you ask what FBA is. FBA is a lineage. You can't choose it.
Okay, bet.
You can't choose the bloodline.
You can't choose it. You just are who you are. If you are that, you are that. You are not.
Right.
You not like us. So what my question to you was, why do you believe just because you have brown skin that what you say and people who are of your ilk, right? Do you believe just because you have brown skin that you have say?
No, I just wanted to understand where they were coming from. That's all. Because I be in debates with
They only come from America, brother. The lineage comes from America.
And you were saying your mama from Haiti?
I said my grandmother was from Haiti.
Was from Haiti. Okay,
Yeah.
so what? You in the Florida region? What? You
No, I'm actually in Baltimore.
Zohaitian? What kind of Haitian are you? A Zohaitian? You know what?
No, I'm not in any kind of affiliation with any.
Cosmo said no, he ain't that.
He ain't that guy. He ain't no Zoe. He ain't no.
I've done what I've done.
Shout out to my Zoe. Shout out to
I
my
did not
Zoes out
I did
there
not
in
have
Florida,
to
man.
be a part of anything to do what I did.
So say out there to the real Zoes.
Nabule.
Yeah, big
Like,
Nabule, brothers.
To the real Zoes, man.
like I said, I only know a little bit. My grandmother died when I was 5, but still, that's irrelevant. Anyway, I just wanted to get a little knowledge on it. I'm not.
Man.
No, but did I help you out with what it is, brother? I don't want you to think that I'm. Listen, first of all, we don't know each other. How you doing?
We don't.
My name is Cosmo, brother. How you doing?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
There we go. So am I. My thing is I get tired of shit. You dig what I'm talking about? And then when people are asking questions and yet they're trying to lead the conversation, but they're asking from a point of ignorance. It gets frustrating. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying it gets frustrating when you're dealing with the person who is arguing with you from a point of ignorance. So this is I don't want to seem like I'm barking at you. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm like this all the time because I ain't playing.
I ain't bet.
You dig what I'm talking about? I'm punching on everything. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm tripping on any false god, any of that talk. So I be trying to be cool in here when all this, you know, stuff is going on. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll be trying to be at peace. You dig what I'm saying? But also I can't stand and let, I'm not gonna say a falsehood or untruth, slide past the table, which could lead anyone, not just our people or anyone, on a path of misunderstanding when I could just clearly open my mouth up and straighten that up. You did what I'm talking about? I think we coming to a point as a people. You did what I'm talking about? And I'm talking about, and when I say a people, I'm talking about to the people who hear the voice. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about to the people who hear the voice. It's going to come a time, y'all. Good people just going to have to get away from bad people. And when we going to stop, and also, when we going to stop trying to fix a system that ain't broke and just create one?
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
It's easy.
All right. So
go ahead, guys.
Yeah,
I like that.
I was gonna say, if you go by the technical definition of ignorance, which is not having knowledge, yes, I was coming from a place of ignorance because I did not know, and that's why I ask questions. If there's something wrong with that, let me know.
Yes, it's nothing wrong with answering a question or asking a question, but when the answer is given and yet you're rebuttaling the answer you didn't know, it comes off as disingenuous.
Well, I wasn't trying to come off as disingenuous because that was a genuine question, because I have gotten so many answers from out of
it's only one thing. FBA is only one thing, brother. It's a blood.
Bruh trying to be part of FBA. Bruh trying to be part of FBA, bro. Bro trying to come down.
I can't be part of FBA.
Haiti.
Why you can't?
Haiti?
Because my people are from Africa.
Bro trying to come down.
Wait a minute. Both of your parents are from Africa?
No.
One of your parents is from America?
Both of my parents are born in America.
I didn't ask where they were born. I'm saying where they from.
America.
Okay, so your daddy is born in America.
Yeah.
Where was his daddy born?
Africa.
Okay, your mama was born in America.
Yes.
Okay, where was her mama born?
Haiti.
That's it. Okay, still America. Where was her mama born?
I never met my great grandmother or anything. I only met my one
your
grandmother.
Grandmother was born in Haiti, though,
right? Right.
Well, it's more than likely her mother is probably from Haiti too. More than, we're not gonna say for sure,
right?
But more than likely, correct? You would agree?
Yeah, highly likely.
I would agree so too.
Yeah.
And the crazy
and you
part
know
is,
we a matriarchic society over here. You are what your mama is.
You can know this for a fact. You don't have to be thinking and wondering. Listen, your people, our people, right? Especially in America, if your people was tied in with us, we recorded everything.
Yeah.
We got records. We are the most documented people on the planet.
On the planet. Big facts.
On the planet, bro, you can go find some of damn near everything on your family. All you got to do is know who they are and be diligent enough to really look, because what you're going to find out is when you're doing your history to back, you get to going right past about 1910-ish, right? You're going to get to looking back at these things and you're going to notice on these census records, let's say your granddaddy was named Cecil Edwards, right?
What?
I'm just saying, right?
Just throwing our names right now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What? What did you say?
I say you just throwing our names right now. So yeah.
Let's just say his name was Cecil. When you go look back, You go look at your great granddaddy. He on the 1910 census. His name is Cecil Edwards, right? Be careful, though, because when you go back and look at his record, when you're looking at the people in the area around him, you always find this. It's gonna be another Cecil Edwards, right? He right down the street too, same county, same road, right? And his kids is your kids is ABCD. Cecil Edwards, ABCD, right? His kids might be Cecil Edwards, ABFD. See? And so it could get confusing, but a lot of times what we've seen is many of them people, you're going to look back, and especially if your people had land, it's a nigga right next door to him who white with his same exact name. Bro, they was body snatching, total name snatching, rewriting. You dig what I'm talking
And
about?
some of these motherfuckers was actually on some of these people was actually what they would call an indentured servitude by these owners, and later on, you know how they get that slave narrative that the African so-called took the name of the slave owner?
Yeah.
A lot of Europeans, or what we would call Europeans or whatever like that, the Slavics, they did that too.
Yeah, they took the names. Yeah, what
too.
What they don't understand, OTK. This is what they always don't understand.
White people did not have last names when they came over here. Am I wrong or am I right by saying that?
Well,
I don't know.
I'm not gonna say that they didn't have last
I'm talking
names.
about indentured servants, matter of fact, servants and stuff like that. Yeah.
I ain't gonna say they didn't have surnames and stuff, because by the 1500s, a lot of them did. 1600s.
But they would say this is Walter from Dublin, so his name would be Walter Dublin.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah,
go ahead.
You see that a lot. You dig what I'm saying?
A lot.
You see that a lot. And go ahead, because I've kind of lost my train of thought.
Oh, my bad, cause
I think you answered my my general question.
Oh yeah. And what I'm saying is, you dig what I'm talking about? That's another thing you got to look for too. Don't necessarily believe everything that you see on the paper, right? Because I got ancestors who in 3-4 censuses turned into 4 different things. You see what I'm saying? From Indian to white, to colored, to Negro in 40 years.
So is this their status, or is this really
it's the status? It's not the skin color.
Ooh.
It's not the heritage. It's not the ethnicity. How would you know that your grandmama prays to Yahweh or Jehovah?
I want my
How
grandmother.
would you know if she wore tassels? You wouldn't.
I know my grandmother was.
What I'm saying is, you wouldn't know your your 7th great grandmama. You wouldn't know if she practiced Israelitism or Christianity or.
I would not. I would not. Dude, I wouldn't.
Right.
DNA don't give us that.
They don't give us that, bro, because it's not. It's not
genealogy
a bloodline.
does. Doing your literal genealogy comes with the paper trail.
Big facts.
A lot of our people got into Christianity, right, to document themselves.
Big facts.
They was being ran off through bounty lands and militia groups and Africans coming over here from Africa fighting against our people in the South. Y'all didn't know that, did you?
Nah, they didn't know that, Kyle.
They ain't know that. They ain't know that. The people that we was fighting to keep was white people. They was primarily the slave.
Big facts.
And a lot of our mixed ancestors that we was hunching on them white folks. Stop playing. We was hunching on them. It's a whole bunch of mixed.
Everybody
Wasn't no
rocked
rape
up.
camp. And listen, everywhere you talk about these rape camps, we see the West Africans win. But one thing about these people is they always come out mulatto. Well, which one is white, right? If the copper-colored American is already brown. Where do the white part come in the mixing of Indian and African? How do you get a mulatto? See, what they didn't tell y'all is the people that they brought over here from the West Coast of Africa were pale-skinned Europeans called
was white.
Yeah, my grandmother was definitely not copper anything.
What?
What? That sounds silly.
My grandmother was not copper skinned, copper colored.
Well, therefore, you really don't know your history because the Tainos and the Arawaks and the Caribs, which you're talking about,
Are
Haiti
copper-colored
or the
Americans.
Dominican Republic, those were some of the first people called the copper-colored Indians, bro.
Yeah, I like I said, I know my grandmother, and she was
But that
black.
means all shades now. That's all shades. So even if she was dark, that's still part of the copper-colored races, bro. Or whether you want to call them races or the copper-colored
Copper go
complexion.
from
Yes,
copper,
it is, bro.
Copper go from damn near pitch black to bright
fact.
light, a damn near white.
Big facts.
Copper,
Yeah,
bro.
my grandmother did not change shades like that. I don't know how to
You ever
really
heard
put
of
it.
Indian red? You ever heard of Indian red or chestnut brown?
And I can tell you that, nah, my
No,
grandmother did
have
not
you ever
change
heard of
shades.
these
What color
colors
was your
that used to
grandmother?
be in
She was black.
the crayon box?
Well, then, damn it, she was copper colored. Haitians
She
are
was
copper
black,
colored too.
like that. She was black like the
What is
Africans.
black, bro? What is black?
When I say black, like I mean
Dark
like
skin. He
All
talking
right,
about
yeah.
very
hold
dark skin.
on, bro. Her complexion was that color because of how close she was to the equator and the sun.
Okay, if
That's
that
all
could be.
that's referencing, bro.
But so your
She was
thing is
still
that
copper.
your thing is
Brown,
that.
bro.
Oh, hold on. You saying that my grandmother was Haitian? All right, the Arawaks, that was what was down there when they came over here, whatever the case may be.
Tainos,
And you're saying
Arawaks,
that
and the
my
Caribs.
grandmother is Arawak and
Alanago.
not and has no African descent.
9 times out of 10, if she's from there, your grandmama, her great grandmama, if she was mixed with African, if you trying to say African mixed with her great grandmama 9 times out of 10 was not.
Was not of any African descent. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would have been Arawak.
When was Africans brought into Hispaniola? Can you tell me?
14.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's why we say, man, dates mean a lot because now we can pinpoint times. You starting by 1490, you're not alive, but that story or that narrative is a lie. It wasn't no 1400s. So that's why I'm asking you, when was Africans brought into Hispaniola? And I'm calling Hispaniola Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Because that's what
I
they
know what you
named
mean.
it when they
Because
first
they
got
named it
there.
before the French Buccaneers came through.
Ah, man, way before the French, man. The French didn't come to like
Exactly.
1700s, bro.
Yeah.
Bro. Napoleon, they didn't come to it with Napoleon until Napoleon, bro. Yeah, I got you.
That's 1790.
I got you with that. Yeah.
And I agree with you. So,
Yeah, bro. Listen.
okay.
Hey, you dealing with some real keen people when it come down with history and dates now. You just can't throw nothing out there at us, bro, like that, man. So that's why we would jump in and kind of interject just so we can get the timeline together so we can stay on the same page. Because a lot of people be out here just talking and mixing up time periods.
Fact.
And that causes a big problem when you mix up time periods. So that's why we try to stay on point with that, with the time periods. So we know exactly what you're talking about. But go
Well,
ahead.
the earliest I can think of is 1493. So like I can't think of anything before that because that
No,
was
that would
when.
be your earliest contact. That would be your earliest contact, and that would be your second trip by Columbus coming into his Hispaniola, or you know what I mean. So yeah, they still wouldn't bring in no so-called Africans
Well,
as no slaves. At this time,
oh,
you
you
will
talking
see
about
the American
as
Indian.
slaves?
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
bro. Hold on. Let me finish. At this time, you will have what you call the transatlantic slave trade, that we call the American Indian slave trade, because this is what's going on in the 1500s and stuff like that. You see the American Indians getting shipped from place to place and stuff like that before any so-called African brought over there.
Well, I was going to
Now
say,
you see indentured
if you saying
servants. You see
enslaved,
indentured servants. You see indentured servants coming, but they underneath a contract. They're not what they
right,
call chattel slavery, what everybody try to portray as
right,
chattel slavery, like they 200 deep on the bottom of a goddamn ship sleeping in these. No, these people had contracts and was granted contracts by the kings or the charters or whoever had owned them, who had
you talking about?
insurance policies on them.
Okay,
You understand what I'm saying? Who sent them over to the new world
I
to
was just
start a life, but you know they
when I
had to
said
pay their homage back. But
when I said
go ahead, Joe.
1492 or
I can't be like
1493,
keep on, Joe.
I know that it was a black person on Christopher Columbus's crew.
Yeah, but there's no proof that they says he's Moorish. It don't say he's even
Right.
African.
Right.
Okay, if that's your argument, if that's your argument, I mean, but I think they was, I want to say 1500, 1501.
See, bro, go and study a little more with that, and so you wouldn't have to say you think.
That's what I believe, but like I'm trying to think. I'm trying to go in my head and do this.
We don't
Like,
deal with
Yeah,
beliefs,
we
bro.
don't care
We
about
don't
so
deal with
let me look it
beliefs,
up.
bro.
Let me look it up. Let me look it up.
Look it up, bro. Do that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go, bro. We don't deal with beliefs or
Let me
your
go on my
thoughts
other phone.
because
Look it
that's
up. Hold on.
that's subjective,
Please
man.
do.
We respect those.
Okay.
I respect the work. You dig what I'm talking
Okay.
about? Not
Right.
just talking about what you believe.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, bro.
First enslaved Africans, 1501 to 1502. The formal state-sponsored slave trade began shortly after the initial colonization. 1501, the Spanish crown issued a royal decree officially permitting the introduction of enslaved Africans to the Indies, the Americas. 1502, a group of enslaved Africans arrived in Santo Domingo under the new governor, Nicolas de Ovando, whatever the fuck that name is. But anyway, almost immediately,
Nicholas de Avallando.
Ovando, yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Almost immediately, these individuals began to flee into the interior mountains, joining native Taino people. This created the first.
Whoa. Hold on now. You said that these people immediately free and they fled, so they knew the landscape?
How did they speak to the Tainos?
Yeah, how they just flee?
How they know
and
where
just
to
go and run away on a land that they didn't never know?
You tell me how.
Like Coste.
Yeah.
How did they speak to the Tainos, bro? Go ahead.
You tell me how white people spoke to them.
Through sign language and sometimes picture writing, bro. That's how.
Sign language.
That
like
more,
people
that
knew
more
sign
they
language
try to
back
tell
then.
you that was on the ship. Hold on. That
Yeah,
more
we-
that they
we-
try to
we-
tell you
we
that
talk the
was.
world sign language.
Oh my God. He say sign language wasn't
Yeah,
out
we
back
talk the
then?
world sign language. That's why it's called
Oh my
American Sign Language.
God. Oh shit, bro.
I don't
All
know.
right, so
I'm asking. Was Silent was out right then?
Yeah, hold on.
That was a
yeah, bro.
question.
Do you
Go ahead,
understand,
Kyle.
or you must understand, firstly, that a language, right, is not only written and not only spoken, but it's signed.
Okay. I hear you.
So you follow that. So
I
that would extend in America too. Right?
Okay.
The language, the trade language, the American signed language, right, is the common trade language of the North American Indian.
Okay.
Right? That language, right, it was taught around the world to everybody. You asked a great question. How did the white man speak to him? If he came over here speaking Dutch and French and Spanish and Portuguese, he obviously didn't speak English, right? Which is what the American signed language is now called.
Big
And
fact.
is the language it is deciphered in. Don't matter
Big
if you're
fact.
a Russian speaking to a Chinese or East Indian speaking to an African. When the language is broken down and deciphered, the letters are in English.
Okay,
Big fact.
So what I'm trying to tell you is American Sign Language was taken around the world by your boy Diego. What's his name?
DeSoto. Yeah.
Because his son was deaf. You dig what I'm talking about? He took that, taught his son, went up to the Royal Society in England, and it became a science. They started building schools for all these deaf kids because they was having what was happening in the time in the late 1600s and early 1700s is they were starting to get into canning. And the stuff that they was using was giving them lead poisoning and all type of stuff. So many of the babies was born blind or born without hearing.
Birth
So
defects.
they was just saying these babies wasn't nothing. They was just idiots. And you should kill them and stuff. And DeSoto wasn't with that. DeSoto knew his son was intelligent, and he had seen people talk with no words.
Okay.
In America. So he went back to America, got taught by the American Indian sign language.
Okay.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The sign language, the Algonquin tongue, Muskogee tongue, and the 26 basic tongues in America were given a Latin-based script. Right?
Okay.
So the signed words now have a Latin-based script. When you combine the spoken language with the sign language and the script, it is called modern English. We taught the world that. We the dominant people in the world and the most intelligent people in the world because we don't learn anybody else's language. They learn ours.
Big facts. Big facts.
Right? So our language dominates even in other countries who don't speak our language. Think about that.
Okay. That's good. But I want to get back to the question you asked earlier was how do they flee to the mountains and how do they flee into the mountains in a place that they don't know or whatever the case may be? That was your question, wasn't it?
Yeah, how?
Mountains are huge. Mountains aren't small.
Goddamn Santo Domingo got mountains, an island.
If I see if I'm fleeing and I go and I run towards a mountain because I think I can hide there,
then volcano.
Hide where?
Or I can get away from the tours. That's what he meant.
How? Where are you
And you
going?
ain't ate, and you
And I
ain't
don't.
eating 3 days. You ain't had no water. You
And
done been
and
shitting on yourself
Where
for
do you
fucking
where do you
months.
think you can go that they can't go with horses?
Big facts.
I'm going to do whatever I can to get where I need to
You're
get. I'm not
fleeing on
trying
a
to.
Or
mountain,
I'm
bro.
not
You're
worried.
fleeing
As a
or
on
matter
an
of fact, the
island, bro.
mentality is
Yeah.
flight,
First
not
of all,
or
I will ask
or
you,
fight.
why are they bringing
or
these
the bat,
African slaves
or you
over
wasn't
here?
no slave.
Big
How
facts.
about
You
that?
was an indentured servant, or you was catching a ride.
Or you was the owner.
That too.
Or you just were in fight or flight mode.
Where?
Yeah,
You
but you
gonna
wasn't
go?
no
So
slave
what?
though.
That's gonna run out in 2 seconds. Have you ever been full of adrenaline? That's gonna run out.
Yeah, I've been
You're
full of
gonna be tired.
adrenaline before.
And guess what? These guys are on horses with dogs and guns.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, how did you instantly? They said instantly, almost immediately. If you're from Africa, how did you speak to the Tainos to know where to go?
But also,
Big facts.
And then how did you make a treaty with the Tainos that they would be cool with you? Because they don't like you neither.
Big fact. And how could you blend in if you didn't already look Taino?
like-
How could you even blend in the hide?
Right.
Well,
How could you blend in with the Tainos to hide if you didn't already look like the Tainos?
Damn, you
when
act
I did-
like
when I-
soon as
hold
they
on.
got there, they breeded and they started having kids to start breeding in with them. Like, damn, this shit happened
Yeah,
within
you
30
ain't even got-
days.
You ain't even told us how they spoke yet. But you gonna tell us they
And I can't say that somewhere. I cannot say that somewhere deep in my, Haitian ancestry, that I don't have any Indian in me. That would be
the silliest thing in the world to say.
yes.
Big
but
Because every Haitian is a Kalinago. Every Haitian is a Taino. Every Haitian is an Arawak.
They
Come on.
definitely got that bloodline. Or Carib. Yes,
Definitely
they
got
are.
it.
They
Nah.
definitely got that bloodline in
Definitely
them, bro.
got it.
We know
Yeah.
for a fact that Haiti was a slave port. That's a fact.
But that don't mean
When?
you was a slave.
Hold on, Kosh. When was it a slave port, bro?
Before the Haitian Revolution. What are you talking about?
All right. So who was it a slave port for?
America.
All right. Who was they enslaving? Who was they bringing through this slave port?
People from Africa.
No, bro. You have no proof of that.
All right.
What if they,
That's the
what if we
part
can
where
show
you.
they
That's
got
the
proof
part
of
where
them
your
bringing them from
story
North
falls
America,
short at, bro.
So anything that says that your story or confirms your story is
no. I'm just telling you, do your due diligence and do your research. I can prove you wrong, my brother.
Prove me wrong then.
That they wasn't coming from Africa. But no, bro. This shit ain't easy work, dog. You know how, dog, I've been in this thing for years studying. I'm not just gonna give it to you overnight like that when I've got to do more shows. I'll be taking away from my people who rock with OTK, bro. No,
What is OTK?
You can't get it all like that, bro.
Open to knowledge.
At least do some
okay.
work
You
yourself,
OTK.
bro.
Yeah, being open to knowledge don't mean you believe it.
Yeah, definitely. It don't mean you believe it. That mean I can understand and I can relate to what you're saying, but that don't mean I have to agree with it or believe it, bro. No. The open to knowledge does not mean that.
Ugh.
4 black slaves, robber Africans in Hispaniola, bring the Indians. I'm actually doing even more. I'm doing the research.
Yeah.
because-
There you go, bro. Do your homework about your own Haitian people, so you don't need to ask nobody about your Haitian people. You should be telling people about your Haitian people.
In
You got the
1518,
bloodline that comes from there,
King
bro.
Charles V granted the first asiento a monopoly contract authorizing merchants to
Ooh,
supply
the
enslaved Africans
Asientos.
to Spanish America. The
Ooh, the
license reads, read,
Asientos. The Asientos and the El
license,
Comindiendos,
don't,
and all of them was coming with the conquistadors too.
hear me out. License is granted for the introduction of 4,000 Negro slaves into the Indies, both male and female.
Negro,
With the
right?
Negro. Hold up, it say Negro. That's not African.
Hold on. So hold on. Into the Indies. Hear me out. How can you get into the Indies if you are not outside of the Indies?
Because you can be in America. You can be in North America or South America and be trafficked into the Indies, the West Indies.
Into the Indies.
In the Caribbean.
Correct, bro.
Okay, so you're saying that the Negroes that they were putting in the Indies were already here on this side of the map.
Oh, yeah, that's how they got there so fast. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they got here quick. That's the only way. That's the only way to tell you the truth, bro. That's the only way that y'all really can make that transatlantic slave trade numbers add up is that they already was coming from the Americas.
Okay.
Because
So
ain't no way you making that trip. Hold on, bro. There's no way you're making that trip from Africa on a schooner ship with a sail. It ain't no engines now. It ain't no engines at this time. They're going off a sailboat, so they're dealing with nature. It's no way you can make these many trips within a year, bro. It's no way possible. So, in case you didn't know, you got to study currents. If you don't know how the currents work in the Atlantic, that's another problem y'all gonna have.
But he had been over here. He went back. You know, like I don't see why he wouldn't know.
Hey,
but I mean, unless he's just a complete idiot.
Hey, don't you notice that one writing starts in 1492? Then the next time he write about over here is in 1493. Then the next time he write is in 1494. That's because, bro, of the travel. It was taking them like 6 months to get here.
Yeah,
and now another thing to add on to that, bro. Do you know that life expectancy rate? Right, cause. Do you know the life expectancy rate that was going on at this time? A year and a half at the most, bro.
For a European in America. Hit him with it.
Right. A year and a half, bro.
So
now when you add in all of these elements, bro, you got to use common sense and logic. We deal with a lot of logos. We deal with a lot of common sense. You know what I mean? That's why we got that saying, what's understood don't need to be said.
I love logic.
Right. Yes. So some things just don't make no sense, bro. Yeah, it just don't make no sense, bro. Some things don't make sense. And when it don't make sense and you question it, we got to find out why it don't make sense. Point blank, bro. That's just how we do it, bro. But I respect you though. The doors was open for you. The doors was open for my dog Roy Chess. I've never heard Roy Chess just literally drop down off a panel before and run. But shout out to Roy Chess, my dog.
The back, be real with me though. I asked you a question and you tried to sidestep it. You did what I'm talking about, and you moved. I'm saying, why do the descendants of immigrants, other black people from other places, right? Why do they feel like they have say so in what happens in indigenous American FBA culture? Period. Why do they think that they have a say?
I mean, I don't know. I just you know, just like I be in here, like if I'm talking to an FBA person, I would like to have knowledge on what I'm talking about. That's why I asked about it. I
I'm not
don't
asking
go
about
off of what
FBA.
other
No,
black.
listen,
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm not trying to go off of what, you know, random people are saying about FBA, like that they're a hate group and all this other stuff. Like, no, I'm not going to go off of that. Since you were talking about American history, I figured, let me ask, see if they have anything to do with, if they know anything or have
You'll
anything to
say
do with FBA.
well, no,
It
that's
sounded,
that top of
I
that
thought it was
screen say
logical.
American Indian history, not FBA history. It say American Indian history.
so you knew. So you kind of knew. Hold on. Hey, bro. So you had a kind of like an inclination, or you knew it might could have been lineage based, and it might could have been tied to this Indian stuff and what's going over here in America.
Yes,
Right?
because that's what some people say.
It could kind of be that, right?
Some people say, yeah, because that's what some people say.
Right. So when they told you that, why you ain't believe them?
Because other
That's
people
where the
said other things.
foundation. That's where the foundation
That's
come
what
from.
it is, brother.
The F.
Huh?
That's where the F come from. Foundation, bro.
All right. I'm just saying that
Foundation
other
mean
people
first.
said other things without me even having to ask. They say stuff like we've been here for millions of years, and and they
Yeah,
say
bro.
stuff like
Yeah, but what's wrong with that?
the
That's
other
what
ones
makes
say.
Africa
Hold on, I'm not
millions of
finished.
years.
Hold on. Other ones saying that it's just delineation from the African ancestry that we came from. It's just, you know, we from Africa, but we aren't.
Who
We
said that?
claim. Man, I'm telling you, I've heard
No,
so
I'm
many
saying-
things about FBA.
No. What I'm saying is the FBAs are delineating, right? But that's because they want to. It's beneficial to
Right.
do it, right?
Right.
Hey,
They
I'm
can
about to
do it.
meditate
Nobody-
real quick for like 20 minutes, man. Y'all on your own for a little bit. OTK, hold it down.
Okay.
You in charge while I'm gone.
All right.
I don't even know how that's gonna work because you be cutting people off a lot, but you in charge. Good luck, y'all. Good luck. He in charge.
Hey, listen. At least I be admitting it though, man. At least I be admitting it though.
I would have cleared my head for a little bit, man. I skipped 2 days. I got to get back right.
Nah, we having a good we having a good little build right now, man. You know,
I can tell.
We done convert. We done convert
Man, you
another
gonna
one.
convert
You
me to-
know.
I can't believe that was the term.
Hey
Convert.
man, shout out to the
We done
IMS,
brought
man.
my
Shout
Muslim
out.
brother home, man.
Yep. Shout out to the
He done
IMS,
recognized his
man.
American indigenous heritage.
Right.
did
Shout
wanna
out
talk
to the
about-
Indian Missionary Society,
he
man.
at least
Shout
admit
out to
that
the
he hate-
IMS.
He can't duck that. At least that he admit that he Haitian. Well, we don't know about Papa yet. We don't know about Papa yet.
Real quick word from our sponsors for our dip.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah. My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, man. Shout out to A1, man, the Titan Debate League, man. Shout out to my brother Cosmon. He already know in the creator game. Man, shout out to the back 101. Shout out to my other brother Gideon, man. Appreciate y'all, brother, man. Shout out to the chat too, man. for staying active. I see a bunch of chats scrolling up. Man, appreciate y'all for staying interactive. And when I come on here, it ain't about agreeing with OTK all the time. I want to hear other people questions because, you know, those questions can lead into more topics that I can talk about to maybe get more clarity and understanding on. You know what I mean? The same way how I be listening to them brothers talk about the comedic stuff. You know?
I think the only dumb
Is the
question is the
unanswered.
question that you don't ask.
Big facts.
Okay.
Big facts.
Okay. So
Now a disingenuous same token, double-sided coin to that to add in with my brother Cosmon is you ask a question already got alternative motive or you already know the answer to. Don't ask me a question that you already know the answer to. Just go ahead, tell me your answer, and then now we can get into a conversation because now that's a disingenuous question. And that will kind of happen earlier. That's why the brother Cosmon brought up that was a disingenuous question. You asking about FBA, already know about FBA.
And then
you understand what I'm saying? So
he still listen. My thing is he still ducked the question though.
what was the question? What question did I duck?
The question is, why do people of your ilk or your kind, you dig what I'm talking about? First, second generation migrants, third generation, however, migrants who are brown skinned from dark skinned places who are called black in America. Right? Why do they feel they have say in what goes on in the American Indian community? Is it because they feel that they have brown skin that they have say?
Well, not me. That's not how I feel.
That's all I can ask. You know what I mean? That's fair.
I'm just on a panel with people who have those conversations. So I figured I should not go into depth about speaking on anything unless I have the knowledge of that thing. That's why I studied so many religions. That's why, even though I didn't practice them, I studied them. That's why I studied Taoism, Confucianism, Sikhism, and so many more. That's why I read stuff like the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Do you say Confucianism from Confucius?
Yeah.
Did you say Confucianism?
I studied Confucianism too.
Okay. Right. I
got the books and everything.
Shout out to Confucius, man. You know what
shout
I mean?
out to my nigga Caillou.
Yeah, Confucius, man.
So many things. Hinduism, all that. I studied them. Didn't practice them, but I studied them.
But you study Islam though, and you practice that.
That's open the knowledge.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
That's open the knowledge, bro. That's open the knowledge. You studying all of them.
That's the thing. You dig what I'm saying? Now I say that is if any good idea is a good idea, especially if you live to its highest ideals of itself. Now go ahead and be the best Muslim you can be. You dig what I'm talking about? Go ahead. You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't even gotta tell nobody.
So
see, that's
what
the thing
took you into Islam?
True religion, right, is a thing done. It's not talked about.
Big facts.
You dig what I'm saying? And I think that's what
it's not a belief.
Is missing the point. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I ain't gotta bash any book. I understand that they are all stepping stones to the creator. You dig what I'm talking about? It's to open up your understanding to something greater. But my question is, once you done been the best Muslim you can be, then what?
I think you already asked me that in another conversation.
The question still stands.
When I become the best Muslim,
you didn't answer it.
Because no. Muslim means one who submits to the will of Allah. So like, once I become the best Muslim, I'm going to continue to submit to the will of Allah. That's what it is.
Then what?
And then I'm gonna live the rest of my days out submitting to the will of Allah. It's not even
That's
really
it.
nothing hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it sounds like a loop, like kind of like you stuck in something. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't no advancement, you just stuck. You dig what I'm talking about? You just
Ain't
where
no,
you at?
ain't no
No, I
doing no
don't
work.
think so. I don't think
No
so.
kind of work, bro. You're
I
not
would have
doing
to, I
any
would
kind
have
of
to
work
disagree with
with
that.
Islam. Like,
I feel like my scientific studies, my all that stuff is me practicing ibadah. So so
Practicing what?
huh? I don't know. I don't know.
Ibadah.
I don't know if that's my phone or
No,
your phone.
You say that's what you Ibadah or something like that.
Ibadah? What'd you say?
Ibadah.
What's Ibadah?
It's
Spell that.
You want me? Hold on. How you spell it? I'm trying. IBADAH. It's basically worship, and it's broader than just
D what?
AH. It's basically like worship that's broader than just but beyond the 5 pillars and the 5 articles. You feel me?
Use Ibadah.
Ibadah.
Servitude, submission, and worship, representing the comprehensive service of a Muslim renders to Allah through both obligatory rituals and daily life actions performed with sincere intention.
Would that be in the Quran, or would that be in the hadiths, or would that be in the lives of Muhammad per se? What is that? What book is that in, bro? Would that be like how a man should act, or is that in the Quran?
I want to say.
Do you? I knew you was saying. I knew you was saying this word.
What?
Ibad or Abad.
Ibad.
That's how you say Abad. You dig what I'm talking about? Do you know what Abad is?
In Islam, the concept of ibadah, worship, is much broader than just.
So, what do you do? Hold on. Abbott. What language are we even talking? Because
that's all it is.
I don't know how you got Abbott out of this, but go ahead. And what language are we talking about?
What do you know what Abbott mean?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, do you know? I'm asking.
No, because I'm not even sure if we're.
Abid is what Arabs call niggas. It's like it means like slave. And look, the root word of Abid is ibadah, right? It means servitude, submission, and worship, right? But the core meaning and synonyms and its literal meaning is servitude, service, or slavery, derived from the root word abed, slave or servant. Conceptual meaning, ultimate obedience. In its conceptual meaning, it's ultimate obedience, love, and submission to God. In its synonym or related terms, right? They break it down like this: to worship, devotion, servitude,
Ami Taufa.
Right. So
I don't even know.
My bad.
I'm not even.
That sounds like what an abbot. That sounds like what an abbot does to Buddha also. Ami Taufa. Absolute submission.
So hear me out. I don't see anything. What is wrong with submission, humility to God? What's wrong with being? Hold on. What's wrong with being a servant to God?
Hold on, because it's literal meaning, and what you need to think about is how does this not apply to me physically, but apply to me spiritually, right? Because its literal meaning of ibadah is to be a slave, a abid, a nigger.
Hold on, where you getting nigger from?
Listen, Yes, and this is why you need to go check out my breakdown on Islam. You dig what I'm talking about, and why y'all praise Allah, or really it's Gabriel who self-styled himself as the God, right? This is why he has to enforce Islam, right? And this is why you don't see a Muhammad in the 7th century. He doesn't exist, right? He is, and plus, and to prove there ain't no Muhammad, ain't no diacritic vowel sounds in Arabic in the 7th century. So it would have been, the word would have been MHMD, Mahmud, meaning enlightened one. But we see many people way before him, 100 years, 200 years on coins and all this stuff, being called the Mahmud, tied directly to Christianity.
Right. The Akdi or the Mahmud, yeah.
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 Then they confuse that. They confuse that with the Mahdi.
Yeah.
Right?
They should have been put Ishmael. They should have been put Ishmael on his original throne,
what's
man.
gonna come out and be exposed is they already told on themselves Ishmael ain't even Abraham's son.
It is.
That's proven by the text.
What'd you say? That's proven by what?
The reason Islam is given the title of an Abrahamic faith, right, is because it is claimed that Muhammad has a tie to Ishmael.
Ishmael, the Ishmaelites.
Ishmael is purportedly told through the biblical myth that he is somehow the son of Abraham.
Right. First
right?
son of Abraham.
Now, mind
right.
you, Abraham don't say he his son, and neither do Hagar.
That's wow. I don't know where you get this information from.
Now dig this. Hold on. Walk with me for a minute. If Abraham, right, is supposed to offer his son up as a blood ritualistic offering, right, and he gonna bring back the heathen blood practice, right? He would have stuck with the rules, right, of the practice, right,
and would have
the
took Ishmael
of the sacrificing of the lamb and all that stuff is that you bring the first fruits,
right.
Everyone knows by chronology that Ishmael is 14 years older than Isaac.
I don't know if it's 14 years, but I know he's older. Yes,
he's 14 years older. He's
significantly older. I know that.
Ishmael, man, because they're trying to say Ishmael mother is a Ethiopian or Egyptian or whatever. So they try to discredit Ishmael. So in the book, they try to make it look like that's not his son.
No,
that's how the Bible tries to make it look like.
The Bible
not how the Quran
does. Watch this. The Bible kill it. The Bible say, "Bring Isaac, your only son."
That is not what the Bible says either.
What? Do you want to bet?
It says, "Bring your son, your only son." That's what it says.
Does it say, "Bring Isaac, your only son"?
It didn't say Isaac. It doesn't.
Does it say it's his only son?
Yes, it says only son.
Right.
So who did he bring?
So hold on.
Yeah.
So if Isaac is younger than Ishmael, how could he be his only son?
Exactly.
That means Ishmael is not his son.
No, that means Ishmael was the one who was taking on that what's his name? Because hold on.
brother, Isaac was about to get killed by Abraham, not Ishmael.
Yeah, Sarah came and broke that up,
But
bro.
if he was going to
Right.
do the blood offering for real, and if Ishmael was really his son, he would have offered up Ishmael. But he
And that's what we believe.
You want me to tell
Fact.
you why?
And he would did that with no hesitation.
Right? But look, what I'm saying is he didn't offer him up because he's not his son.
And
He's not his first fruit.
I don't want to say till you prove it, but it's just like, you're saying that one Bible
To the eyes of the beholden, to the eyes of the of Abraham, Ishmael was not his true son. That's why
I'm
when
saying
the
that
Holy Spirit told him, "Bring your only son,"
Only
he
son.
went to Isaac. He didn't
Isaac.
go to Ishmael. He went to Isaac. So you don't need too much people telling you, like, well, damn, why he didn't go to Ishmael? He was disclaiming Ishmael.
That wasn't his son. That's
Right.
Hagar's son.
So that's why Cosmo is saying that's not his son.
That would mean that you are telling me that
I'm telling you, do you got a book where Hagar speaks for herself?
hold on. So you're
Shit,
telling me
I don't
that
even think
hold on,
Isaac. I
I'm
don't even
confused in
think
what you're saying.
Isaac is Abraham's son.
Are you
Because
saying hold
Sarah,
on, time out.
Gabriel tells Sarah, you're gonna be pregnant by the Holy Spirit too. No
Are
matter
you
how
telling
old you is, the Holy Spirit is gonna come upon you, and you should be with child. So you can say Isaac is also not Abraham one. That's some motherfucking demigod.
That's not what it said.
But I ain't gonna take it to that level right now. I'll leave that alone for another day. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that's not what the Bible or
Yeah,
the
that is
Quran
what the
says.
book says, though.
Do
Nah,
you-
maybe
are
not
you-
the
are you-
Quran.
Are you? Hold on. First of all, brother, you I'm not gonna say you don't know Quran, but I'm just saying the Bible ain't your number one book, right? I'm telling you for a fact, it says Isaac is his only son in the Bible. I'm not paraphrasing. I'm not mixing it up. I ain't twisting up no words. Right? This is just man to man. I'm not in belief. Right? I'm not being subjective. This is just what's written on the page. Bring
Let me
Isaac,
see.
your only son.
Genesis 16.
Since you're looking at Genesis chapter 6, historical document.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up. Hold on, get all the others.
Right, because he's doing all this shit on.
Yeah.
Right. We can pull up the Blue Letter Bible.
Hey,
Blue
Kyle,
Letter
that's
Bible?
something me and you gonna have a build on, bro. What I just brought out about Isaac being like a demigod because Sarah was disappointed about Ishmael, until Gabriel had to come to her and tell her, like, don't be mad, even though in your age, because she was like, man, ain't no way me and Abraham can have no kids. Look how old we is. He
She
said,
laughed.
no, for the Holy Spirit of God is gonna come upon you, and you should have a child.
Yep.
But that's a spirit coming upon him, boy. That's another Virgin Mary story.
Yep. You can look at it that way. It's written that way.
It's written that way, right, Cos? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you ain't gotta peer into it far. You know what I mean? To just take a gander at it that way. There ain't no private interpretation.
I want to hold on. Genesis 16. I'm looking at, even though, like I said, I know that
Go ahead, man. Take your time, man. What Bible you reading out? The King James?
Go to King
Oh,
James.
I don't know what version. Which version should I? What version would you want? You going to King James?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
If I
Cosmo,
can find,
this thing, you notice every time we talk about American Indian history, it always turns into a teaching class at the end of the night.
now
And we be learning too now. Don't get it wrong. Me and Cosmo be learning
I
too.
want to
So don't
read
get
it.
it wrong,
Now
bro. Show respect.
Sarah, Abram's wife, had borne him no children.
Where are you? What are you reading?
I'm reading Genesis 16 right now.
Hold on. Let me go to Genesis 16.
You in the King James too? You in the King James?
Yeah, I'm in the King James. Hold on. Let me.
Strong. 16.
I think I'm in the New International. So let me.
All right. Well, you know, a lot of things get changed. Yeah, things get changed with the different interpretations.
I'm in King James now. Now, Sarah, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarah said to Abram, behold, now the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarah. And Sarah, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband, Abram, to be his wife.
Wait a minute. What are you reading this for?
Hold on. I'm about to get to the point.
Okay, what's the point? So before you get to it, so we can get to it with you.
Because you're saying that Ishmael was not Abraham's son.
Yeah.
And it says, and he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived.
Mm-hmm.
And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And then it says, and Sarah said unto Abraham, my wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judged between me and thee. This is saying that she conceived Abram's child.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
In there.
Hold on 1 second. Watch this. Hold on.
I thought you was about to keep going to the part where it talk about Sarah had the Holy Spirit come upon her because of her jealousy. That same jealousy you talking about.
I didn't get to that part, but I can get that. I can get to that part if you want me to keep reading.
Yeah.
But Abram said unto
bringing this up. I think your whole thing of bringing this up. It wasn't that Ishmael is not Abraham's child, because Kaz explained why he said that. I think that the reason why you brought this up is because the book told Abraham, bring your first son, and it said bring Isaac, and I think that's what we was trying to find.
Okay, let's get to that part, because we're gonna get to that part. Okay, we want to go past that. For behold, my covenant shall be
so
a
it can say bring your
Right,
only son.
Let me bring this up because he think I'm capping when they say, well, either way, right? If you saying that the Bible says it's his son, which I say is stigmatism, when they trying to say Abraham was a pimp and he just kicked her out of there. I think that's a stigmatism that the Egyptians put up on him, because it come out this whole story comes out the Egyptians way of telling it. But if you saying that, and you just showed, right, that the book say that she conceived, and it don't say she conceived Ishmael, but it conceived, and basically that's his son. We not gonna deny that. But let's go and show you what the Bible also says.
Okay, let me get to that
If
part.
that's true, hold on, be quiet 1 second, because we gonna go down to 22.
22. We're going to
Right?
22.
We're gonna go to
Hold on.
Genesis 22 because we talking about the offering of Isaac. Is somebody here that can share my screen? Is A1 here?
Yeah, I think A1 doing that.
I don't need. I don't need. I don't need to share another screen there.
Yeah, I think he doing that 18 aftermath type of side.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Okay, I see what you said.
Well, there you go. Look, here it go. Now
I see it. No problem. No problem. I see it,
Now-
and I see that it
Now
say
hold
Isaac.
on. Wait. Because we not only worried about you. You already denying and denied that it said it wasn't in there. So let me help the people, right, who didn't know this, and now they're choosing which one of us really actually knows what he's talking about. Is it this guy who is Islamic, right? Or the guy who went through Christianity who told y'all that it actually says both things? Either way, the book contradicts itself. This is what you don't understand, right? Because this is, look, we right here, Genesis 22:1. And it came to pass that these things that God did do what? He tempted Abram and said unto Abram, behold, here I am. And he said, what? So if you saying, and the book did say, and you doubling down on it like it's real, that's his son. It also say, take now thy son, thine only son, Isaac. So which one is his son? Which one is his only son? Is it only Ishmael or is it only Isaac?
Well, there was no time when Isaac was the only son. That's the thing I'm saying.
Exactly.
Therefore, hold on.
So
We
what I'm
also
saying is,
believe that.
Show us. Go back to. Hold on. We're gonna go back to 16. Right. That's where you want to be.
We going back to 16.
So bad.
Hold on. Because I'm moving on my other phone. I'm moving on my other phone, so I got to type this shit in.
Your verse. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah, Abraham's wife, took Hagar, her handmaid, the Egyptian, after Abraham had dwelled in 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her husband to Abraham, his wife. And when he went unto her, she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes, right? So we talking about Sarah and Hagar, right? I want you to show me where it said, where it shows us that this conception is Ishmael.
Go to 15. 16, 15.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. What you going up for?
Because we got to get context. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Hagar, behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael. Right?
Because the Lord hath heard thy affliction.
The Lord hath heard thy affliction, and he will be a wild man, and his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he will dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her. I wonder what she said. Thou God seest me. For she said, I have also here looked after him that seeth me. Right? It says, wherefore the well is called Bir La Hiroi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son. Right? That's what it said. It said, bear Abram a son, and Abram called his name, which Hagar bare Ishmael. And Abraham was 86 years old. Funny. That's funny.
Damn,
when
86.
Hagar bare Ishmael to Abraham.
Isn't four
So
scores like 86? Isn't
Huh?
four
Yeah, that's
scores like
exactly how
80?
old it is.
Yeah, that's like
That's
80.
exactly how old it
84
is.
scores is like fucking 80 years old.
right,
It's 86. That's the
he had.
exact
This
age.
is how we know. This is how we know he had Isaac at 100. He's 14 years. He's 14 years older. This is but
13.
this is how we know. Listen, so now we see this, right? We see this. We see the version.
So Isaac
We
wasn't
see the
born
version
till
where
he
it
was
say
already 100.
they say the text say Hagar bare a son to Abraham, right? We also
It says
see this.
it's 13, but you can say 14 for whatever reason, but it specifically says that he was 99. And it
Right.
specifically says
Whatever,
that
brother. How long do it take to have a baby?
9 months.
Generally about 10 months. Okay.
Nine,
but
9,
10
but
months. Okay. So
No,
anyway,
it's 10
if
months,
you
brother. Get
if you
yourself
want to say
together.
10,
It's 10
if
months,
you want to
brother.
say 10, so you can push
argue with him. I ain't gonna argue with him. Right? But he'll get himself together. But we see right there where it say it was his son, and now it's saying Isaac is his only son. Right? So the text is contradicting itself. Right?
All right. So
Right
now,
there.
it's
So
Hagar.
go ahead.
Who is the God? A Cosmos. We know
Yeah.
who the God that Hagar is praying to or talking to her.
Yup. Yup, I do
Are
know.
they the same? Is that the same God of Sarah?
No.
who said that was a different God?
They're
What?
different gods because she's from Egypt.
What?
Okay. And I want to throw this out there.
Remember
But
now, Abraham and them didn't have not one deity. Remember, the deity said, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So it starts with Abraham. So this is where that God get his foothold at. Correct? With Abraham.
right.
Who taught Abraham his spirituality faith? Melchizedek, correct?
Yeah.
The son of Melchizedek.
Was Melchizedek fluid in Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, Brahmanism, and all of that?
I do not know. I don't think so, but I do not know. I cannot say for sure.
All right, bet. All right, everything good. I'm gonna leave that right there.
Okay. My thing is this, right?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
The problem is, right, we looked in the text itself, right? And it gives us a story about Hagar and Ishmael. You dig what I'm talking about? But the text itself can we both admit as gentlemen that the text gives contradictory information? It says it's his son, and it also says his only son is Isaac. Does it say it's his opposite things? We can agree, right?
We can agree. We can agree that the Bible and the Torah have been altered and all that stuff. We can agree with that.
Okay. Now, for the most part, most people only know the biblical version of the story of Hagar, correct?
They won't know the Quranic version. Not a lot of people do know that version. And
right.
if there's a third version, let me know.
In the Quranic version, is it far? Is it a far stretch from what the biblical narrative says?
Well, it says that Ishmael was the one that was getting ready to be sacrificed.
Quran say Ishmael, Bible say Isaac, but yet.
Hold on. I'm not sure if that's the
God,
Quran or the Hadith. Let me check that out. Let me check that
I
out.
think you better check into
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But see, what y'all need to understand is they're just regurgitating the same old lie that was told to them, right? They ain't got no other stories on Hagar, right? They ain't got nothing where Hagar speak for herself. Don't they tell women to shut up, sit down, be quiet? You dig what I'm talking about? Well, let's get into a story. Hey, do you want to hear a story about Hagar you ain't never heard?
I read that she was an Egyptian princess.
Well, stop making it up.
No,
You know
that's what I read.
Now she a princess and she a servant.
It don't make sense. Do it.
Don't. Watch this.
So why would her and her son? It doesn't make sense. That's why we know, and Muslims know that certain things in the Bible have been altered to fit.
Right. Well,
certain
I'm
narratives.
saying in the Quran it's been altered too. Watch this.
The Quran hasn't been altered from its original version.
Yeah.
You can't say that because it hasn't. It's been quoted. It's been quoted in.
It wasn't even written in the time of Muhammad. It wasn't.
You're right.
It wasn't written till
You're right. Nothing I said. No, I didn't say that it was written in the time of Muhammad.
Well, then I'm not saying then it's not primary.
I am saying that we pray the Quran. That's what we. That's how we make
matter,
Salah.
right? Really don't. But really, bro, it don't matter because we know that old ass story. I'm not here to argue about stuff that you already know.
Okay.
I'm here to tell you about a story you never heard about before.
So now go ahead. Teach me something new.
Build with me then. Watch this. This is called from the first book of God, right? Starting here at 11:4. When Abraham awoke, he told Sarah, his wife, and she being barren was troubled, and she prayed to God for Abraham's sake. Why? Because in the former years, God appeared unto Abraham in a dream and said to him, you shall be a father of many peoples. Now it came to pass, watch this. Now it came to pass that Hagar, Sarah's maid, so she can't be a priest, a princess.
Pharaoh's daughter, yes.
Listen, now it came to pass that Hagar, Sarah's maid, had a son and named him Ishmael. And Sarah, jealous of Hagar, abused her during pregnancy. And the Lord spoke to, listen, remember the angels, remember in the thing, they say the angel spoke to Hagar. But now look who the actual angel, who is the Lord, speaks to. The Lord spoke to Abraham, right? He said to Abraham, because of the hatred between your women, Hagar's son will be like a wild man, and his hand shall be against every man, and every man shall be against him. Watch this. Abraham said, how did this come about? Abraham don't know what the fuck is going on. Abraham said, how did this come about, oh God? And God said, I told you that you would be a father of many peoples, and you, pillow talking, told Sarah, your wife. This how this happened. Now Sarah has become vain in her desires for offspring. And in her eagerness, she opened the door of your house to Shaitan, or the lower vibratory rate. She started mistreating this girl. And so, listen what the angel tell Abraham, this matter on you, not on Sarah, not on Hagar, not on Ishmael.
I hear this. And so keep on.
Dig this. Watch this. It's a whole different version. Watch this. It said, go therefore, my son, and reconcile your women, And Abraham told Sarah what God had said, and Sarah inquired of Abraham. Listen, Sarah asked Abraham, before God, nigga, swear to God, tell me, is Ishmael your son? And God shall judge between us. Abraham said, teach me, O God, to answer Sarah so I may reconcile them. And God said, right? Behold, your creator is the father of all the living, right? And when Abraham told Sarah God's words, she cried. She cried in sorrow and repentance, saying, you are wise, O God, for what matter is it to me, since I know that Ishmael is your son and Hagar is your daughter. And listen, and this is how you know Hagar is a real nigga. Watch what Hagar say. Watch this. Sarah went to Hagar and said, oh, my sister, I have sinned before the Lord my God. I saw your son, and knew God gave him to you. But I turned against my own soul, and I did not love your treasure. Sarah is saying this to Hagar. Watch what Hagar say. This is how you know she a sister. Hagar said, watch this. Let me blow it up. Hagar said, did your God say that Abraham was father to my child? Sarah said, no, oh Hagar. Hagar said, neither did I say your husband was Ishmael's father, bitch. You've been mistreating me this whole time. You've been mistreating me this whole time. That ain't even his motherfucking son. That's why you was jealous. That's why the rumor. And we get the rumor recorded through the Egyptian documenting houses and the scribes. We get the stigmatized version of Abraham as a pimp. Look what Hagar said. Hagar said, did your God say that Abraham was my baby daddy? Sarah said, no. Hagar said, bitch, neither did I.
She didn't say that, but still, it's funny to see how you say it.
Look what happened. Look what happened. So they were reconciled. Listen, this is where it come in. This is why they say he is son, but in fact, he's not. In the Bible says both things. Let's explain it. So they were reconciled, and by right of the beginning of Abraham's nations. Ain't no Isaac yet. Ishmael was Abraham's son before God, but not in the flesh. Now, watch this. Sarah had a son called Isaac because he was born to Sarah after she had passed the time of childbearing. What does Isaac mean?
I forgot what Isaac means.
Or
But
childbearing is menopause. God has seen something. You dig what I'm talking about? Something like that. Anyway.
Yeah. God has seen your affliction, some crazy, some stuff like that. I know what you mean.
Yeah. And when Hagar, listen, when Hagar saw, now remember, one was jealous of the other. Now watch the one get jealous of the other after she have a baby. Watch this. And when Hagar saw that Sarah bore a son, right? Hagar became jealous for Ishmael's sake, and she wept before Abraham. Hagar said, listen, I am a South Arabian woman. This is where you get your word, your whole word, Arab, from. Because the whole continent of Africa and its northern part are called Arabinia. The southern part would be continental Africa. Remember, she's an Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
So she says, I'm a southern African woman, and left my people for you. Behold, I am not favored by your God. Uh-oh. Showing that the person she would have talked to in the wilderness wasn't of the creator or wasn't of Abraham's God. Abraham said, he said, I am not favored by your God. She said, I'm not favored by your God. Abraham said, have I not been like a father to you and your son? Truly. Listen, he said, truly, when all people reviled you because you had a child in maidenhood or out of wedlock, laying it on me. He said, I ain't deny you, nor justified myself before the king's people, suffering these things for God's sake and yours and that little nigga. Do not complain then against my house, my wife, or my son. My son, Isaac. All things are of the creator. And so Hagar was pacified for a season, but then returned to grief and jealousy, and finally resolved to depart away from Abraham's house. Watch this. Then Abraham said to Hagar, the matter lies with you. If you go, I will give you, according to the custom of the Egyptians or the southern Africans, the Arabians, a jug with water and bread and blankets, as the custom. So Hagar persisted, and Abraham provided her, and she departed, taking Ishmael with her, and she went to Paran. That should sound familiar. Now, in those days, Arabia was divided into many kingdoms, some having one city, some two, and some as many as 6 cities. And they were constantly at war with one another, and the victors always changed the names of the kingdoms. And the largest and most powerful always called itself the Sun Kingdom. You'll see that in Egypt, right? Also in Persia, right? After the manner of the Persians. We see the Mesopotamian influence. I proved that last night. You dig what I'm talking about, having to puss on the sisters when they was calling me pseudo. I ain't mean to do that, but you dig what I'm talking about. They be going with that toxic feminism. You dig what I'm talking about? Spreading that stuff, and then I just start punching. My bad. Men and women of learning dwelt in the Sun Kingdom, which was Egypt at the time, right? And they had tablets and books and maps relating to the heaven and earth, all of which were kept in a library. And in the summit of this same building was an oracle for consulting with the spirits called the Lords of Heaven, for which purpose a man or woman we ain't gonna get there. We ain't gonna get there. That's something else.
Hold on. What did you say this book was called?
This is called the First Book of God. This is inside Owaspi. Hey,
Owaspi.
you know that? Yeah, hey, you know that book that your God talk about in the Quran, the Book of the Lord of War, Book of the War of the Lord, Book of the Wars against the Lord, and the Book of the Wars against the Giants and all that stuff. Remember this? They talk about it in the Quran and in the Hadith, but your God can't find it. Even the God in the biblical book talk about the Book of the Wars and stuff, right? For the last 22,000 plus years, he can't find it. He don't know where it is, right? I'm saying that book is in Owaspi. So I'm just saying there's some stuff y'all might want to check out up in there. I'm not saying you gotta read it, but I'm saying
I'm a researcher, so that's what I do.
I'm saying if you got melanin,
I always do research.
I'm just saying, if you got melanin, I'll just offer this. If you got melanin, you should read Owaspi. It's dope, bro. It's a good read.
Sefer Mihamot Yahweh. Okay.
Yeah, man. It's about that time for the Kung Fu Kid. I think I'm gonna roll up something. Shit. But where you from, the bat? Where your people from?
I'm from Baltimore.
Some shit.
Like I told you where my people was from already.
You said Haiti, but where the other half?
Africa.
Where in Africa?
Nigeria, Ghana, and my grandfather was from the Philippines. My grandfather on my mother's side was so my mother is Filipino and Haitian.
Filipino, Haitian. So your grandfather is a Filipino.
Yes.
His wife is Haitian.
Well, yes. Yeah, all my grandparents are dead. My parents are dead as well.
Bro, you know what I mean? I'm losing them left and right, man. I'm trying to hold on to the last two I got. My grandparents on my father's side are dead.
My parents are dead as well.
My grandmother is the last one holding on my mama's side. You did like her parents.
Yes, but it's just my brothers and sisters.
I met my great grandmothers and grandfathers on both sides.
You blessed.
Yeah, man. Truly. The crazy part is, believe it or not, they was breathing on me as a little kid.
It's done about.
I didn't even get it what they was talking about. You know what I mean? But that shit, it played like I don't know, like sometimes you know how you smell something sometimes, and it bring you back to a certain place, a certain time. Like, damn, that's Grandma Biscuits. You know what I mean? That certain or you hear a certain tune, and it bring you know right where you was at when you heard it. You dig what I'm talking about? It be the same thing like that sometimes. You dig what I'm saying? It's like it's like.
So hold on. I see this book, The Lost Books of the Bible.
No, it's called no. If you want to read,
I'm trying to find the specific books.
Yeah, if you want to read what I was reading,
yeah,
go download OASPE, OAHSPE. Right, it's a free PDF. Get the 7th era, 7th era ERA version. It's got, so you see how my colors things look like yellow, red, the primary colors. See how it look like that? It's gonna look like that when you just download the free PDF. Don't get nothing else. I don't want you to spend no money. I don't want you to now I want you to understand also, you about to go cherry pick a text.
No, I won't.
No, that's what you're doing.
It's not what I'm doing. It's not my.
Okay, because you gonna go right where. Well, I don't see how you.
Do you want me to cherry pick a text?
No, but that's what you're doing. It's by function, brother, because you're not starting at the beginning and then going to where.
Well, tell me where the beginning is. That's why I thought the Lost Books was what I was looking for.
No. Go get the free PDF. OASP free PDF. And it's gonna be book number 24 in there. Chapter 11. Right? You got a whole breakdown on Abraham. You need to
hold on. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I spelled this right. How do you spell OASP?
I'll spell it again for you. OAHSPE.
Okay, I spelled that wrong.
Yep, OAH. It means sky, earth, spirit. Speak.
I see it.
Right? Get the free PDF, 7th or 8th edition. and you can go to, I think it's the first book of God, 24th chapter, chapter 11. 24th book, chapter 11. But when you're done with that, you might want to go into the next book, which is, well, actually, you would probably want to get into the book of Esdras, right? And go look what it has to say about Muhammad and Allah and Gabriel, Thoth Gabriel, who you call Jabril.
Time out. Pause right there. These are the lost books, or the books of the wars against God, whatever. And you're telling me that it's talking about Muhammad?
In a later book. In a later book.
So this Oahspe book was written when?
In 1881.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same year they rewrote the Bible.
You have
what year was Quran written?
Let me see. Let me check.
They still writing hadith today, ain't they?
Not that I know of, but
yeah. I'm saying they stopped ecumenical councils in the 1970s. Why wouldn't they still be rewriting Quran?
Yes, 6.
Yeah, I'm just saying, check it out. You dig what I'm talking about? It's got a different version on the triune gods, who your deity is, who Jabril is, who Allah is, what Allah is.
Your book comes 1,200 years later.
No, because ain't no Quran till like maybe the 900s.
600.
No.
650.
No, there is no Quran in 650. Nowhere. That's proven by the scientists. That's proven by the people who actually do this. This is how they proved there wasn't no Muhammad in the 600s. You dig what I'm saying? So
the Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad in Arabia over a 23-year period, starting in the year 610 CE, the Christian era. That's what CE stands for. And concluding with his death in 632 CE, while initially memorized and recorded
historically. That is the narrative. I'm not debating the narrative, brother.
Oh, okay, let me finish.
Yeah, but historically,
hold on, let me finish. I'm going to read it to you. If you know what? Just let me read it. I'm reading exactly like this is not even. While initially memorized and recorded on various materials.
Did you get that off Reddit or something? Off Google, off Reddit?
I got it right off of Google.
Where does it saying it's from?
Queensboro Community College. Origins of the Quran. Oldest known other places like CBS News, oldest known Quran manuscript 610 to 632. But anyway, it says the first official unified written compilation was finalized under the Caliph Uthman between 650 and 656 CE. Earliest manuscripts, carbon dating of Birmingham Quran manuscript, one of the oldest in existence, places it between 568 and 645 CE. obviously it wasn't 568 because, you know. And it says with 95.4% accuracy. Canonization. The standardization of the text occurred under Uthman to ensure the unity of the Quran and Islam expanded. Although transmitted orally at first, because we say it in our Salat, the written record was finalized with roughly 2 decades of the Prophet's death. Within roughly 2 decades of the Prophet's death. Yes. So that's what it says. So is there a reason why is there something like what were you saying that when were you claiming that the Quran was put together? What's up? Cosmon, you still there? You ain't?
My bad, y'all. Hey, A1. Is A1 still here? Let me see if I can share this with y'all real quick.
What are you looking at? I got. I'm on my other phone. I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you real quick. I'm saying, wasn't no prophet in the 7th century. None of that shit. Wasn't no town called Mecca. None of that existed in the 600s, the 7th century. It's not there. None of it. You dig what I'm saying? And this is from the leading Arabic scholar. You dig what I'm talking about? One of the 4, anyway. And they all, and the crazy part is they all agree. This ain't even nothing I'm saying. You dig what I'm saying? A1, you can share that screen. I shouldn't have.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's proof because the king of Ethiopia.
I'll just share it with you. He wasn't Islamic. He was Christian, brother.
Right. I know the king of Ethiopia was Christian, but the Prophet Muhammad.
It was Axum.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the king you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wasn't Ethiopia, it was Axum. I'm gonna share it with you in the back, bro, so you can look at it. Yeah, man. Cosmo don't say nothing I can't source, bro. You do you check it out for yourself. It's not there. Right? I gotta show you that script in the 6th century. Huh? So they think Islam, they told you that it popped up at the Battle of Badr after 13 years of being schooled in the cave of Hira. I'm not here to deny that. I think that was the whole reason, to get Muhammad in a spiritual fervor, right? To where he was confident enough to pull the sword for Jibril and go forth impressing Islam upon the people. And that's exactly what he did. Historically. So, you know, y'all got to just look at what's really out there. You know what I mean? I'll put this in the chat too for anybody who want to check this out, man. This dude is you know, he's one of the best in the game, you know. Y'all look at it, man. It's already addressed. I ain't got to address it. Right? I did address it. The brother just didn't want to hear it. There wasn't no Islam in the 6th century. There were no text. Wasn't even no Mecca.
Amen.
Yeah, but you know, we up here gish galloping, man. We just back and forth, and you dig what I'm saying? We just back and forth, and you know, that's why I like to bring up sources and stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? A1, you there, bro?
Yeah, I don't see any. You telling me that a YouTube video?
I showed you a YouTube video.
Right.
Yeah, of a true scholar who does this for real. Right?
I want to see if I can pull it up on my other phone, because I don't want to end up making a mistake and leaving this.
Yeah, it's gonna be a wrap.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? But check it out. I ain't tripping.
Yeah, you gotta tell me what the name of the video is, if you can.
We now know with evidence there's no Islamic prophet of Mecca in the 7th century.
Okay.
With evidence. And they got the Arabic dude up there right there. This is events in history. Let me see.
Dang, what you saying? There's no God. No. What was it? There's no what?
We now know with evidence. He's going to show the evidence.
Mm-hmm. There's no
Islamic prophet of Mecca in the 7th century CE, and it means common era.
It means Christian era. That's what it means.
Actually means common era.
Okay, you can believe what you want.
Right. Except I don't believe nothing. That's just what Christian indoctrination makes you believe that's what it means, because they invented that this dude was born in 0 AD.
Which he wasn't.
Yeah. So even that story is backdated.
I mean, it comes from, because Anno Domino means during the year of our Lord, all that other bull, you know. Is that prophet in? All right, so there's no Islamic prophet in. That should be enough, shouldn't it? You talking about from this white guy?
Hold on. Do you see the Arab who's pushing it out in the corner?
No.
Shake. Look it up, bro. You before you start talking, just look it up. Just let him show you the evidence. You make your mind up yourself. I don't care. I don't care if you don't believe what's objective and what can be proved. It's not on me. I don't serve Allah.
The names Muslim and Islam rendered in groups which is a Christian from 720 to 730. The Quran and the Dome of the Rock do not refer to Muhammad of Islam. 7th century written references to Muhammad place him too far north. More than that, as a conclusion, these all suggest that there was an internecine class between different sects of Christianity. The Trinitarians on one side were the Byzantine Monophysites, and the anti-Trinitarians on the other side, who would be Abdul Malik and his descendants, with the latter establishing its own religion at the end of the Umayyad dynasty in opposition to Christianity, mid-8th century, which then morphed into...
Welcome to Advancing History. We explore the origins, teachings, and historical development of Islam with a fact-based, analytical approach.
What if the entire traditional story of Muhammad and Islam's origins is built on sand, and there's hard evidence in the 7th century to prove it? In this eye-opening lecture, Dr. J. Smith uncovers a staggering silence in 7th century history about Islam. No Islamic coins, no references to Mecca or a prophet named Muhammad from Muhammad's supposed lifetime or the era of the Rashidun caliphs. Instead, early Arab coins minted under leaders like Muawiyah proudly display crosses and the term MHMD, which is a messianic title in the Judeo-Christian communities in that region at that time. It isn't until Abd al-Malik around 692 to 696 AD, 60 plus years after Muhammad's death, that we see a coin mocking the Trinity, claiming that the Messiah is not but a messenger. The Dome of the Rock inscriptions echo the same anti-Trinitarian polemic, which was transformed into the Shahada. What does this say about the origin of Islam? If Muhammad, the prophet of Mecca, isn't in the contemporary record, what happens to Islamic history in the 7th century? Buckle up. This numismatic detective work could rewrite everything you thought you knew about Muhammad and Islam. Let's watch the video.
So let's start with the truth about now the third area, number C, and this is Muhammad himself. The problems with Muhammad. If this is wrong, then everything comes crashing down. Just like Mecca, we shut down Mecca this morning. Once you take away Mecca, you can take away from Muhammad or the Quran from Mecca. Because there may be a Quran, there may be a Muhammad, but he's not from Mecca. If he's not from Mecca, it's not Islamic. All right, and that's why it's important that we take each one of these three legs and shut each one down subsequently or sequentially. So introduction, what about Muhammad's name? Let's start with the name itself, because this is probably the biggest confusion. This is what the Muslims claim. The Muhammad, and notice I put it in parentheses there because that's the name they're looking for. The Muhammad of Islam was the last and greatest prophet who lived in Mecca between 570 and 622 and died in Medina in 632. He modeled Islam as the paradigm for the world. He received the Quran as the final revelation for the world. Everything we need to know about him, we can find in the Sirah of Ibn Hisham. Remember, I talked about Ibn Hisham. Is there any Sirah of Ibn Hisham? No. So when does the Sirah of Ibn Hisham, when was it created? Heinrich Ferdinand Wüstenfeld was the first to write the Sirah of Muhammad. And when did he write it? 1868 to 1870.
Dang.
Sorry, 1850 to 1860. So that is 160 years ago. There was no Sirah, all attributed to Ibn Ishaq. But as you open up the introduction, it's really to Ibn Hisham. So everything we know about Muhammad, what he did, is attributed by a German scholar living in Berlin, getting his material from 4 different German cities, putting it together over a 2-year period, and then publishing it in 1860. That's 1,000 years too late, folks, because that's just 160 years ago.
That's a
Prior to
dagger.
160 years, they didn't have a story about Muhammad. They just knew bits and pieces about him, but no one had written it down. That's why we're all thankful to Heinrich Ferdinand Wustenfeld. Now, these references are 9th to the 19th century, 200 to 1200 years after the fact. So is this Muhammad of Islam referred to in the 7th century? Because I don't care about Ibn Hisham. I don't care about Ibn Ishaq. I don't care about Wustenfeld, really, because they're much too late. Why should I go to somebody who's writing 2 to 3,000 years later about a man who lived in the 7th century? We would never get away with that with Jesus Christ. You cannot go to someone written in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th century about someone living in the 1st century. And that was asked of us, remember back in the 1800s, when we were asked the same thing. Who is this Jesus? Where did he live? Where did he die? And that was a good question. The Germans needed to ask us this. And so that's why we had to answer those questions. We demand the same thing of Islam. So before finding out, we need to go deal first with the name, the word itself, Muhammad. Let's look at that name. What is it name? Is it Muhammad or is it Muhammad? Mim, ha, mim, dal. They go from, actually it should be this other way around. Arabic goes from right to left. I've read it from left to right for your sake. But it actually goes mim, ha, mim, dal, this way. That's what we're looking at, folks. Because there were no vowels in the 7th century. There was no Muhammad. It was Muhammad. And that's what's confusing people. People think there must be a Muhammad. There was no Muhammad because there was no vowels to even read. No one could have even read Muhammad. You could say Muhammad, but we're talking about written sources. Written sources all have 4 letters. In this case, mim, ha, mim, dal. In the 7th century or earlier, in Arabic, it would have been Muhammad because there were no vowels in Arabic that early. All they had was 16 consonants. Today we have 28. The reason we have 28 because in the 8th and 9th century, they had to start making other vowels. They had to start making other letters. And they had to create 5 dots to create the 5 new letters. And they had to create 3 vowels, the Dhamma, the Kasra, and Fatha, to create the 3 vowels. The vowels were only created and added in the 8th, and actually were only canonized in the 9th century, another 200 years after the fact. Let me just make my point. Take a look at these manuscripts. Those are 4 of the 6 major manuscripts. You have the manuscript on the left that's in the British Library. You have the Samarkand manuscript that's next after it, that's in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent. You have the Metropolitanus manuscript, which is there in Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. And then you have the Sara manuscript, which is on the right, which is in Yemen. Notice not any of them have dots, right? You see any dots there? Above and below the line?
It's not
You see
showing
the
it.
Damakastra above there, any curlicues above them, any slashes above them, any slashes below? Nothing. They're just consonantal text. These are all the earliest manuscripts. And most Muslim Arabists should know this. I'm surprised that even the Arab scholars don't understand this. You can't have Muhammad in any of these texts. Now, this one here starts to show it. This is the Topkapi manuscript, which was probably written in the mid to late, possibly even the 9th century. You're starting to see, if you look real close, there's some dots there. You notice there is a medallion. Dots are starting to form, but they're even putting them in a red letter, in red dots. So they're added at a later date, possibly even 100 years later. These could have been added. We're not permitted to do any.
Notice it's the same time that they're adding in Masoretic
love to know when that ink was added. I would suggest that because none of the others have it, neither does this have it. Nonetheless, we've got to admit that there are some dots on that manuscript. So what is the name? What exactly does Muhammad mean? Well, I'm just giving you the answer right there. It's on the screen. It means the praised one. It means the blessed one. It means the anointed one. And then it became known as the Messiah itself in Arabic. So the Muhammad was the Messiah. Are you starting to see what's going on here, folks? Thus, it's not a name. It's a title. It's what they do. They're the place one. That's an adjectival travel describing who they are. Every case you see it in the 7th century, it's always a title, not a name. It became a name of a man in the 8th and 9th century, but not the 7th century. And what have I said all yesterday and today? What have I said over and over again? Don't waste my time with the 9th century. Take me to the 7th century. We need to know what it meant in the 7th century, because languages do change. No, that's a beautiful set of threads you got on right there. What am I saying? You have no idea. But if you're in America, you know that's a beautiful set of clothes you got on. So even the word threads, or something like simple like gay, if you look at all the 1800s, 1900s, someone who is gay is someone who is happy. But today, if you're gay, that means you're a homosexual. So words do change, meanings do change. The same way with Muhammad. Muhammad has always changed. In fact, if you want to do a historical study on it, it was first used by the Ugaritic in 1400 BC. It's been around for 3,400 years. It's nothing new. But the Hebrews used it as well. It's right through the Old Testament. 11 times you will see Muhammad in Hebrew, the praise one, the altogether lovely, Song of Solomon 5:16. Now, Andrew, or Iqbal, you remember that the Muslims always come to us and they say they finally found Muhammad in the Old Testament, right? And they always find it right there in Song of Solomon. They actually are correct. They didn't find Muhammad, they found Muhammad. They have no idea what they found. This is exactly what they're supposed to find. In 1000 BC, Muhammad was Solomon, the son of David, who was the altogether lovely one, the adjectival phrase, but not the Muhammad of Islam. He was referring to himself in that verse. By the time it gets into Christian use by the Syriac writers, St. Jerome in the 4th century then applied it in Syriac. Now remember, Syriac, Hebrew, and Arabic all use the same roots. They all use the same consonantal roots.
Size again, it is free to join my community. The stocks I share are also free. The techniques and strategies I...
So in Syriac, the Muhammad, according to St. Jerome, was the praised one, the Messiah, who is yet to come a second time. So from the 4th century on, every time you see Muhammad in a Syriac source or in an Arabic source written by Christians, it was always referring to Jesus Christ, the Messiah to come again. But it wasn't just the Christians who used this word, the Jews used it as well. And if you go up on Vander Films, we've done a whole series on the Jewish exilarchs. They've been up there in the last 2-3 weeks. We put them up there. Look at all the sequence of these exilarchs. These exilarchs are these leaders of the Jews who have been thrown out of Jerusalem, have been thrown out of Judea in 70 AD. They took their leaders with them. They went to what is today Baghdad or Kufa, what is called Hira, and that's where they set up their seminaries. By the 7th century, every one of the leaders of the Jews was known as an exilarch. The exilarchs would always be called the praised one, the Messiah, and they claimed themselves to be the Messiah. And as soon as that exilarch died, the next exilarch was given that title. As soon as he died, the next exilarch was given that title. They were all considered to be the Messiah who is yet to come. 5 exilarchs that we have now recorded in the 7th century all claim to be the Muhammad, the Messiah. The only reason they lost it is because they died. The next one claims it. So this is well known. This has been going around in that part. So both the Jews and the Christians were waiting for the Messiah, right? The Christians were waiting for the Messiah who's going to come a second time. The Jews were waiting for the Messiah who is yet to come, and they're still waiting. They all refer to the Muhammad. So take a look at that coin there. Notice there is Muawiyah. He's holding a cross above his head, and he's also holding a cross. He is a good Christian, but what's there? There it is, MHMD. Who do you think the Muhammad there is on that coin? Coined in 663. Obviously, the Muhammad must be the Messiah, right? So who do you think the Messiah is in 663? If he's a Christian. Ooh, I love it. Okay. But that's why now we have the Muhammad coin. Now makes sense. So, conclusion. The Muhammad was well known in that part of the world and at that time, but it was not pronounced Muhammad. That is how we pronounce it today. And that's where the confusion is. Every Muslim reading that think, oh, that must be Muhammad, the prophet. No, it is the Muhammad of Christianity and the Muhammad of Judaism. Knowing that, let's now look at the coins to see where Muhammad was first introduced. So the coins are great. Why? Because the coins don't lie. They are made out of metal. They're made out of copper. They're made out of silver. They're made out of gold. The Lydians introduced the coins in 600 BC. Coins were used for more than just commerce. Coins created and maintained the ruler's identity. See, back then they didn't have TV or radio. They didn't have an internet. They had no newspapers back then. So when you came to power as a caliph, the first thing you did was mint new coins, and so that you could introduce yourself, knowing that everybody would have coins in their hands. And the first thing you do is you put your image on the coins. Notice Islam doesn't allow images, so that's already a problem. How can a Muslim have an image of himself? Secondly, you would put your name on it, so you can say who you are. And then thirdly, you would always put your religious denomination. And everybody, all the coins that are the Christian, always had a cross on it. You say, how do I know? Look at every other coin. I don't have all the coins to give me, but every Byzantine coin had crosses on it. That was mean you were a Christian. If you were Zoroastrian, you put a fire altar. If you were a Muslim, you would put a crescent, but there was no Muslims. There's no word called Muslim that early. There's no religion called Islam that early. We don't have any trace of anything Islamic, and that's why we find no crescents. Not that early, not the 7th century, but look what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Muawiyah. That's 661. Muhammad would have been dead 30 years by now. So obviously there's a problem here, but the coins don't lie. That's why I say follow the coins to find out what's going on.
Okay, so
once they minted the coins, they
I'll wait till it's over. I'll bring everything
the name of their ruler and know who he was, what he looked like, and what denomination he went to. They would also put the date on it. That's why we know the dates. And then they would always put the name of the mint on the backside. So, what was on a coin? I just said it. The ruler to introduce his reign widely to those he governed. Yet Islam says that these images are haram or forbidden. It's not interested. Then what are images doing on a forbidden piece of coinage? The religion to create their religious identity, the date to place where that time period was, often beginning with the rule of that empire, and they would mint them. They were where they were, so they would write the name of the mint. Then we know where the mints are. So if the mints are Muslim, if they are from Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, the mints should be down in Jerusalem. I'm sorry, in Medina or Mecca, right? Because that's where they all ruled. The mints are always created where they ruled. And we know, according to the Islamic tradition, written in the 9th, 10th, and 11th century, that all of these guys were ruling in Medina. That's where Muhammad was. That's where he went. That's where the caliphate began in 624. So Umar was there, Abu Bakr was there, Uthman was there, Ali was there, Medina. Therefore, the mints should be there. Well, here is the problem. The numismatists are having a difficulty, and that's why back in 2020, when I started getting into this discussion, I started putting it up on YouTube, and I started getting an awful lot of responses from numismatists who are experts in coins. All of those who were doing research on them were getting in contact with me, and they say, but few of them, they had a problem because everything they were doing, when they looked at the coin and they tried to describe it, they tried to put the Islamic narrative onto these coins, and they just made no sense. They could not try to explain. They couldn't explain them because everything that they were learning about, they had no idea came from the 9th and 10th century. They thought that the traditions were written by the Sahaba. Those are the companions of the Prophet. They thought that.
Ain't that what you just told me, bro? That's what you tried to tell me.
Huh?
Ain't that what you just tried to tell me, that it was written in the 6th century by his sahabs, you know, by his homeboys during the 6th century, right after his death or right during his life?
I'm telling you. Hold on. I was telling you what the information said because they had dated the oldest text.
Yeah, but that's
of the Quran, not of a book, not of a random book or a random writing, but of the Quran itself.
Yeah, but he just showed you that we don't even get Quran to 160 years.
But that's wrong because you can't. That's like saying that the dating is wrong.
Well, the coins disprove what you're saying.
What do you mean? There could be earlier coins, and he's saying that they only ruled from Mecca. That's where all Muslims ruled from Mecca. No,
but wasn't no Mecca.
Hold on. They went into Ethiopia. They went into the Philippines. They've been in West Africa. They've been in parts of Europe. Stop lying. Come on, man. I know. Come on, man.
Companions of the Prophet. You know they weren't, right? You know their dates now. Ibn Hisham died in 833. Muhammad died in 632. Al-Bukhari died in 870. Sahih Muslim died in 875. They all died in the 9th and 10th century. Muhammad died in the 7th century, 200 to 300 years earlier. So none of these guys had looked at the dates. And I said, if you're going to be numismatists, then for heaven's sakes, be historians as well. Look at the names and put the dates on. That's all you need to do. And the dates are on them. So therefore, they started doing that. And this is the problem they found. I said, rather than trying to impose the Islamic traditions on the coins, just read the coins and throw away the traditions. That's your problem. You're trying to throw the Islamic narrative on these coins. Be a historian, be a good numismatist, and just tell me what they say. You're the experts. You're the ones that are going to do it. So one of them is coming. We're going to meet him for the first time in 2 weeks in London. His name is Odin Lafontaine. He's from Paris. He's been working on these coins for 25 years. He owns many of these coins. Now, this is what they left. This is what they're saying. When you look at the mints where these coins are minted, none of them are down here. They should be down here in Medina, at Mecca, because this is where the Caliphate was headquartered. This is where the center of Islam was, according to Islam. This is the place that controlled all the way from Afghanistan in the east to, what's the name of Libya, the capital Libya? Tripoli in the west, from Turkey in the north, all the way to Yemen in the south. That's a huge swath of land. That's the second largest superpower of its state, second only to the Byzantine Empire. So here they are down here. You'd think the coins are all from these two cities. But when they looked at the mints, look and see what they found. Tartus, Hims, Baalbek, Dimash, Divadia, Abel, Maysan, Jaras, Yubna, Aman, and Ilya. None of them are down here. When they went to the east side, they noticed they were all Susak, Das, Arajan, Bishapur, Tanbuk, Iskatar, Khazarun, Daud, Adasya Kura, and Khawat Kura. I'm desecrating those names. Notice those are all where the Sassanian were, and the others are where the Byzantines are. But what's fascinating, why are there no mints down south? There's a reason, isn't there? It's one word. Water. There's no water there. In order to have mints, you need to have people. In order to have people, you need to have commerce. In order to have commerce, you need to have food. In order to have food, you need to have water. It's as simple as that. The reason there's no mints there is because no one was there. If no one's there, there's no commerce. If there's no commerce, there's no reason to have coins. And you certainly don't mint where no one is. Am I correct? So you go to the mints where they are. So when you go to the mints, what's interesting, take a look at the mints and notice what we're finding. They're all situated too far to the north. Surprise, surprise. Possibly because the Hijaz was a desert with no water, and where there's no water, you know the rest. So let's now look at the coins. And you need to put them on a timeline. So I'm going to look at the coins from 632 to 661, because that's the time when the Caliphate existed. That's the time of Muhammad from 624 to 632. Then from Abu Bakr from 632 to 634. And then you have Umar from 634 to 644. And then you have Uthman from 644 to 656. And then you have Ali from 656 to 661. So you have the four rightly guided caliphs and Muhammad. We're talking roughly 40 years, okay? From 624 to 661. That's the 40-year period we need. And we need to find coins because every one of these were caliphs who minted coins. So what do we thought? Let's go look at the coins. Muhammad dies, but no Islamic coins exist during his time, nor during period. In the East, the coins are all Christian or they're Sassanian, and there's a picture of it. So notice there's a cross, there's a cross, there's a cross, there's a cross. Now, is that a Muslim cross?
What if the most important book in the entire world was completely unreadable to you? This is Chad. Where only about 22% of the population can read. For Christians here, many of them can't read God's word for themselves.
Okay, help me here. You said that could be anything. What else would it be if it wasn't Christian? See, you're going to have a problem, aren't you, Martin?
That's not, I can tell you that's not Arabic.
If they weren't Christian, all right? So let's look at some more coins. Now let's go to Muawiyah, because we can't find anything from the time of Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, or Ali. Nothing from the time of 632 to 661 that is Islamic. Nothing that is reference to the Quran. No verses coming from the Quran. No reference to Muhammad. No reference to any of these caliphs. Yet they should be full of reference to these caliphs. But there are Arabic coins. Those I showed you right now, they're all Christian coins. We get to Muawiyah, who is the first caliph of the Umayyad Caliphate. He comes to power in 661. He defeats Ali according to what we hear, but we can't find any battle of Siffin in any documents from that time period. It all comes from the Islamic traditions. Nonetheless, the first thing he does, he sets up his shop, he sets up his caliphate in Damascus. Why Damascus? Why not Medina like everybody else? Why has he gone 1,200 miles to the north? You know the answer. There's water there. It's as simple as that. You go to where the water is. You go to where the commerce is. You go to one of the oldest cities in the history of mankind, and that's where you set up your caliphate. So what does he do? He mints coins immediately. Take a look at the coins. I've got them right here. This coin is my coin. I'm now buying them up because I'm fighting. If we don't buy them up, the Muslims are buying it up. And once they buy them up, they melt them down. So there's the orb and there's the cross. Here is a whole stave with a cross in it. Above his head, you can see is a cross. On the back side, there's another cross, and there's his name. That's the front and the back of the coin. So there's hundreds of these. In fact, I'm trying to buy them up. Now we get the coin on the right, and that's the most damaging coin. That's the one we looked at earlier. There's Muawiyah. That's a cross. That's a cross. And he's got the orb there. There's a mem, that means it's the number 40. And there's a cross above it. And what's this? MHMD. There's the Muhammad. So who do you think that Muhammad is if that's a cross on the other side? You know, the praised one, the anointed one, the Messiah. The same word that Messiah means. The Messiah means the anointed one. If you have any doubt, just take a look at his inscription. This is an inscription that Muawiyah creates in 663. And it's there on Taif, which is up along the plateau that we saw on the map. You know, look there, there's his name, Muawiyah, but notice it's written in Greek. If you're a Muslim, you'd be writing in Arabic, right?
Right.
So this is written in Greek, suggesting that he is from the Syriac Brotherhood, and he's probably a Greek writer. And notice what it says at the bottom, that he is Muawiyah, there's his name right there, the Abdullah. Abdullah, that's in Arabic now. And in Arabic, he's calling himself the slave of God. Abd means slave of Allah. Why? Because he's an Arabic speaker, because he is from the Nabatean Aramaic background. He is an Ishmaelite, though a Christian. How do I know that? Well, it says here that he is the Mu'minin, Amir al-Mu'minin, servant of God, commander of the believers. What believers? Here we go. Ready? What do you see? Boop, 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 boop. What's up there?
Muhammad.
You see it? How can a Muslim have a cross up there? Now, this is not on a coin, folks. This is on an inscription in Taif in 663. So obviously, the believers that he is a servant of God, the commander of, are the Christians at that time. He is a good Byzantine Christian, not a Byzantine, a monophysite Christian at that time, but he is a Trinitarian. All right? So,
it never said that on. He's not showing that on the tablet.
Show you, Martin. Look at this here. Notice there's the orb of the cross. Orb of the cross. These are Byzantine coins. Now these are gold solid discs. These are much more important. There's a coin of Heraclius. There he has an orb and he has a cross. Those are his two sons on either side. And this is a typical Byzantine coin from the 7th century. That's why I'm putting it up there. And if you look at the back side, there's the cross. It's always front, back, front, back. That's why there's 2 inches. Now we come to Abd al-Malik. Abd al-Malik comes to power. He's there in Damascus. He is an Umayyad. He comes to power in 685. So this is 60 years after Muhammad, if he lived, supposedly died, right? 60 years later, he introduces this coin here. Take a look at it. You notice it's very similar, don't you? Same. You see the orbs in their hands, right? That's Heraclius with an orb, but what's missing? The very thing that needs to be there. The cross that delineates where they are. There's no cross in any of those orbs. Look at the backside. What's missing? The cross piece. It's a mockery of Byzantine Christianity. This is the coin he introduced. He is living in Damascus. He's right next to the Byzantine Empire. He has to compete against the Byzantines. They are the biggest empire. He is number 2. He has to compete politically, and yet he has to give tribute to Justinian II, who's the Byzantine emperor. Justinian II, who receives these gold solar dishes, goes berserk, gets angered because of what he's done to his coins. See, these are his coins over here, but he puts these coins on. And around the outside is the La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. This is the first time we see the Shahada. The Shahada is now introduced on the backside of this coin. There's only one God but God, and the praised one is the messenger of God, the Muhammad. There's no Muhammad there. It's Muhammad, the same Muhammad we see since the 4th century. Oh, not the 4th century. The same Muhammad that's in Song of Solomon from 1000 BC. The same Muhammad that's there with the Ugarites. It has been around, folks, for over 2,000 years, that Muhammad. And he puts it there because this is the Muhammad that the Christians are waiting for. This is a theological attack, and it's a political polemic. This is a polemic both theologically and politically, confronting Justinian II. They go to war as a result of that coin. Abd al-Malik wins the war. So what does he do next? In 693, he introduces this coin. This is a coin, a victory coin. There he is, the image. Now, hold on a minute. If he's a Muslim, what's he doing with his image there? Again, a real problem here. There's his sword. That is the victory sword. There is La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. There's the backside of the coin. He's mocking him, and he's saying, I am now the victor. I am now the victor. He introduces this in 693, and then in 696, he takes that one away and he introduces this one. And this is the coin you have right here. I'm going to pass it around. I bought it finally. This is over $1,500 to buy this coin. This is a gold solar disc from Abd al-Malik. This is that coin. You're looking at it right there. There you can see the Shahada. There is what's interesting is look what's written on the coin. First of all, it says, say not 3, for God is one and he has no son. Who is that attacking? Say not 3? That's attacking the Trinity. For God is one, and he has no son. That's attacking Jesus' divinity, and it's attacking his sonship. For God does not begetteth, nor is he begotten. Who's that attacking? John 3:16. These are all attacks against Byzantine Christianity. These are all attacks against our Lord Jesus Christ, against the Trinity, and against his sonship. Folks, he's still a Christian, but he is an Arian Christian, just like the Jehovah's Witnesses are today. This would be a coin the Jehovah's Witnesses would mint if they were in power. And since he is in power, he controls everything. A man of power, therefore, can impose his anti-Trinitarian beliefs on everybody. But he's still not a Muslim. There's nothing Islamic about this. There's nothing Islamic about Jehovah's Witnesses, right?
I don't see how this says that.
Watching Gaia at night before I go.
I think he's getting a lot of stuff.
Because Muhammad's not there. It's the Muhammad who is there. The praised one, the anointed one. So the coins seem to show exactly that what we're seeing along here, these are just Christian coins, but these are anti-Trinitarian Christian. This is a Christian squabble. This is an internecine sectarian debate that's going on. And you can just follow it by following the coins. Let's go to the rock inscriptions. The rock inscriptions say the same thing the coins say. I've already shown you one inscription by Muawiyah. Let's look at some other inscriptions. No, where the rock inscriptions are found. All of the rock inscriptions from the 7th century are found in here, and they're found here. Why are they not found here? No water. Do you see how easy this is? You don't have rock inscription unless you have water. If there's no water there, no people, no food, no fountain, no people, no towns, no need for rock inscriptions. So it's not till the 8th and 9th century that we start to get these rock inscriptions. So it's in Yemen and it's in Jordan that we find the rock inscriptions, all Nabatean Aramaic. Ling Ilka-Lindstedt, who has dated the rock, who has done over 40,000 rock inscriptions that he's looked at, and he's really basically wanted to look between the years 640 to 740. So he wanted to look at the time that Islam just began and the Umayyad period was ongoing, because it's the Umayyad period that is the first Islamic kingdom. Since we can't find anything about Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, let's go with what we can find. So he wanted to see what happened from the time of Umayyah all the way up until when the Abbasids took over. Prior to 690, there were no evidence of anything Islamic on any of the inscriptions at all. Except for formula, everything comes after 690. So in other words, after the end of the 7th century. Muhammad died in 632. So this is 60 years after Muhammad's death, if he lived. Then you start seeing the Prophet Muhammad starting to appear. I should take those vowels out. It's really the Prophet Muhammad appeared in 690 to 710. From 710 to 720, Muslim rites begin to appear. You start seeing reference to pilgrimages or then prayer and the fast. And then from 720 to 730, we finally see the word Muslim. And we finally see the word Islam, referring to a specific group of people in contradistinction to Christianity.
100 years later.
Christianity. It was only in the 730s, that's the well into the 8th century and onwards, that there is evidence of popular
I can debunk a lot of this stuff myself.
and messenger, which makes the Islamic traditions incredibly awkward.
So you know he not lying.
Conclusion, there is 100-year silence
I didn't say that.
that indicates that Islam did not exist as a distinct religion until long after the time of Muhammad, which casts doubt on whether he had any part in starting Islam. But the name Muhammad does occur in other documents from the 7th century. Actually, I need to take that out. I need to correct that. It's not Muhammad, it's Muhammad. So just take the vowels out of it because there's no vowels that early. The name Muhammad does occur in other documents from the 7th century. So now let's look at them. Muhammad in the Quran. Let's see if he's even there. Now, this is done by research is done by one of my researchers named Murad from the Middle East. He's been brilliant because he knows Syriac, he knows Aramaic, he also knows Arabic fluently. And he's done this work for you. I can't tell you any more about him than that. And he says this, there are only 4 references to Muhammad found in the Quran. Notice Muhammad, M-H-M-D, Mim, Ha, Mim, Dad. That's all you're going to find in the Quran. In the earliest manuscripts. In today's Quran, now they have Muhammad there. Today, yes, they put the vowels in, but not in the 7th century, when the Quran, if it even existed, would have been first written. Or as you saw with all those manuscripts, there are no vowels in any of those manuscripts, right? And those are 8th to 9th century Qurans. So even in the 8th and 9th century, this Muhammad is found only 4 times. Now, hold on a minute. If you look at the Quran, you'll find Moses is referred to 136 times, Jesus is referred to 93 times, Abraham is referred to 79 times, and the Pharaoh is referred to 74 times, suggesting that this Muhammad was not that very popular, or they weren't really concerned with him, because they were more concerned with Jesus than the Messiah as well, right? Now, there's also the Arab word for Messiah, and that is a title that's usually only given to Jesus 11 times. So don't get confused between Muhammad and Messiah. Muhammad is what the Jews and the Christians used. That's why it's in the Quran. But take a look and see what we find. In Surah 3, Ayah 144, it says, and the Blessed One is no more than a messenger. So the Muhammad is the Blessed One. That would be Jesus, because it's in Surah 575, referring to exactly the same word. The Blessed One. In Surah 33, Ayah 40, the Blessed One is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the last of the prophets. This verse is used to create prophetic closure. So it looks like whoever this Blessed One, it doesn't have to be Jesus, but it's certainly the last of the prophets. In chapter 47, verse 2, it says, and believe in that which is sent down to the Blessed One, which applies to all prophets. This could be any prophet, including Jesus as well. And in chapter 48, verse 29, the Blessed One is the messenger of Allah, which is the second half of the Shahada. Interesting, the Shahada is not found in its complete form anywhere in the Quran. It's in bits and pieces here and there. So the Blessed One is the messenger of Allah. This is possibly the only reference which could be referring to a Muhammad, the man, but most likely it's to Jesus or any other prophet. The Blessed One, the praised one. None of them refer to a person called Muhammad who lived in the Hijaz in Arabia. They most likely refer instead to the Blessed One, as we have noted. That is what the word Muhammad means, who could very well be Jesus himself. And I would suggest it is. If this is not the prophet from Mecca at all, that Muslims cannot use the Quran to support Muhammad, the Prophet's existence in the 7th century, and one of the foundational pillars of Islam begins to fall. Muhammad in the Dome of the Rock. So we go to the Dome of the Rock because it was built by Abdul Malik, the largest structure of its day. It's still there today in Jerusalem. It's an amazing structure, but be careful, be careful, be careful. It's been destroyed and rebuilt 11 times.
Tried everything. Coffee, Pomodoro, and binaural beats, but nothing stuck.
It's been destroyed, rebuilt 11 times. The only parts that are the original are where these green arrows are, those 2 ambulatories. And that's where the inscriptions are. And that's why you need to go to the inscriptions on the ambulatories to understand what is happening in 691 when it was built by Abdul Malik. Remember who Abdul Malik is. He is an anti-Trinitarian, right? You saw it on the coins, okay? He is against, he loves Jesus, but only as a prophet, like the Jehovah's Witnesses today. They love Jesus, but only as a prophet. He is not God. Jesus is not God. He is not free. And that's why when you look at the inscriptions, the very thing on the coins is on the inscriptions on the Dome of the Rock. Say not free, for God is one, and he has no son. The only thing they do is they put in the associators believe that he is God. Who are the associators? Those who associate another with God. The mushriks, or the mushrikun in plural. Who are the mushrikun? We are. We are considered to be the associators. Those who believe that Jesus is God. We associate another with God. Remember, the cardinal sin in Islam is shirk. Whenever you equate anything or anybody with God, that's you're committing shirk. So the mushriks are those who commit that. The mushrikun, plural, those of us who do that are seen as mushrikun. And there it is on the Dome of the Rock. It's attacking us. It's attacking Christians. Not just Christians, Byzantine, Monophysite, Trinitarian Christians. That's what's attacking. This is all against Jesus, all against his divinity, all against the Trinity.
It's things that he's saying that are totally false.
Stay not free, for God is one. That makes its way into the Quran later on in chapter 4, verse 171, but not the same way you see on the Dome of the Rock, proving that this changes even between the 7th century and the 8th century. For God does not begetteth, nor is he begotten. That is, again, attacking Jesus' sonship as God. And then it says, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, there is only one God but God, and the praised one is the messenger of God. So who is the Muhammad? Since everything else is about who, it's about Jesus. Who is the Muhammad? Jesus is the Muhammad. It's all against, again, the same subject. The Quranic verses in these inscriptions are not the same as that which we have in the Quran today, and are thus possibly the precursors to the Quranic verses, which were then written later and then changed to refer to the prophet. If correct, then Muslims cannot use the Dome of the Rock to support Muhammad's existence in the 7th century either. They cannot even use it as late as 691. And another foundational pillar of Islam begins to fall even further. Well, what about other written references to Muhammad in the 7th century? Let's take a look at that next. So let's look at extra Quranic writings. This is outside of the Quran. Let's see what they say. Well, there are actually 15. I could go to 15, but I'm only going to go to 5 because the other 10 have nothing to do with Muhammad. They just talk about a warrior or somebody who, because he had a sword and he conquered. Listen, that could be anybody who's a king who's conquering. Everybody conquered with swords. So you can't say that. But 5 of them use the word Muhammad. So let's go back to every one of those to use the word Muhammad. Now, you're not going to see it this way. Whenever Muslims write it, they put Muhammad there. No, none of these say Muhammad. That's why we need to be careful. Go back to the 7th century and read the original text. So when you read the original text of Thomas the Presbyter in 634, he talks about a battle between the Romans and the Tayyaye du Muhammad. He does not even use the D, he uses the T. It's not even the same 4 consonants. This is a Persian spelling of the praised one. Are you hearing that? This is of the Tayyaye. Who are the Tayyaye? The Muhammad of the Tayyaye are the Lahmids. The Lahmids live in what is the Tikrit in Mosul. That's in northern Iran. So this Muhammad lived way up in northern Iran. Did Muhammad from Arabia live in Iraq? Was he part of the Lahmids? So here's a reference to Muhammad of the Tayyaye This is not the Muhammad of Arabia, but there he is in the 7th century. Thomas the Prefacer is referring to him. So already you're seeing that this word is quite common. This title is quite normal. This is a title, in this case, not for Jesus. In this case, it is the praised one, whoever the leader is of the Tayyid there. In 636, a flyleaf refers to the Arabs of Mahmud. So there's the Mahmud, killed many Syrians in Yarmouk. So whoever this Mahmud was, this praised one, which most kings took on for themselves, it could be an exarch in this case. Because what do we know? He killed many in Yarmouk. Look and see where Yarmouk is on a map. It's in Syria, north of Israel. Did Muhammad ever get up to Syria? No. Did he ever even leave Arabia? No, he never did. 660, you have Sabaeus, who's writing about an Ishmaelite called Muhammad. Notice he calls him an Ishmaelite. Why does he call him a Muslim? All right? And he's called Muhammad. That's the Persian spelling again. This is the praised one. But notice what he says next. That he aligns himself with 12,000 Israelites against the Byzantines. When did Muhammad ever fight the Byzantines? With Israelites, 12,000 of them. Can you tell me where this happened? Muslims can't tell me. You need to read the whole sentence of what this Muhammad did. There's no record of 12,000 Arabs partnering with Jews.
Yes, I think I did see that somewhere. So that's not even true right there.
Then you get to John Bonnet. Now we're starting to get closer. 690. Now we're starting to read that this is the same Muhammad that's on the coins. But look at the date. That makes sense. This is when Abdul Malik is introducing Muhammad, the praised one. This is when also he has it on the coins, he has it on the Caliphal protocols, and he has it on the Dome of the Rock. And he says that this Muhammad, a teacher, leader of the Arabs, this is the first Muslim or Islam. He is somebody who's a good teacher. That's what we're getting. We get that this Muhammad is now becoming a person, and the late 7th century. And then we get to John of Damascus, who writes the heresy of the Ishmaelites. Just the title tells you what it's about. This is a heresy of the Nabateans, of the Ishmaelites, who come the line of Ishmael to Abraham. And what does he say? This Muhammad. Now, he does say Muhammad, and he puts the vowels. This is the first time we're seeing vowels put in it, because he's writing in Syriac. He's not writing in Arabic at this time. And he talks about...
These are all related languages, so I'm not understanding his point.
Talks about this Muhammad.
They're not.
It's Muhammad. But why does he call it Muhammad? Because Muhammad hadn't yet existed. But this individual has ludicrous doctrines. And then he goes and refers to what the books that this Muhammad is writing. And he talks about the book of the cow. That becomes now Surah 2 in the Quran. Then he talks about the book of women. That becomes Surah 4 in the Quran. Then he talks about the book of table. That becomes Surah 5 in the Quran. And then he talks about the book of the camel. That becomes Surah 0. There is no book of the camel. So obviously, whoever this Muhammad was had 4 books, not 1 book. 3 of them that make their way into the Quran, and the last one got rejected. So is that the Quran, folks? But look at the date, 730. This is 100 years after Muhammad. And still the Quran's not together. And remember who John of Damascus is. He is there living in the courts of the Caliph in Damascus. His father was also in the courts of Damascus. His father were in the courts of Muawiyah. He was in the court of the Malik. He's right there where Islam should be, right at the center of Islam. And yet he calls these Ishmaelites, these heretics. These are the heresies of the Ishmaelites. And then he starts in 730, goes to a monastery and writes about this Muhammad, this ludicrous doctrine. So obviously this is not the Muhammad of Arabia. Every reference to Muhammad in the 7th century places him in Gaza or Jerusalem or Damascus or in Iraq, which are all situated too far north. They probably refer to other Muhammads, the praised one or the anointed one. Conclusions, concerning the coins in the rocks and inscriptions. There are no coins anywhere in Central Arabia. And the Arabic coins which do exist are all further north and are not Islamic at all, but Christian or Zoroastrian up to and including the reign of Muawiyah, up to 8680. It is only with the coins introduced by Abdul Malik in 691 that we begin to possibly find pre-Islamic. Now I say, you notice I'm saying pre-Islamic, not Islamic, pre-Islamic coins. But now you can understand why Islam is so anti-Trinitarian. It was because of Abdul Malik. That's why Islam is against Jesus as God, and that's why this is the first question we get whenever we get into a discussion. It's all because of Abdul Malik. And whereas that existed in the 4th century with Arius, he was not a caliph, he was not a king, he was not one that very important. And he was taken down very quickly at the Council of Nicaea by Athanasius. Now you have someone who now rules probably the most land in the world at that time. Someone of that stature, of that nature, coming up with this theology, no wonder it's stuck. And that's why Islam, that was finally became Islam during the Abbasid period, that's why they're against Jesus as God. That's why they're against the Trinity. And that's why they're against his sonship. The rock inscriptions are similar to the coins and nothing Islamic prior to 690 AD. Then references to Muhammad from 690 to 710, we start seeing Muslim rites, the pilgrimage, prayer, fast from 710 to 720, and finding the names Muslim and Islam referencing groups which isn't Christian from 720 to 730. The Quran and the Dome of the Rock do not refer to Muhammad of Islam. 7th century written references to Muhammad place him too far north. More than that, as a conclusion, these all suggest that there was an internecine class between different sects of Christianity. The Trinitarians on one side with Byzantine monophysites, and the anti-Trinitarians on the other side, who would be Abdul Malik and his descendants, with the latter establishing its own religion at the end of the Umayyad dynasty in opposition to Christianity, mid-8th century, which then morphed into what Islam of today during the initial 100 to 200 years of the Abbasid dynasty in the 9th and 10th century. Can you now see that's how man-made religion runs? This did not happen in 22 years, folks.
Wow.
Maybe 100 to 200 years later, it took 100 to 200 years to get to this point. But still, Islam is not the Islam we have today. That's going to take another 100, another two, possibly even 300 years before we get the Islam of today.
Dr. J. Smith's presentation delivers a bombshell. The foundations of Islam, as traditionally understood, rest on a stunning 100-year historical silence. Follow the unbreakable evidence of coins and rock inscriptions. From Muhammad's supposed death in 632 AD through the Rashidun Caliphs and Muawiyah's reign up to 680 AD, the coins scream Christianity. Crosses everywhere, no Shahada, no Quran verses, no Meccan mints, no trace of a distinct Islam. Plus the MHMD title, the Praised One, the Anointed One, widely used for Jesus the Messiah by Christians. Only under Abd al-Malik does a shift occur, with coins without crosses. And finally, the Dome of the Rock's anti-Trinitarian inscriptions appear, with the Messiah as a messenger, an attack on Jesus' divinity and sonship. So there's nothing remotely Islamic or Meccan until 690 to 730 AD, when Abd al-Malik started leading his anti-Trinitarian sect in the Arabian Petra region. It seems what we call Islam today crystallized not in 7th century Hijaz under Muhammad, but later, likely as an anti-Trinitarian movement under Umayyad rulers, fully morphing into a full religion during the Abbasid era in the 9th and 10th centuries. If the coins don't lie, then there's no Islamic prophet of Mecca in the 7th century. Thank you for watching this video. Please like and share this video so others can see it. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for more Islamic history content. Stay with us as we sift through history to find out what the standard Islamic narrative on the Islamic Awareness website is hiding regarding the origin of Islam. Jesus is Lord.
Okay, I'm about to break this down. 1, Jehovah's Witnesses do not deny the sonship of Jesus. That's a fact. That's what I'm gonna start off with. That is so many holes in his story.
He didn't say that though.
He did say that.
No,
I was listening. He did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Why would Jehovah's Witnesses deny Jesus within their book, they praise Jesus. That don't make sense.
But they don't deny his sonship, but they also don't acknowledge him as God.
Yeah, they don't.
But they do say that's the Son of God.
But as in every man is the son of God. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses say.
Yeah.
That's what Muslims say.
No, we don't. We don't even say son. We don't even say son.
You do.
Nah, we don't. Not well. That's not what.
When you
Mhm.
Ibn, that means you of somebody. That means you of the lineage.
Like when it says
something, you dig what I'm saying? That means you of a certain lineage.
Well, let me get to some more stuff. Well,
Just
we
saying,
had
say that. The Jehovah's Witnesses don't make that claim, and he didn't make the claim.
look. He did say that. I've been a Jehovah's Witness. I know.
Yeah, brother. I understand that they don't say that but they're saying the same thing that Muslims say.
And it's not. No, they don't say like they don't say like everybody else is a son of God. It's different. For Jesus, he is the Son. The Holy Spirit is the Holy Spirit. The God is God, but they are not. They are not a Trinity.
Brother, that's what he's saying. He's saying that the anti-Islam purportedly so-called Islam. You dig what I'm talking about? We don't see it. You dig what I'm talking about? And we don't see any anti-Trinitarian stuff till almost 100 years later.
Okay, hold on.
I'm saying so he's saying what he's not saying. What he's saying is they're Aryans. Just like listen, Muslims in ideology are Aryan, just like a Jehovah's Witness is. That's what he was trying to get you to understand. A Jehovah's Witness and a Muslim are both Aryan.
I hear what you trying to point out, but
that's what he.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
All right, I got it.
And okay, the other thing was okay. We got the dating that says that the oldest writings of the Quran are predate everything that he just talked about, trying to say that it wasn't in the until the 8th century or whatever the case may be. So we already pulled that up.
Show it.
Huh?
We didn't see no.
I didn't show it because, like I said, I'm not. My phone been acting up, so I don't want to end up,
Well, the real scientists say it ain't none.
Well, it's scientists that have dated it that say that it dated back to that time.
Yeah.
So
who looked at that?
Hold on. Also, Jesus said things that let you know he wasn't part of a Trinity.
You better not run to Jesus.
Hey, this is his words.
Nigga, y'all fake as hell, man. I'm straight, cuz.
Hold on. This is what Jesus said.
Oh, man. No, I don't. I'm straight, cuz. I don't even want to hear about it no more, man. Miss me with that Jesus Muhammad shit, man. I'm straight.
I'm just saying, okay. I mean, I'm just saying, he's using.
Yeah,
that's all
you doing is you just saying everything that you trying to that you brought up. That man debunked with evidence and facts.
I'm debunking what he said.
Listen, you can't get past the inscriptions. You can't get past the coins. You can't get past the language. You don't even speak it. How could you say Muhammad if there are no diaretic vowel sounds? Yeah, man. Class over with. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go.
I had to disagree with you.
I mean,
on
that's
that
all
one.
you can do. Cause you can't
he
pull
did.
those sources. All you are is full of belief. You just contrary at this point. This
Nah.
man has lived his whole life. got PhD. You dig what I'm talking about? He's sitting in hollowed halls with other scholars all around him. Why? Because he the real deal. and so you dig what I'm talking about? We not tripping on your belief, bro. But your belief.
There's evidence contrary to what he said.
Where? You ain't showed none.
All right, let me see if I can. If I fall down from here,
Yeah.
I'm not trying.
Go on the other phone. Go on the other phone and pull it up.
Let me see.
I don't want no excuses.
Okay, give me a second.
Yeah. Show me Arabic, 7th century with diacritic marks, 5th century, 6th century, 7th century with diacritic marks, right? And show me the text, right? From the time Muhammad died till we get the starting of the first caliphates in the 690s. Right? Show me where they was using the Islamic text. The man just debunked you all up there. Everybody just seen that. Just show me it wasn't none from the time. Listen, from 720, from 632 and Muhammad's supposed death. Right? And I'm not saying that didn't nobody die. I'm not even saying that it wasn't a physical man, right? But the representation of who they was talking about was still this Yeshua, Christ, Jesus entity, right? Wasn't no Islam. Nobody wrote nothing down. Wasn't no script. Wasn't no text. You don't see the Shahada to 720, 100 years later. Right? So, you know what I mean? When it comes to that, you dig what I'm talking about? Being primary. You dig what I'm talking about? Quran is not even primary text for the information it brings out.
I don't know if it's going to help me.
Yeah, but hey, look, I got the row.
I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can see what it say. Hold on. You can read.
Look, yeah, but look, hold on, wait a minute. Hey, y'all, man. Hey, listen, man. Love, light, balance out there to everybody, man. All praise to the ever-present great spirit.
It's crazy because it says the University of Birmingham said Wednesday that scientific tests prove a Quran manuscript.
To the creative gang, you dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm talking about? This man he's delusional.
I'm not delusional. I was about to show you what I'm about to show you what it's saying.
What are you gonna show me, bro?
All right.
Show me a Quran. Show me a Quran in the 7th century. Go ahead.
Right way. I'm trying to make sure that this is the right way. I can't see. This is what I said. I'm trying to get it the right way.
Read it. Put it up there.
Okay, read it. Read it. All right, I'll read it.
Oh, put it back up the screen. Why you turn the screen off?
Hold on.
Oh Lord.
Oh, this is hold on.
Oh, here we go.
All right, so it says,
like I was saying, man, before I was so rudely interrupted.
The University of Birmingham said Wednesday that scientific tests prove a Quran manuscript in its collection is one of the oldest known and may have been written close to the time of the Prophet Muhammad. Radiocarbon dating testing at Oxford University dated the parchment to the time of the prophet, who is generally believed to have lived 570 and 632. This manuscript could well have been written just after he died, said David Thomas, a professor of Christianity and Islam at the University of Birmingham. Parts of the Quran that are contained in those fragments are very similar indeed to the Quran as we have it today. This tends to support the view that the Quran as we this tends to support the view that the Quran that we have now is more or less very close indeed to the Quran as it was brought together in the early years of Islam. Muslim tradition says the Prophet received the revelations of the Quran between 610 and 632, but it was not written down immediately. The first leader of the community after Muhammad's death, Caliph Abu Bakr, ordered the book to be written, and it was completed by the third year Caliph Uthman. Thomas
When
said,
did Uthman live?
that's a whole different search.
Oh,
Okay, but I can check it for you though. Don't stop me from checking. Okay.
How long is he after Muhammad's death?
I'm about to find out. I'm about to find out for you. Give me a second.
Yeah, anyways, as I was saying, man, all praises to the ever-present Great Spirit.
What year was the Caliph
balance out
Uthman?
there to the created gang. You dig what I'm talking about? As always, you know what I mean. You bring them.
Might be
You
referencing
raise them. You dig what I'm talking about?
No,
Shout
I
out
said the
to
Caliph Uthman.
and all them. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the 4 horsemen, man. Y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. Just like I dropped this gang of information tonight, and
Why is it ringing a bell in the previous notes? Are we
and
talking
enlighten
about
this brother. You dig what I'm saying?
a specific
We
character you're working on?
we do that every day over there, man. So if y'all wanna just come through, make sure before y'all leave up out of here, y'all hit that button, man. Thumb on the
We're going to
video.
talk about this one,
Man.
the Caliph Uthman,
Y'all go to
Uthman ibn
Cosmon
Affan,
TV,
brings
man.
us into a much more significant
One of us
historical and
actually
theological
knows what he's
space.
talking
Uthman is a
about,
fascinating
and
figure to
one of
look at,
us
especially
is guessing.
What year did he live?
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I
Uthman
thought
ibn
you wanted the
Affan
information.
lived during the late 6th and mid 7th centuries. Based on historical records, his lifespan is generally recognized as born circa 573 or 576 CE, died June 17th, 656 CE. He was in his late 70s or early 80s when he was assassinated, marking the end of a 12-year reign as caliph. Interestingly, his life spanned the entire transition
So
from
he in the
pre-Islamic
50s.
Arabia through the foundational years of the
30
Rashidun
years
Caliphate,
at
focusing
20
on a
years
specific
later.
period of his life.
Huh?
The early days as a
So
wealthy
he
You said what?
got killed in 56. So that's 24 years after 12 years after Abu Bakr and 24 years after so-called Muhammad died, and it still ain't written.
Okay, and then you have longer times after that the biblical accounts were written between the time that they were written and the time that Jesus
The brother
died.
just told you that we don't get a manuscript as we know it today, for real, proven to the 8th century.
Come on, man.
I
I
ain't
told
gonna
you.
argue with you, man. Hey, listen.
You
dig what I'm talking about?
were
Listen,
I just proved you
Hold
wrong.
on one second, brother. I heard you. I'm done with the conversation, real.
That
You dig
then.
what I'm saying? So, salute to you, bro. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right. Salute to me.
Go do some research. You dig what I'm talking about? You about 20 years behind Cosmo. So you dig what I'm talking about?
You can believe that.
To this light. You dig what I'm saying? Everything I brought out here today, you knew nothing about before I brought it out. But you got an opinion about it. We call that cognitive dissonance.
I know what cognitive dissonance is. I'm not.
Okay.
I don't have cognitive
All right, brother.
dissonance.
I'm not trying to argue that. But when you argue from a point of ignorance, you are cognitive dissonant. That's just what it is. You dig what I'm talking about? So, again, I ain't here to argue with you. It is what it is. But love, light, balance out there to everybody, gang. You know what it is. Throwing Hadoukens out here all day. You dig what I'm talking about? Love, light, and balance out there to everybody, man. Do some good. Do some good, right? And then turn around and do some good for somebody else, man. You dig what I'm saying? That's the whole thing, man. It's gonna be all right. All right. Salute. Peace, the bat. Peace, bro.
You don't even know, like, all right, whatever. All right, bet. And I'm
all right. Peace.
That's crazy. He didn't break down anything, and that shit was totally like, I don't know. That shit was false. Like, I'm not even in it. But I'm going to talk about it. I was watching this thing on YouTube, Events in History, and they are trying to say that the Prophet Muhammad never existed. And they were trying to say that the Quran didn't come until I think he said like 8th or 9th century.
That theory is often referred to as the revisionist school of Islamic studies, or sometimes associated with the Inara Institute in Germany. While it makes for provocative YouTube content, it is considered a fringe view among modern historians because of significant archaeological and scientific evidence that contradicts it. Here's a breakdown of why historians generally agree the Prophet Muhammad existed and why the Quran dates to the 7th century. 1. The Birmingham Quran, scientific evidence. The strongest evidence against the 8th century theory is carbon dating. In 2015, researchers at the University of Birmingham radiocarbon dated a Quranic manuscript. The date. The results placed the parchment between 568 and 645 AD. The impact. Since the Prophet Muhammad is traditionally believed to have lived from 570 to 632 AD, this manuscript likely dates to his lifetime or shortly after. If the Quran didn't exist until the 8th or 9th century, we wouldn't have physical parchment from the mid-7th century containing its verses. 2. Early non-Muslim records. If Muhammad were a later invention, we wouldn't expect to see him mentioned by his enemies or neighbors until much later. However, several 7th century non-Muslim sources mention him. Thomas the Presbyter, 640 AD. A Syrian Christian chronicler writing just years after Muhammad's death mentions a battle between the Romans and the Arabs of Muhammad. Ceballos, 660s AD. An Armenian bishop wrote a history describing Muhammad as a preacher who taught the Arabs to recognize the God of Abraham. The Doctrina Jacobi, 634 AD. A Greek Christian text written during the Arab conquest mentions a prophet appearing among the Saracens. 3. Early manuscripts, Sana'a and others. Beyond the Birmingham manuscript, there is the Sana'a palimpsest, found in Yemen in 1972. A palimpsest is a piece of parchment where the original text was washed off so it could be rewritten. Using ultraviolet photography, researchers found an older version of the Quran underneath the current one. Both layers date to the 7th century, showing that the text was already standardized and being copied across the empire very early on. 4. Why the 8th/9th century theory exists. The scholars who suggest this, like John Wansbrough or the early work of Patricia Crone, argued that because the first complete biographies of Muhammad weren't written down until 100 to 150 years after he died, the details might be legends. However, modern historians distinguish between biographical details, which may have been embellished over time, and the historical existence of the man in the book. Even Patricia Crone, one of the original skeptics, eventually walked back her more extreme views, admitting that the evidence for Muhammad's existence is too strong to ignore. Summary. While YouTube videos often highlight these revisionist theories for views, the overwhelming consensus of secular historians, backed by carbon dating and 7th century.
I think he was trying to say that Muhammad never exists, but Muhammad, because he was trying to say that they didn't have vowels back then. And I'm thinking in my head, they had sounds. It's not like, okay, they may not have had actual vowels. And I'm not even agreeing with that yet. But still, I'm saying like they still had sounds, and the sounds connect and they make the word. It's not even that hard to think about. It doesn't prove anything, even if vowels didn't exist back then.
You hit the nail on the head. That argument usually confuses the evolution of a writing system with the existence of a language. You're absolutely right. Human beings have always used vowels when speaking. You can't physically say a word like Muhammad or Quran without vowel sounds. Your mouth has to open and change shape. The no vowels argument is a common misunderstanding of how the Arabic script worked, not how people talked. One, the script versus the sound. In the 7th century, Arabic was written in a style called Razm. It was an Abjad Hinda, which is a writing system where only the consonants are written down. Think of it like modern texting. If you write people know you mean home because of the context. The O and E sounds were always there when you spoke it. You just didn't waste ink writing them down because everyone already knew the word. 2, why they added vowels later. Around the 8th and 7th centuries, which is likely what the video was referencing, scholars added dots and signs called tashkil to the written Quran. They didn't do this to invent vowels. They did it to preserve them. As the empire grew, people who didn't speak Arabic as their first language were starting to mispronounce the words. The scholars added those little marks above and below the letters to make sure everyone, whether they were in Persia, Spain, or Africa, pronounced the vowels exactly the same way they were spoken in the 7th century. 3, the logic gap. The idea that no written vowels equals no Muhammad is a huge leap that most historians don't take. By that same logic, ancient Hebrew didn't have written vowels for centuries. That doesn't mean King David didn't exist. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs mostly recorded consonants. That doesn't mean the pharaohs were myths. 4, oral tradition. In 7th century Arabia, the culture was oral. People memorized thousands of lines of poetry. The Quran was recited, which is what the word Quran actually means. Long before, it was widely distributed as a book. The sounds, as you called them, were carried in the memories of the people who heard it spoken. It's a bit of a gotcha tactic used in those videos. They take a technical fact about linguistics, the addition of vowel marks in the 8th century, and try to use it to erase a whole historical figure. Like you said, it's not that hard to think about. The sounds were always there.
I'm just saying, I don't think he proved anything. He even tried to go as far as to say that these people were Unitarian Christians and that they were fighting against Byzantine Trinitarians. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like, and he's like, oh, just like they're the same type that are like the Jehovah's Witness. And I'm like, no, they're Jehovah's Witnesses say that Jesus is the Son. We don't say that. And then I'm like, nothing he's saying is making sense. Some idiot, you gotta be an idiot to believe that shit. You gotta be, and he also showed me this other thing that said something about Hagar worshiping a different God and Ishmael not being the son of Abraham or some shit like that. Like, I don't know nothing about it, but like he didn't really show nothing. He showed a book that he read, but it doesn't, like, even though that book says what it said, but the Bible and my book both say that Ishmael is the son. So tell me who has the most evidence that Ishmael is the son?
It sounds like that video was leaning into some extreme revisionist theories that try to rewrite the entire origin of the Middle East. When people start claiming that,
No, I'm talking about okay, so the video said one thing, which was that that first part. The part about the Abram the part about Ishmael being Abraham's son is something that the guy who introduced me to the video was talking about. And he showed me a text that was saying that Ishmael wasn't even, it didn't even say that Ishmael, I think it did say something like that. It said it was that Ishmael was his son in the eyes of God, but not like his actual son, or something like that.
that sounds like a classic case of someone using a legalistic or spiritual argument to try and overwrite a biological reality. When people say someone is a son in the eyes of God, but not an actual son, they are usually trying to play a game with the word legitimacy rather than biology.
No, I think in this text that he had, I think it was called something about the wars against God or something crazy like that. I don't remember the name of it, but it was stupid.
It sounds like you're describing a textbook example of sensationalist theology. There isn't a widely recognized historical text called Wars Against God that's